Hey everyone, thanks for joining us here at KINS 5. You know, Weather Chief Bill Taylor, he's been talking about a newly issued severe thunderstorm watch. Now this includes San Antonio and our surrounding counties, you know, up into Medina County, Bandera, and Kerr County. You know, let's fast forward it to radar here. We do have this severe thunderstorm watch in effect through 12 a.m. But the reason why we're on this Facebook Live is because we have a newly issued tornado warning for parts of Kerr County. So what we're going to do here is zoom into this severe thunderstorm warning and also this tornado warning. This warning that we currently have in place, you know, we're not only looking at the possibility of a tornado because rotation is tightening on this storm. This is just west of Fredericksburg, by the way, and moving south of Fredericksburg, and it also looks like this tornado warned storm is going to drift south-southeast of Kerrville. So it's not expected to hit Kerrville, but based on its track, we are going to watch it. And by the way, Kerrville, you're just outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, but this storm has had history of producing some golf ball size hail as well. It is moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. Now, if you have an alert on your phone going off about a tornado warning that's in effect for Gillespie and also Kendall counties through 7:30, make sure you head into that safe place, pull over if you're listening to us in the car, go into a sturdy shelter, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So I am going to do a few things here. You know, the best thing to do when you have a tornado warning, first things first, don't panic. Make sure you have that preparedness plan in place. You know, we've had several rounds of severe storms, so you should be prepared already. We have showed you that severe weather outlook for today. And it looks like the best case scenario for severe weather will be over in northern counties, and that's going to mainly be north of Bexar County. However, looking at the track of this storm, we'll have to see if it holds together and makes it into parts of Bexar County, mainly the northern portion. So that's why we're going to keep track of this. So let's go ahead and put a timer. Again, if you're just now joining us, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. This severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. We haven't had any confirmation of a tornado on the ground. It's mainly radar indicated. So velocity, you know, when we look at the red and greens, we're basically looking at this tightening of this storm. And there you go. You could see the brighter greens, the brighter blues there connected to the reds. That's showing you that couplet. Rotation is still broad, and we just had a latest radar scan, and it looks like the rotation is still broad at this point. But we're going to go ahead and put a tracker on this. I've paused it to where it is now. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. And like I said, it is moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we'll get the core of this storm, and if it holds together through Kendall County and heads up to the Bernie area, keep your eyes on this tornado warned storm. Again, it is a slow mover. It's only moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. But if this storm were to hold together, it should impact Bankersmith about 7:20 p.m. and Sisterdale about 7:40 p.m. So you could see the timestamps in the top left of your screen there. Again, this is a tornado warned storm. We haven't had any confirmations of a tornado on the ground, but we will keep track of that. I'm also looking at National Weather Service chat, and we haven't seen anything as far as tornado confirmation. So for the most part, it is radar indicated. We'll go back to sweeping radar here so you can see the brighter purples here. And again, this is west of Fredericksburg. We had a lot of you ask on our comments, give us an update on Fredericksburg. Well, it looks like you're just looking at heavy rain and also a lot of cloud to ground lightning. So we'll put lightning on. You can barely see this storm because there is so much cloud to ground lightning with it. I'll pause it to give you an idea of how many lightning strikes there are within this storm here. So about 208, and that's cloud to ground lightning strikes. These are the number of strikes we've had within the last 10 to 15 minutes or so. And this storm just continues to strengthen. You know, Weather Chief Bill Taylor, he was talking about we're very hot and we're also humid here in Bexar County. We've seen a lot of sunshine today, hence why we are watching these showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. If you're in Fredericksburg, you know, stay inside. Yes, you are included in that tornado warning, but it looks like for the most part, this storm just has some broad rotation with it. What I am going to do, you know, we're live on Facebook here, and we're going to stick with you through this warning until it expires, really until all warnings expire. So we'll walk you through the way of this, and then we'll see what the National Weather Service will do with a lot of these warnings here. So I am pulling up our KENS 5 Facebook page. Give me a minute here. And I am going to look at a few of your comments in case you had questions about this storm. So again, we have that tornado warning in effect until 7:30. Time right now being 7:07, so we still have, you know, a little over 20 minutes on this storm. And, you know, we have a lot of severe storms to our northwest, right over Junction, just south of Mason. You know, Mason, you're not included in that severe thunderstorm warning, but this is moving south of you, really toward the Fredericksburg area. Heads up to Harper and, of course, the Junction area. You guys should already see some heavy rain moving toward you. We just have an environment that's favorable to support not only severe storms that could produce damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, but also large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and can't rule out a few isolated tornadoes. So those will be the main hazards this evening. Because some of these storms are moving a little bit slow to the south-southeast, we could see high rainfall rates up to maybe 2 to 3 inches per hour, and that could cause some flash flooding as well in some areas. So I have pulled up our Facebook Live here, just answering a few of your questions. We have Chris asking, San Antonio going to get rain? So Chris, what I'm going to do is zoom out just a little bit, just so you can see where San Antonio is in reference to this severe thunderstorm warning, along with this tornado warning. So this is just northwest of us. In Kendall County, you guys are also included in that tornado warning. So we'll be watching the track of this severe storm. Again, it is moving southeast, and if it continues to move on a southeasterly track, it could impact portions of Bexar County. Hence why we're on Facebook Live, and why we will be walking you step by step through this severe thunderstorm and tornado warning. So Angela asking about New Braunfels. It looks like this storm will move just west of New Braunfels, but it is possible, you know, New Braunfels, you are under that severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. So for those of you just joining us, we are under that severe thunderstorm watch. The difference between a watch and a warning: conditions are favorable with a watch. That means to be prepared, versus a warning, which we do have a few in place over the hill country, parts of central Texas, looking at a few severe storms. That means take action, have that plan in place, you know, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Since this tornado warning is crucial, I am going to zoom back in on this just a little bit. Also looking at a few reports here. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Blanco, Burnett, Hayes, Llano, Travis, and Williamson counties. But again, this severe thunderstorm warning over Gillespie County, which includes Harper, Fredericksburg, into Stonewall, down into the Kerrville area, so kind of east of downtown Kerrville. That's where we have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Remember, stay indoors when thunder roars. We're seeing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with the storms to our north and northwest. Here's all the lightning that we're looking at. So, I mean, this noisy storm is moving right over Fredericksburg, but as far as the rotation with this storm, it's now south of Fredericksburg. Here's our latest radar scan. To me, I'm seeing that rotation is still broad. However, there's still rotation within this supercell, and I think it's a good idea for this tornado warning to continue. So heads up if you're in Comfort. You know, you really want to watch this storm. I know you are on the outer edge of this tornado warning, but you definitely want to watch this storm. It is taking a southeasterly track. I wouldn't say it's going to go completely east of Comfort. So that's why we want to, stay on top of this tornado warning, this tornado warned storm, just to see what it's going to do. We have a very favorable environment to support a few isolated tornadoes, so it won't take much for a few tornadoes to gain rotation quickly. So as meteorologists, what we look at is we just see if the brighter reds and the brighter greens and blues will come together to form that couplet, and if we'll see any rotation here. We are going to stick with this tornado warned storm. Going back to the National Weather Service, they haven't said anything about, as far as reports. Looks like the storm has slowed down just a little bit. So it went from 35 miles per hour to now 30 miles an hour. So still pretty slow for those in Comfort. If you have any family and friends, along I-10, whether they're headed from San Antonio up toward Kerrville or even to the Comfort area, give them a call. Make sure that they pull over into a sturdy shelter. Again, when you have a tornado warning in effect for your community, your house, your neighborhood, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I am going to pull up a 2-box here. So Weather Chief Bill Taylor, I can see that he's doing a live update on TV. The reason why we do these Facebook Lives is to stick with you just in case you happen to lose power. Again, a lot of these severe and tornado warned storms are producing a lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes, and that is something we look at when storms are either a weakening or if they're strengthening. So typically when they gain a lot of cloud to ground lightning, that's one indicator on radar that it is gaining some strength here. So again, if you're just joining us, we do have that tornado warned storm. Looks like rotation's a little bit stronger here. So for those in Comfort, again, you definitely want to stay in your safe place. I am going to zoom out and put a new track on this. So it has slowed down just a little bit. Went from 35 miles per hour to now 30. I am going to put a little tracker right on the core here, and I'm going to extend this south into the Bernie area. So if you live in Bernie, heads up to this tornado warned storm. If it makes it all the way to the Bernie area, it could arrive at your doorstep right around 8 p.m. And again, the best thing to do, don't panic, just have that severe weather plan in place. You know the drill, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We actually have this graphic here, and I'll show this to you. The best places to go in your household. So you could see that little room, that interior room in green. You could choose a stairwell, just as long as there's no windows around you. A hallway on the lowest floor for those who may have a basement. I know a lot of us don't because we are in Texas and the hill country. These are going to be the safest places to be within your house. Baseball helmets, bike helmets, you name it, that's going to be the best thing to also grab. If the kiddos have a softball helmet or also a baseball helmet, may want to grab those just to protect the headgear, and also put on some shoes just in case. So those are a few tips when you head into your safe place. Again, we're going to continue with this tornado warned storm. We have about a little over 15 minutes with this tornado warned storm. So this tornado warning will continue for Kendall County through about 7:30 p.m. I am going to scroll down just a little bit. I know a lot of you are asking about the Fredericksburg area, also Comfort. I'm going to pause this here. So this storm is going from Gillespie County down into Kendall County now. We're still looking at pretty broad rotation with it, but still pretty strong because we have so much instability in place. It is warm, it is humid, we have the weather pattern that'll help develop these showers and thunderstorms. So they're moving in a favorable environment, so we're not seeing much weakening as we're looking at this hour loop here. So I am going to pause this just to give you an idea that Fredericksburg, I know you are in the tornado warning now, but it looks like this storm is now south of you. So I think you are going to be okay. We'll continue to watch these storms to our northwest, north of Harper right now, but right now the strongest storm as far as the rotation, it's going to be south of Fredericksburg. So if you're in Fredericksburg, for the most part, you're in the clear. Just still stay inside because of the lightning and the blinding rain. We'll go back to National Weather Service to see if they are saying anything. We have storm spotters that are alert and they're keeping us up to date, and they have not said anything about this storm quite yet. We'll go back to sweeping radar. Like I said, this storm also has a history of producing severe hail, even up to golf ball size in some neighborhoods. So we'll go ahead and put a few storm reports on. We had a hail report just east of Harper, and I'm curious to know what time this storm report came in. So about 6:43. 1.8-inch size hail, so that's going to be a lot larger than a quarter. That's about golf ball size hail. So it still has a pretty good hail core, and typically when a storm has a lot of lightning like we were talking about and a pretty good size hail core, that's showing us that the storm is still pretty strong and it's going to continue to pack a punch. And there you go, the National Weather Service, they just updated this tornado warned storm, and they have pulled Fredericksburg out of the tornado warning. So if you're in Fredericksburg, you are in the clear for that tornado warning. However, comfort, don't let your guard down. I know you're not exactly included in this tornado warning, but still stay in your safe place and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It does look like this storm is moving more southeast, still about 30 miles per hour, but it looks like it's expected to impact more central parts of Kendall County here. So I'll bring the graphic up full just so you can see a better view of this. There's Comfort and there's Bernie. So this kind of gives you an idea of how much time you have to prepare for this tornado warned storm. I'm looking at a few questions here. So Oscar, you are wanting to know if this is going to impact Medina County. This will not impact Medina County, this storm in particular. Now, if you are in Medina County, you're still under that severe thunderstorm watch through midnight. So you guys could still see some strong to severe storms. You know, on the backside of this tornado warned storm, we still have a lot of thunderstorms developing pretty quickly and producing a lot of cloud to ground lightning at that. So storms are still packing a punch. If you're in Medina County like Oscar, still stay weather aware this evening. Yeah, Shannon, so a lot of you are wondering if it is going to hit San Antonio. So we're watching this because as of right now, the track shows it moving toward Bexar County. We'll just have to see how much it holds together in Kendall County. We'll have to see if the National Weather Service extends this tornado warning closer to Fair Oaks Ranch. So going south of Bernie, beyond Bernie and Fair Oaks Ranch, you guys will need to watch this storm closely. Again, if you have family or friends traveling along I-10 up toward Fair Oaks Ranch, Kerrville area, give them a call, give them a heads up. Hey, a tornado warned storm is just east of you. You need to watch the weather and you need to get off the highway or the interstate right now. So, you know, just make sure your family and friends are also staying weather aware with this thunderstorm. Gary, you're welcome. So Kelly, you're wanting to know about Gonzales County. Please let us know. So Gonzales County, like I said, a lot of us, Bexar County included under that severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. You know, the primary concerns will be the damaging wind gust up to 80 miles per hour and large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. As far as this tornado warned storm, we're going to see if it holds together. Right now, you know, we still have a favorable environment, so we'll definitely update you to see if this storm, you know, impacts parts of Gonzales County. But there's Gonzales right now, just to put it in reference, and this is very far northwest of you. So you have several hours to prepare. These storms aren't moving very, very fast. They're only moving at about 30 miles an hour. So you have a lot of time to prepare. The good news is we're going to stay on top of this tornado warned storm and severe thunderstorms to our northwest on Facebook Live. So you can check in with us over the next couple of hours and see if any storms develop closer to Gonzales County. Enrique, it's definitely a possibility. As far as Bandera County, the storm will stay east of Bandera County. Diana, I hope that answers your question. Kayla, Uvalde, the storm is going to be east of you. And I'll bring the watch back up again. Uvalde's not included in the severe thunderstorm watch, but you're still pretty close to the watch, and we still have storms, trying to form and develop very quickly over the hill country. So it is possible for a few stronger storms to move through Uvalde County. I hope that answered your question. Leslie, let's go back to radar here. You're wondering about the New Braunfels area. Again, we'll just have to watch the track of this, but at this point it looks like this will stay west of New Braunfels, so it should not impact New Braunfels. We'll try to see if it switches paths a little bit, or tracks rather, here. I'm zooming in, trying not to move radar too much here. Scott Anderson wants to know about Timberwood Park. It looks like I would definitely stay weather aware if you're in Timberwood Park, because at this point it looks like the storm is moving in your direction. Let's go back to velocity just to see rotation with this storm. This is good news. It looks like we're not seeing as bright of colors, which tells me that the rotation of the storm is still broad and also weakening just a little bit. But the National Weather Service, they will continue with this tornado warning through 7:30 p.m. So the National Weather Service, they are going to issue a flash flood warning for western Gillespie County, again for training supercells. So I was just talking about this. We could see very high rainfall rates up to 2 to 3 inches per hour. So typically when you have rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour and storms are moving very, very slow, you are going to have that flash flooding threat. So they are expecting to issue a flash flood warning for parts of Gillespie County. And I know that's right outside our viewing area, but still pretty close to Kerr County. So we're going to watch some of these training storms to see how fast they're going to move. And some of them could move very slowly into Kerr County. And we've been seeing a lot of rounds of showers and storms. Bernie topping the charts like I was talking about a few nights ago with over 5 inches of rain. So we still have pretty saturated soil in some spots. So we'll be watching the flash flood threat very closely here. And I turned on velocity. I was talking about this kind of being that Christmas color graphic where you have the greens and the reds. This tells us about rotation within storms. It tells us if the rotation is weakening or if it's strengthening. Notice going through the last hour, it went from Gillespie down into Kendall County. That tornado warned storm did. We're seeing a little bit of weakening with rotation. Still pretty broad, and I still would stay in your safe place, especially if you live in the Comfort area. For those in Fredericksburg, if you're just now joining us, you are outside of this tornado warning. This storm is now south of you, so if you live in Fredericksburg or even Stonewall, you are in the clear of this tornado warned storm. Let's go back to see if we have any reports. It looks like in Fredericksburg, report of half-dollar size hail. We've seen a lot of reports of half-dollar and also golf ball size hail. And hence the severe thunderstorm warning in place for Gillespie, parts of Kerr, into Kendall counties. The big concerns with this storm, of course, we have the tornado possible tag, but also wind gust of 60 miles per hour and golf ball size hail. Large hail is going to be one of the big hazards this evening too. So I'll go ahead and put on radar here. Again, the rotation is weakening with this storm. You can see Comfort on the map. Again, if you have friends traveling along I-10, tell them to pull over, go into a sturdy shelter, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And also stay away from windows too. Even when you are looking at broad rotation, you could still have pretty good wind gust. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson and I, we have been on Facebook Live with you for several severe storms we've had the past several days. And, staying away from window, the wind gust can bring up some debris. So that's why we always stress, stay away from windows during strong to severe storms, because wind gusts could also pack a pretty big punch as far as the severe weather threat. So, Jan, you have a question about Sisterdale and, let's see. So I am going to zoom back in on this just to give you an idea of where the storm is. So again, south of Fredericksburg, there is Comfort, Center Point, and Kerrville. I know a lot of you are asking about specific locations. You know, I think all modes of severe weather will be possible this evening. Bexar County and surrounding counties under that severe thunderstorm watch through midnight. Some of you are even asking about Uvalde County. Uvalde County is not included in the severe thunderstorm watch, but you will have to watch the weather closely. You're still around the watch area, so that's why, you know, you need to stay weather aware. Again, we still have a couple of minutes with this tornado warning storm. A little less than 5 minutes now. It is going to continue through 7:30. Looking at a few updates. Okay, so what they're going to do is let this tornado warning expire. However, they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning that includes northwestern parts of Bexar County into Comal County and also Kendall County. So that's what we're looking at there. They are going to let this tornado warning expire at 7:30. However, we'll have to watch now Timberwood Park. Some of you are asking about Timberwood Park in our comments. Scenic Oaks up to the Bernie area. So what I'm going to do for you is put a new track on this. Like I said, we're watching the track of this tornado warned storm, now severe warned, because as of the track right now, it looks like it is going to impact northern portions of Bexar County. So I will pause this. Let's see if the speed has changed. No, so it is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour here. I'm going to put it on the core of this system, by the way, just so you could see, or this storm rather. Heads up to Bernie. I'm going outside of this severe storm warning just to give you an idea. Even if you're in the Live Oak area, I would definitely watch this storm. So to answer your question, Sisterdale about 7:44 p.m. So 15 minutes, just about 15 minutes before 8. Bernie, right around 8 p.m. Fair Oaks Ranch, 8:15. Leon Springs, just before 8:30. Timberwood Park, 8:31. We have Hollywood Park about 8:42. 8:50, Castle Hills. And the reason why I went outside this morning is just to give you more time to prepare. Again, these storms are moving in a very favorable environment. We have pretty good instability in place. So the more time you have to prepare for this storm heading in your direction, the better. Again, don't panic. I realize that storm anxiety is a real thing, but the best thing you could do is just take a deep breath and have that preparedness plan in place. There's that tornado warning. It has been allowed to expire for Gillespie and Kendall counties. Let's look at the new hazards with this too. So they are going to keep baseball-sized hail as a main concern, and they are going to keep a tornado possible tag. So when we're talking about baseball-sized hail, and again, this severe thunderstorm warning includes northwestern Bexar County, we are talking a hail size as big as 1.5, so 1.5 inches in diameter. Pretty big hail. You know, you want to put the car in the garage, you know, start getting things in order. You know, if we could even have gusty winds, you may want to tie up some loose furniture that you have in the backyard. Take any umbrellas by the pool that you have down. Put the car in the garage under a carport somewhere, because we are looking at baseball-sized hail as a possibility. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson is also going to join me on this Facebook Live, so I am going to bring this graphic up full here.
Yeah, I'm just off screen, guys. And Megan, I'm going to go make contact with Bill real quick.
Sounds good.
He's good with everything. Are you good right now?
I'm okay right now.
Cool. Well,
we are good.
I'll be back here in just a second then.
Okay. Speaking of a few reports, this is back in Gillespie County. Again, this severe warned storm now has a really good history of producing a lot of hail up into the hill country. So for Gillespie County, several quarter to $half size hailstones being reported there, and that's west-northwest of Bankersmith. Again, that's in Gillespie County. We've also had wind gusts in Fredericksburg and Gillespie County, thunderstorm wind gust of 80 miles per hour. These wind gusts can do some damage. So just a heads up, that's why I have this track going outside of the warning polygon. So for those in Castle Hills, Hollywood Park, Timberwood Park, Leon Springs, Fair Oaks Ranch, Bernie, and Sisterdale. Have your preparedness plan in place. Move the cars under a carport or a garage. If you have one of those big umbrellas in the backyard, definitely a great idea to take those down. If you have plants that are sensitive, you know, baseball-sized hail is a big concern, and that can do a number on plants. So the best thing you could do is also cover up the plants. Let's see here. So they do have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for Gillespie and Kerr counties. That new warning runs through 8/15, so you could see that includes parts of Kerrville. It looks like the biggest concerns for the Kerrville area will be ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Keep the pets in mind too. Please bring them inside. They hate severe storms as much as we all do, so please keep them in mind there. So if you are just now joining us on the Facebook Live, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Comal and Kendall counties, also northwestern parts of Bexar County. That's down into the Fair Oaks Ranch area. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that includes Kerrville, so that's going to be much of Kerr County. A lot of these storms are moving very slow to the south-southeast, so we are going to include flash flooding as a primary threat too. I know I haven't been mentioning flash flooding much, but we've had a lot of rain recently, and I would definitely take that into consideration. Yeah, Patrick, we haven't had a report of an official tornado on the ground. You know, we'll have to see if there are any, you know, damage reports or thunderstorm wind damage reports that come out of Gillespie into Kendall counties, but, you know, we haven't had any storm spotters report a tornado on the ground. So, and again, that tornado warning was allowed to expire. You know, we've had a lot of local storm reports, so what I'm going to do is put on some of these reports for you. So far, 4 storm reports, a lot of them over Gillespie County toward the Fredericksburg area. And we also had a thunderstorm wind damage report. So what I'm going to do is click on some of these reports so you can see the history of this severe storm that's currently moving toward Bexar County. So the thunderstorm wind gust report came out of Fredericksburg, wind gust of 80 miles per hour. Again, stay away from windows with that storm, with this storm. Because that can often lift debris up and also cause some damage to fences, maybe some power outages. If tree limbs are snapped, they can sometimes fall on, you know, power lines, so that could impact power outages too. Let's see another report here. So Gillespie County near Bankersmith, this is the one I was just talking about. We had hail with 1.3 inches in diameter, so some golf ball size hail reports as well. Will this affect Floresville and Elmendorf area? So let me do this here. I will zoom out just to give you perspective on, that's where the storms are currently, and we'll go all the way down to Floresville. If this storm holds together and moves all the way through Bexar County, it could impact Floresville and also the Elmendorf area. So we'll definitely watch those areas for you. Again, we're going to stay on Facebook Live. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson and I will stay on top of these warnings, give you a step-by-step of what's going on, you know, giving you those updates here.
Yeah, and I'm in-house now, guys. I hope you're all doing well tonight. Again, we had that tornado warning that occurred earlier up towards Gillespie County. That storm had a lot of rotation with it when it was north of the highway there that stretches between Harper and Fredericksburg.
Right.
And then that rotation kind of held together as it dipped down to the southeast. Honestly, that storm up towards Harper, at least about 5 minutes ago, I've been running around the station here just trying to get a few things ready for myself. That storm up towards Harper had a little bit of rotation with it early on.
So we'll have to watch that. You know, one of the biggest concerns will be, you know, an isolated tornado or two with the severe thunderstorm watch in place. And it is possible, you know, some of you were asking about Uvalde County. I see that Weather Chief Bill Taylor is currently doing a cut-in I'm going to loop this. Now, this is a 2-hour loop, and notice showers and storms are beginning to develop north of Edwards County. So heads up to Uvalde County. Even though you're not included in the watch, you're very close to it. I mean, you are neighbors to Medina County, and you could definitely see some of these thunderstorms to your north.
Yeah, and if you see a thunderstorm, even if it doesn't go severe, we could have a little bit of hail. Maybe not hail severe hail criteria, with it being a quarter size or larger, but we still could see up to nickel size hail maybe in some of these storms outside of the severe watch. And sometimes you even do see severe thunderstorm warnings outside the watch box, or the watch area rather.
Right, so thankfully we've had that tornado warning expire. Andrew, I have storm reports on, and we've had 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported in the Fredericksburg area.
Yeah, that's serious wind. You know, even if you didn't have a tornado go through whenever we had the tornado warning in place, looking at some of those brighter colors that were showing up on velocity with the radar, that lets us know that we had the possibility for even damaging wind. We've also had a lot of hail, and Megan, if she's going ahead and tracking it out, but after we do this track, maybe we can show some of these reports further off to the north. You'll notice that the main issue with many of the storms today has been damaging hail. We also are going to have that possibility of damaging wind. Obviously, 80-mile-per-hour winds would cause damage. And then we have that risk of some storms producing a tornado, which is why we had that tornado warning, just a moment ago.
So I've included, areas like the AT&T Center and also the Toyota field outside of the polygon, just to give folks enough time to prepare for this storm. It's had, damaging wind gusts associated with it. It also has a history of producing some large golf ball size hail. So that's going to be over 1.25 inches. And so the reason why I'm bringing this track outside of the polygon is to give you enough time to prepare. Also want to tell you, if you're just now joining us, that Weather Chief Bill Taylor, he's also live on KINS 5. If you happen to lose us on KINS 5 because of lightning or even damaging wind gusts, you could always tune into our Facebook Live, and you can also take us with you into your safe place. And the best thing to do is just to be prepared. I know some of you are asking about Sisterdale. Again, this storm is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour, and I am going to put this graphic full just so you could see the timeline a little bit better here. Sisterdale just before 7:40, Fair Oaks Ranch right around 7:50, Bulverde about 7:52, Timberwood Park 7:54, Hollywood Park just before 8 p.m. this evening, a little after 8 p.m. in Live Oak, Toyota Field at 8:02, and the AT&T Center at 8:06.
Yeah, and Megan, let's just move off to the northwest a little bit here. I'm surprised there's not a tornado warning for the storm that is right now right outside of Harper.
Okay.
There's some fairly good rotation right to the east of town, and that's moving into southwest portions of Gillespie County. If you're in Kerrville, you don't have to necessarily head to your that interior room, that safe spot just yet, but you see that area of rotation that I'm talking about. There's actually two. We have one kind of just over here near I-10, and then there's another one south of the 290 corridor. Both of those spots are spots I'm watching really closely. I'm kind of surprised the National Weather Service hasn't tornado warned this storm yet. But if you're in the Kerrville area, stay with us. If you have any friends and family in the Kerrville area, tag them in the post here.
And Harper too?
Yeah, maybe give them a phone call, and Harper, where the possible rotation is right now. Southwest Gillespie County, parts of Kerr County along I-10 there, and then stretching down towards Kerrville. So call them, let them know that they need to stay on top of this, that they may have a hail-producing storm that could also be produce a tornado heading in their direction.
So heads up, they're going to update the Kendall County severe and remove the tornado possible mention from the warning. So it looks like ping pong ball size hail and damaging wind gusts will be the big concerns there.
Right, so that's the other storm that we're watching, the one that's dipping down closer towards Bernie and is eventually going to head towards Bexar County. So that's that one storm that they were talking about earlier. So it's not looking like rotation is an issue with that storm anymore. Again, that was the storm that was tornado warned earlier on, but now it looks like that storm not as much of an issue with a tornado warning or with any tornado issues, but that storm in Kendall County, which is heading towards Comfort and Bernie, still possibly producing large damaging hail and strong winds.
And some of you were also asking about the Helotes area. Helotes is just outside the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and throw the graphic
And
up
I'll be right back, Megan.
Okay.
I'm going to go make contact with Bill real quick.
Sounds good. What I am going to do here is zoom into Bexar County, give you an idea of where Helotes is. So there's Helotes, and I'll also circle this area. You are just outside that warning polygon. And it is possible for the National Weather Service to extend this severe thunderstorm warning to include the Helotes area. Right now, still too early to tell, but the thing is we just have to watch, the storm just to your north. If you're in Helotes or even the Bernie area and you're looking north, maybe toward the Comfort area, you're definitely seeing an ominous sky right now. Let's put on lightning. Still seeing a lot of cloud to ground lightning, and look at that. These storms are so severe and so strong that we're also getting lightning well outside. I'm talking miles outside this thunderstorm. So definitely head inside if you're in the Bernie area. We've had a cloud to ground lightning strike, not too far from you. Let's see how far this was from the storm. So about 10, 15 miles from the storm, give or take. That's several miles outside of the storm. That just tells you how strong this cloud is, definitely from a distance. So heads up to Bernie, get in your safe spot. Let's look at any updates here. So they've had a quarter-size hail report in Kendall County. That's in Waring. Hopefully I'm saying that right. But again, a quarter-size hail report in Kendall County. So now we went from golf ball size hail reports to down to quarter size hail reports. Quarter size hail can still do some damage. Like I said, move the exterior furniture. Make sure that it's going to be okay. If you have a pool and you have an umbrella next to your pool at your table, you may want to take that down, because we're also looking at damaging wind gusts as a primary threat with this storm. It is moving southeast at about 60 miles per hour. 30 miles per hour, but 60-mile-an-hour wind gust will be a threat with that storm. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson, he was just talking about the Harper area. I'm going to turn lightning off, but we'll be watching this cell that's moving from Gillespie toward Kerr County down into the Kerrville area closely. Looks like it's had some history of some broad rotation, so that's why we will be watching that storm very, very closely. Notice the darker purples within the cores of these thunderstorms. That's showing, okay, some hail is possible. That's what the radar's telling us is, okay, if we see some, bright purples and dark purples within these storms, that's definitely indicating some hail, some larger precip sizes within that cloud. So just a heads up, very heavy rain and possibly some large hail with the storms currently moving west of Fredericksburg, south of Harper, and moving toward Kerrville. If you have any friends along I-10, give them a heads up to stay weather aware and also pull over, get into that sturdy shelter. We have no tornado warnings in place, but again, we'll be watching these storms closely since we have an environment favorable to support a few tornadoes this evening. So Andrew Wilson, he's going to join me again, and while he's doing that, while he's getting ready, I am going to look at a few of your comments here. So some of you are asking about Seguin. We have Marianne asking about Seguin and the Gonzales area. So there's Seguin, there's Gonzales, there's San Antonio, Floresville, Divine, Hondo, Bandera, New Braunfels area. Looks like this storm will impact northern portions of Bexar County. And this is the track it's currently taking to give you an idea. So that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. So again, guys, just got back from talking to Bill, just touching base with him now that I'm at work here. Typically off today, but happy to always help out the team. And I don't think anybody hates this severe weather more than our dog, Megan. He keeps having to get locked up in the bathroom and closet area just because that's his safe spot to put him in the interior room of the home just in case of tornado warning issues is issued for the area or tornado occurs near our house, I think no one hates this more than our dog, but I'm sure a lot of San Antonio and South Texas as a whole is sick of this severe weather.
Yeah.
It's nice to get the rain, but we just wish we could get it without the strong and severe storms.
So let's go ahead and put this on a 2-hour loop here. Looks like the storm is still packing a pretty good punch.
Let's check hail too, because hail has been the big issue with a lot of these storms across South Texas today. Really Central Texas too. If we zoom out, I mean, you'll see that it's not just us. There's other spots too, and it looks like downtown Bernie could get some golf ball size hail, at least really close to town. Going to see that hail core move over. It's going to be a close call. We also have Kerrville. Hey, get your property to a safe spot if you're in Kerrville. We've got golf ball size hail coming into Kerrville here probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So that's really big hail. You don't want that hitting your car. If you got friends and family in Kerrville, go ahead and comment their name on this Facebook Live. Make sure that they see this. Maybe give them a phone call, text them, say, hey, we've got big hail coming into town. Please get your property to a safe place. Get yourself to a safe place. A lot of people driving out there right now. Now, Bexar County is not a big issue at the moment, but we are going to have the possibility for hail in Bexar County coming up here probably over the next maybe hour to 2 hours.
I would say, yeah, hour, 2 hours.
Yeah.
They're not moving very fast. It looks like they are going to increase the hail size up to egg size. So think of an egg at home.
So that's larger than golf ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we have different sizes that we scale, that the National Weather Service uses to scale the size of a hailstone, and that's larger than golf ball size hail moving into Kerrville here probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So get your property to a safe spot, get yourself to a safe spot, and just know that that hail is coming.
Right, so they're not moving very fast, hence why they issued that flash flood warning. When we put on the hail product there, the hail tracker, we saw some of Gillespie County included in that flash flood warning. So because of this training storm, and again, I'm going back here to see if there's any more reports. Kendall County, like I was saying, a quarter hail size report.
Ingram, Texas, by the way. This is going to arrive in Ingram before it even gets to Kerrville. So if you're in Ingram, Texas, if you know anybody, especially, here's another thing. This is going to brush up down I-10. Nobody needs to be out driving on I-10 in Kerr County or Kendall County right now.
I've been saying that, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get some hail that's going to move right over the interstate. This is not where you want to be driving right now. So best to pull over.
It looks like some pretty good wind north of Bernie. So what I'm going to do is zoom in just a little bit more here. I'm going to try to also include Kerrville just a little bit. But for Bernie, just to give you a reference, the storm is just north of you. And it looks like it could move more, it looks like it could move a little bit more east of Bernie. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it may stay just east of Bernie, but I still think people in town could get impacted by the storm. Something else these storms have, Glenn, is there's a lot of lightning associated with them, so heads up. Jason says, is this going to be hitting the New Braunfels area? People asking, will it hit Northwest San Antonio? Northwest San Antonio, a big probability there. This will probably move into Northwest San Antonio. It depends on if it holds together.
The lightning strikes have calmed down just a little bit in Bernie, but still pretty good winds, I think, associated with that one storm. But look at this one, packing a punch, now south of Harper, heads up to Kerrville. Definitely seeing a lot of cloud to ground lightning in the distance to the north. If you're looking toward, Fredericksburg, toward Harper and Gillespie County, you're definitely probably hearing some thunder out there.
Guys, listen, we talk about severe storms, and sometimes we talk about the possibility of damaging wind and the possibility of damaging hail. Guys, this storm in southwest Gillespie County moving into the Kerrville area and Ingram area over the next 15 minutes is the real deal. We could be seeing some really large hail within this storm. Not necessarily like baseball or softball size, but I think we're going to be having golf ball to hen egg size hail moving into Ingram and Kerrville here over the next 10 minutes. Really, if you're not where you need to be, where you're going to be the rest of the night or into your safe spot yet, you're running out of time here. Remember, this isn't a tornado warning, but we could have damaging wind and damaging hail moving into the Ingram and Kerrville area here very soon, and maybe even Comfort.
Yeah, and just to add on to, you know, the exact hail size that we're looking at here, I think up to 2 inches in diameter. They
That's
actually
huge.
just increased that hail size with the severe thunderstorm warning in place that includes Kerrville. So Rosa, to answer your question, what's the storm like coming to Kerrville? Strong wind, but most importantly, damaging hail. I would say definitely move your car into under a carport or even in the garage if you can.
Yeah, and Rosa, again, we think we could have some damaging hail coming into Kerrville here fairly soon. I see that, I saw another report in here, Karen saying in Bernie, moved all the vehicles into the barn. The good news is, Karen, it looks like the larger the hail may just miss Bernie with this first storm that's going to come through. It may miss it just off to the north and to the east, but the second storm may brush Bernie too. It may miss you just off to the west. It's going to be close on both of them. So going ahead and moving your property was the right call.
It's a
so
good idea.
Job, Karen.
Yeah, great job there. And a lot of time to prepare too. So we have another quarter-size hail coming out of Mountain Home, and that's in Kerr County. So for some of you asking about Kerr County in general and about the Kerrville storm, it looks like they've had some quarter-size hail reports.
Which is damaging hail.
Right. Nothing new here. Yeah, so 2-inch hail. Let's put on local storm reports. Just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here. So there are all the hail reports. We had 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts near Fredericksburg up into Gillespie County. There's that flash flood warning we were just talking about too. So a lot of hail reports coming out of both of the severe warned storms, one in Kendall County and one going from Gillespie County down into Kerr County.
And just a heads up, we do also have severe thunderstorm warnings in northeast Edwards County. That storm not looking as intense, but don't worry, if you're in northeast Edwards County, we are watching that storm too, possibly quarter-size hail and damaging winds associated with that as well. But the strongest storm on the map right now for our area, guys, I'm checking out some things here on the radar on my phone too. That's going to be the storm moving into Kerrville and Ingram. That's the strongest storm we have out there now. The blues and bright greens on the screen, that could be damaging wind.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I wanted to pull up velocity just to give you an idea of how strong the winds are. So heads up if you're in Kerrville, you know, tie down some of your outdoor furniture, take the umbrella down next to the pool, protect some of your sensitive plants outside right now because we are looking at strong wind gusts with that storm.
Yeah, and you know what? I would go ahead and get to your safe spot too. There's a little bit of rotation within that storm. Kind of right in this area. And it's not the strongest rotation, but guys,
it's broad enough to tell us go into your safe place.
Yeah, go ahead and go into that interior room of your home, you know, away from windows, away from exterior walls if you're in Kerrville, because the rotation, it's there. It's not the tightest. But the National Weather Service hasn't tornado warned this. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning. But I say just a severe thunderstorm warning. It's quite a storm. But I would go ahead and get into that safe spot if you are in Kerrville because that rotation that we just pointed out is going to move into town.
So let's go ahead and put on sweeping radar here because you said some of Edwards County is now being impacted. I'm going to brush west here. So this does not include Rock Springs, but if you're in Real County, heads up, there's a severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Real County.
Yeah, and Megan, you know that, I'm sorry, I'm watching that storm up in northern Kerr County right now, dipping down from Gillespie into Kerr. That rotation is in the correct spot of the storm where we would see a tornado if one formed.
Right.
So
kind of that notch look to it.
Yeah, kind of that notch look to it. So Kerrville, if the National Weather Service were to issue a tornado warning for you, I mean, it would already be right on top of you.
Right.
So do me a favor and just go ahead and get to that safe spot. This is going to be moving down right there, across I-10 and into town. And let's see if we can zoom down after we get the track on it.
I think it's going to be a little bit quicker than 8:09 p.m. in Kerrville.
Yeah, it could be kind of closer towards 8 to 8:05 whenever it's moving through downtown. Seeing if we got any reports of what the National Weather Service is
They
saying.
have a ping pong ball size hail report coming out of Mountain Home now, and that's also in Kerr County. So now we've upped it to 1.5 inches in diameter. Quarter size hail, only 1 inch, but ping pong ball size hail up to 1.5 inches.
Yeah.
So it looks like with the radar scans you're looking at, we're looking at a bit of a strengthening rotation with that storm.
Yeah. Let's zoom all the way down to Kerrville here.
We will. And I will put on a velocity here. So we're going to pause it now. Heads up to Ingram, too.
Yeah, Ingram. Highway 16 at I-10. I think that's where that rotation is going to be crossing. Again, this is still just a severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service. I think that it could become tornado warned, though, with that rotation. The rotation has kind of held steady here these last few scans. We actually saw a little bit of rotation up towards Gillespie County, too. Some of the, just to the left of those bright greens that you're seeing on your screen, are just to the left of the rotation where you're seeing the bright greens and possibly even light blues. That's going to be the possibility for damaging wind, too.
So we have Cynthia Stevens reporting heavy rain or heavy hail in Ingram. Cynthia, yeah, definitely stay inside with this storm. You know, we've already seen ping pong ball size hail reports that's up to 1.5 inches in parts of Kerr County already. So this severe thunderstorm warning, this severe storm in general has a history of producing hail that's about 1.5 inches in diameter. They are going to increase, once again, the hail size in the Kerr and Gillespie storm. So hopefully you're not going to see much property damage. But again, I think the best thing to do is save your own life and just head into your safe place at this point.
All right, so this is a heads up. Again, when it comes to hail, Comfort, Bernie, Southern Kendall County, Southern Kerr County, Bandera County, the east side of Bandera County. Go ahead and start moving your property to a safer spot now. You know, get yourself safe before the storm even gets there. But go ahead and start thinking about what you need to do to prepare if large hail were to move over your region. Because this storm is holding together right now. We are seeing large hail. Ingram and Kerrville, it's almost too late. It's pretty much too late. The hail's already falling in town. For Ingram, it's moving into Kerrville. We do have large hail reported with these storms, and it's coming in. So Comfort, this is going to clip you. It's going to move down Highway 16. It's going to move down 173. We are going to see some large hail moving into these communities.
And one of the reasons why we don't want you to go outside in Kerrville is because lightning from this severe storm is already hitting downtown Kerrville. So likely pretty noisy in Kerrville already, and also into Ingram. You know, we've already had a report of some pretty good hail reported in Ingram.
Yeah, if you're in Bandera, within Bandera County, the town of Bandera, this hail core could make it down to you too. So Medina Lake.
Notice
this is still really far away from you, but it could make it down to you.
Notice kind of the structure here of this storm too.
Yeah, it's a really healthy storm, which is not like, it's not something that we like, but it's a really healthy storm. Just looking at it on radar, that's one of the reasons why it's been intensifying and why we've got reports of larger hail with it. The storm that's in central Kendall County, not as healthy, but still has that possibility of producing large hail, as we've already seen with that storm. So that lets you know, we can still have a few really strong storms tonight, and this one in Kerrville, again, that's the healthiest storm out there right now. This may be one of the more intense storms in the entire state at the moment.
I think so too. And for those wondering about northwestern Bexar County, definitely be on alert. You know, check in on this Facebook Live. I would say we'll watch this storm within the next hour to see if it continues to stay strong, because it is one of the strongest storms in the entire state right now. Also in our viewing area, so Kerrville should already be in your safe place. Again, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Even though there's not a tornado warning on this storm, we're looking at the internal structure of it, and it is showing some, minor rotation. So that's why we want you guys to head inside. Don't worry about, the outdoor furniture and all that at this point. There's so much cloud to ground lightning, we just want you to stay inside. Yeah,
and again, I mean, still really significant, it's still good rotation. It's not the most phenomenal rotation we've ever seen within a storm.
Still pretty broad.
But I still think there could be a possible tornado that could hit Kerrville within this storm. So honestly, the rotation's there. if that rotation does make it down to the surface, then we would have a tornado on our hands, and it could, who knows, from now until the time the storm moves right over Kerrville, a tornado could form, and we don't want you wasting time trying to get ready for a tornado warning. We want to just let you know to go ahead and get in that safe spot now. Take your phone, turn up the TV. We'll let you know whenever it's safe to come out again. But call your friends and family in Kerrville, please. Let them know that the weather people at KENS 5 are saying that there's not a tornado warning, but they think that a tornado could be possible in that severe thunderstorm warning, and also that they're going to experience large hail move into town.
So we're going to hop outside of that severe thunderstorm warning because a lot of you are asking about northwestern Bexar County. Now up into Bernie, we've now had a quarter-size hail report, and quarter size up to 1 inch in diameter. It meets that severe thunderstorm criteria, and so that could also be damaging hail. So what I'm going to do, even though the storm has kind of weakened just a little bit, still packing a punch as far as that hail core. So what I'm going to do is zoom down into this storm, since a lot of you in our comments are asking about northwestern Bexar County. So for the storm up in Kerrville that we're talking about with a rotation, that severe thunderstorm warning is not the same one that includes northwestern Bexar County. This is the other storm in Kendall County.
Right. So this is the one that's impacting Bernie and going to move into northern Bexar County. This is a storm that is also producing large hail, maybe up to golf ball size.
Maybe even to ping pong ball, because that's at least what radar is estimating. Now, the quarter-size hail was northeast of Bernie, so it wasn't in downtown Bernie, it was just northeast of the Bernie area. So that's where we've had that quarter-size hail report. Heads up to Timberwood Park, quarter-size hail will be possible for you. If you live near the Bernie area, I would still stay in your safe place.
Yeah, just because this storm is really close to where you are. Friends and family who may be driving out on the roads, tell them that they may want to go ahead and get to where they want to be for the rest of the night. That way they don't get caught up in a hailstorm this evening. We want to make sure everyone gets in that place where they're going to be the rest of this evening. That way they're in a place where they don't have to travel anymore.
And so for those that are just joining us, northwestern Bexar County will be under the severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15. So right now the time is 8:01, so a little under 15 minutes with this warning currently in place. We have a lot of you asking about northeastern Bexar County, and what's interesting is if you look just outside this polygon, there's another shower trying to develop.
Yeah, and another spot that this is going to hit, it's going to hit parts of northwest Bexar County, but Timberwood Park, Bulverde area, areas of western Comal County, you're included in on this, where 281 meets 46. This is going to be west of Canyon Lake. We've seen a few questions about Canyon Lake. Don't worry, we are paying attention to your area too. I think this is going to miss Canyon Lake just off to the west, and I think it may barely brush up against the Fisher area, but it'll stay mainly west of Fisher, I'm thinking too. But Bulverde and Timberwood Park, this is going to be heading right towards your direction, and then it's going to continue its way towards the Schertz area. But again, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning in Schertz right now, but it will be moving in your direction, this storm.
Still a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning associated with it. It's kind of increased the lightning strikes just a little bit there.
And let's check out that Kerrville storm again.
Yeah, I'm going to
pause it here. Let's get an idea of the hail size.
Okay. So let's look at the hail tracker here. Pretty good hail core with that one. Let's see what they've upped it to. So we had someone in the Bernie area, like I said, reported quarter-size hail, and they're also coming out with a tornado warning over the city of Kerrville.
We have seen this rotation for the last 10 minutes. This is why we told you that to go ahead and get to your tornado warning spot, because if they tornado warn it when it's right over Kerrville, it's already too late. So again, please call your friends and family again. They are issuing a tornado warning for Kerrville. This is going to be moving off to the southeast. We have been talking about this for 10 minutes. I'm glad that the National Weather Service is finally issuing the warning, but I wish they would have issued it earlier.
And honestly, it looks like the tightest rotation right over Kerrville, moving toward Legend. So if you're in
Legion,
Kerrville,
right there.
Legion,
173 and
Legion.
27. If you're along 173 and 27 southeast of Kerrville, this rotation's heading towards you. It looks like it just went through downtown. It's going to be heading towards the River Hill Boulevard area. And honestly, it's going to be right over Fairway Drive right now, it's looking like, and moving down Highway 16.
So a lot of you are asking, Kathy wants to know, when is the Kerrville storm getting to San Antonio? This is a storm that's not with that, associated with that same severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for northwestern Bexar County. This is a completely different storm. However, we're watching it, and we're watching the track of it too.
All right, so the tornado warning hasn't gone off on your phones if you're in Kerrville yet. You're probably saying, wait, there's no tornado warning. It's coming out now. It actually, I think it just got issued.
Yes.
Just now. So as I said that. So it hasn't updated in our system yet, but guys, that's really strong rotation. I think we had a tornado just maybe pass through Kerrville. This is going to be moving just south of I-10. No one still needs to be on I-10, but this is going to move down 173, and then it's going to be traveling right there along that highway. What's that highway right there between Kerrville and Comfort again?
I'm putting a tracker on this here real quick. Just to give you an idea where the rotation is. So center point about 8:15 p.m. and then Pipe Creek just after 8:37. So typically when we're talking about a tornado warning, it means putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows. Grab any helmet that you have, whether that's, motorcycle helmet, a bike helmet, a baseball helmet. When you're heading to your safe place, also wear some shoes as well, because that's one of the biggest and best tips we can give you.
Yeah, and so this is going to be moving down 27. Highway 27, I know there's an airport there. If you know where that Kerr County Airport is, that's where this tornado warning is heading. That's where we think there's a possible tornado about to hit. It's going to be right there at the airport. This is going to continue its way down to the south and east. I'm trying to get an idea of some more town names. The Center Point area again. I'm trying to see some business names. Toucan Gyms is one place. If you know these business names that I'm naming out, if you're near those, go ahead and get to those safe areas.
So this is where we're looking at the rotation.
Yeah.
Here.
So Dove Valley Drive, Bluff Creek Road North, Burney Road North. That's spelled B-U-R-N-E-Y, by the way, not Burney as in the town. Robert Loop North, Booster Street, Tallwood Drive. This is all in the Center Point area. Taylor Road, Caldwell Lane. This is where that rotation is, and that's where the rotation is heading towards. So again, we do think that we do have a tornado here in the Kerrville area, and this is going to be moving along 27, heading towards the Comfort area.
We'll zoom out a little bit later, because we are looking at this tornado warning. Rosa said, I just got the tornado warning and also in our bathroom, bad in Kerrville. Rosa, stay safe. And again, we're going to walk you through this tornado warning. And if you're just now joining us, because we've had several alerts go off on your phone, we have this tornado warning in effect for Kerrville, and that's going to continue through 8:15 p.m. Joy also responded with, it's the Moody Airport in Kerrville.
Got it. Thank you so much. We appreciate that, Joy, because that kind of helps us relay the message to you. So the Moody Airport, right there in Kerrville, if you know what we're talking about, southeast of town, that is the airport that we're talking about. We think this tornado is going to be really close to that spot at the moment. If it's not there now, it's getting close to it, and then it's going to dip closer down towards Center Point. And I think miss Comfort. I mentioned Comfort earlier. It may miss Comfort just off to the west. But Comfort, watch this closely, please. Yeah,
you're still within the polygon, though. Yeah. But like Andrew was saying, the track is more southeast at about 40, 45 miles per hour. So looks like the storm has picked up a little bit of speed as well. Again, we've also had several reports of hail up to golf ball size. So not only are we looking at the threat for an isolated tornado, but also golf ball size hail as well.
Yeah, and Megan, I'm going to drive real quick here. I want to check something out to see if there's something showing up on something we look at called correlation coefficient, and it kind of lets us know if the radar is looking at all sorts of different things within the storm.
It's our debris tracker.
Yeah, and right now, not seeing anything too significant from this. That does not mean that there's not anything there. Sometimes CC values, like what we like to call it, can be a little bit messy, and it can be hard to tell if there's actually a tornado there. That's why we typically rely on velocity to spot where the tornadoes could be, but sometimes CC values can help us confirm if the tornado is really there. So it's again moving down 27. Where you're seeing purple on the screen, that's going to be also where the larger hail is. So we could be talking again about golf ball size hail or larger within this storm. Not just the possibility of that tornado, but also really large hail and damaging winds.
And yeah, if you're in Kerrville, you're not out of the woods just yet, you know, still stay in your safe place. I know a lot of you are watching on our Facebook Live. Still stay in your safe place. If you're in Center Point or if you know anyone in Center Point, make sure to give them a call. Also the Comfort area, get in your safe place just in case we see this track shift a little bit with this tornadic storm here.
And guys, we're watching that storm, don't worry, and moving into southeast portions of Kendall County. We're watching that close. Still looks like it could have golf ball size hail moving into the Fair Oaks Ranch area. Still looks like that right down to Fair Oaks Ranch and Scenic Oaks, maybe just missing Scenic Oak, but it will be heading towards Timberwood Park and Bulverde, Hollywood Park, Hill Country Village, and then moving down towards Live Oak eventually. So we do have some larger hail moving into parts of Bexar County. But again, our friends and family in Kerr County right now, in Kerrville, we do have this possible tornado. And let's see if the National Weather Service has anything to say about this.
They haven't said anything.
Okay.
Again, we've seen this, you know, storm produce a lot of hail up toward Kerr County and also Gillespie County. The storm was also slow moving. We just had a radar scan, and the good news is it's not moving as slow, so less of a flash flood threat over Kerr County, but still possibly getting rainfall rates up to 3 inches per hour. So we'll just have to see if they issue any additional flash flood warnings. But again, if you're just now joining us, we have this tornado warning that includes Kerr County down into Kendall and also Bandera County. So if you're in downtown Bandera, it looks like you're just outside of the tornado warning polygon. However, still stay in your safe place. For reference, there's Bernie. There's that severe warned storm, another storm. This one's different than the one in Kerrville. It is east of Bernie. So for those in Timberwood Park, you know, stay inside. We're still looking at the potential for damaging hail and also wind gust of 60 miles an hour with that storm. Currently starting to make its way into Comal County and also just outside of Bexar County.
Yeah, so that, by the way, that hail core will move right into western parts of Comal County before Bexar County. I will say this, the structure of the storm in Kerr County moving over Kerrville is not as healthy as what it was earlier. It does not mean that there's not a tornado within that storm right now. If there is a tornado, it is still likely there with the rotation, but that could help as the structure continues to kind of change a little bit in that storm. That could help if there is a tornado in that storm. It could help it kind of collapse a bit. But man, we may have some huge hail in Kerrville. Let's check out the hail tracker right now.
Okay.
So yeah, guys, we've got maybe apple-size hail, baseball-size hail in downtown Kerrville right now. So yeah, we've got larger than baseball-size hail possible in downtown Kerrville at the moment. This is going to be moving down Highway 27. So not just do we have the tornado warning that just moved into downtown Kerrville, but we also have really large hail. This is going to hit the airport, again, southeast of town, and then it's going to continue its way down 27, moving close to Comfort. It may just miss Comfort to the west, but was it Center Point, the name of the town?
It was.
Center Point is going to be hit by this storm. If you're in Center Point, get your property to a safe place, get yourself to a safe place. Honestly, you just need to be in a safe place right now with the tornado warning in place.
So those in Mount Wesley and also into the Kerrville area, definitely seeing some of the severe hail and also damaging hail. But there's Center Point, like you were just talking about. So this hail core is not too far from you. We have Weather Chief Bill Taylor. He is live on KENS 5, breaking in for the tornado warning that is in effect for parts of Kerr County down into Bandera and Kendall counties. So we'll be watching that closely.
If you're not in a sturdy structure in the Center Point area, please get to one right now. If you're in a home that is maybe an older home and not a really sturdy structure, please get to the closest sturdy structure that you can get to at the moment. Because not only are we going to have the possible tornado, we also have really large hail in this storm that's about to move over. The rotation, not as significant, but it's definitely still there.
Looks a little broad.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of comments. Jamie Rodriguez saying so bad here in Kerrville. Joy reported a blanket of hail in her yard. Let's see. And Scott Anderson wants to know, how is the rotation on the storm close to Timberwood Park?
Let's check it out. I haven't noticed any issues with that storm yet.
Doesn't look like much.
Yeah, it doesn't look like too much of an issue with that storm, but that storm does have a history of producing a tornado warning. We hadn't had any confirmed tornadoes from that storm, but it did produce a tornado warning in western parts of Gillespie County.
Here's an update. The severe thunderstorm warning now includes downtown San Antonio through 9:15 p.m. The National Weather Service has updated that severe thunderstorm warning, and it is moving southeast. Let's see if it's picked up any speed here. So they have issued one for much of Bexar County, like we said. 1.5 inch, so that's about ping pong ball size hail. So I know they had that previous severe thunderstorm warning with baseball size hail, so it looks like they've pulled down the hail size just a little bit. However, ping pong ball size hail, that's going to be a little bit bigger than quarter size. Still some damage there.
Yeah.
Also 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We've been talking about this on the last few Facebook Lives, how damaging wind gusts can also kind of pick up debris a little bit, and that's why we always say, stay away from windows.
Yeah, I mean, it can be really dangerous whenever you have wind-blown hail. Let's check the hail size about to move into Timberwood Park, because this is going to be impacting parts of San Antonio. We have golf ball to tennis ball size hail that is about to be moving into northern Bexar County. This is going to brush up the Timberwood Park area, Hollywood, it's Hollywood Park, and then down towards it's sort of 1604, and then down closer to where I-35 meets 410 on the northeast side near Schertz. So that's kind of the path of where the hail core is. Now you notice that severe thunderstorm warning covers a big area. That's because this storm could dip a little south, could dip a little east, and then we also have that that big hail core that could grow and become even larger. So if you're within that severe thunderstorm warning, make sure your property is in a safe spot. Make sure yourself is in a safe spot too.
We have not had any reports. Lots of branches down in Kerrville off I-10 and Harper Road. That is the report that we have, but as far as a tornado on the ground,
no reports
we
just yet.
We have not.
Yeah.
Nope.
But the tornado warning still continues. They're saying that the hail could be about 2.75 inches. That's a huge hailstone. Definitely not something that you want hitting your car. That's possibly that golf ball to tennis ball size hail, making its way into parts of, moving into parts of southeast Kerr County. That's going to be, again, I think that could be about the strongest storm in the entire state, that one that's in Kerr County right now. And moving into northern Bandera, hey, guess what? If you're in Bandera, the tornado warning doesn't necessarily include you. It looks like it could stay just east of you. But I think we're going to get some hail here in Bandera. I think we're going to get some damaging hail in Bandera. So get your property to a safe spot. If you're right there in the central part of Bandera County, really kind of central eastern in Bandera itself, I think that's where that hail core is going to be headed to next.
We also have Helotes outside that severe thunderstorm warning, just to name a few towns here. And some of you are asking, will there be hail in downtown San Antonio? I think it's going to be pretty close, but I think the folks that really have to watch this will be the Live Oak area.
Yeah, Live Oak. That's where that hail core is headed to as well. Hollywood Park. I mean, that's really where it's going to hit first, and Timberwood Park. I mean, Timberwood Park, now I'm saying Timberwood Park, it may just pass just south of you, but, I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to be a really close call.
So they've had reports of even penny-sized hail near Kerrville.
Yeah, now, we got a report from the airport in Kerrville. It looks like they've had reports of pea-size to dime-size hail.
A little less than an inch.
A little less than an inch.
Yep.
So maybe that main hail core possibly just missed
the airport.
Just missed the airport. So that's good news there. And we're still not getting any damage reports out of Kerrville, so that's great news as well. We're going to keep a close eye on that. That was from Troy Kimmel, by the way, who is a well-known meteorologist, not just in the state of Texas, but in the meteorologist community.
Always listen to him on Weather Brains.
And used to work for our sister station.
Yep. Exactly. Small world. So let's go back to a lot of these questions. So some of you are saying, we have Vanessa Hernandez saying lots of lightning near Selma. Are both cells hitting San Antonio? It is possible. I mean, with the track that it's moving from Kerr County toward Bandera County, it is possible that this storm could impact parts of Bexar County. So heads up to the Helotes area. You know, you're not included in a severe thunderstorm warning or even a tornado warning at this point, but the storm is still pretty strong, producing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. It's had a history of producing a lot of hail. You can see even the darker purples moving right over downtown Kerrville and south toward Bandera County. Still has a pretty good hail core on this storm. So a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. So for those on now the northwest side of Bexar County, just a heads up, this storm is moving in your direction so far.
Yeah, so I mean, these storms are all dipping down to the southeast. They're holding together. We have had this storm that's in northern parts of Bexar County now, western Comal, southern Kendall, just east of Bernie there. We have had this storm cycle already once. We saw the hail get small and then it got big again. So let's hope that this storm just kind of collapses, not just cycles. But right now it is holding together, and it looks like we are going to have some larger hail there. I will say this, you know, there was a report of penny to dime size hail at the Kerrville Airport. Sometimes, whenever we're looking at the hail tracker here, this is what radar's telling us. We can only know so much. Sometimes when it shows us that we have golf ball to tennis ball size hail, it's really just a huge amount of penny to dime size hail. That's sometimes the case. Not all the time. But just letting you know, there still could be some really large hailstones within these storms. But it also could be just a ton of smaller hail, too.
So we have Jonathan Jones saying, just got thunder and lightning out here in Bulverde. You can see Bulverde north of Timberwood Park there. How bad will it be out here? I think if you're in the Bulverde area, definitely watch for some quarter-size hail. I've zoomed back down into this severe thunderstorm warning for the hail core. This is literally just outside Fair Oaks Ranch. Scenic Oaks, it looks like the hail core will move just east of you. However, watch for the blinding rain and the cloud-to-ground lightning.
And, you know, the largest of the hail may not be hitting Fair Oaks Ranch, but they're probably still getting some pea-sized hail.
Right. Cross Mountain, it looks like the main hail core where we're looking at the damaging hail will be east of you. Heads up to Timberwood Park, though. Don't let your guard down. It looks like this hail core is moving in your direction.
And Bulverde. This is going to be, you know, it will pass really close to Bulverde as well.
Yeah.
If you don't get any damaging hail, you at least get some hail, some pea-sized hail. I'm thinking as the storm passes through. Still has a while before it gets down to the Hollywood Park area, but if you know that section of 281 that's been kind of a little under construction there north of 1604, this is going to be passing really close to that area. If you live along 1604 from that area that's under construction in the Hollywood Park area all the way up to Bulverde, heads up, the storm is coming through.
I know I'm shifting a lot here, but we're getting some questions about comfort, and I know that we have this tornado warning in effect, so I want to zoom down toward the comfort area. Looks like, you know, the severe part of this storm and the damaging part of this storm will be west of you. So Center Point down into Bandera. So now we're getting this storm kind of shifting outside this tornado warning right now.
Yeah.
Heads up, they could extend this, you know, severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe even issue one is what I'm trying to say here, and include parts of Bandera. But again, we do have this tornado warning through 8:30, and right now it's about 8:23.
Juliet wants to know, so why is there a tornado warning if there's no confirmed tornado just yet? Well, from what we're seeing on the radar, Juliet, it looks like a tornado is possible. Now, just because we haven't gotten a confirmed tornado yet doesn't mean that there's not one there. If a tree falls in the woods, doesn't make a sound. It's kind of like that. You know, the sound is still going to happen. If no one's seeing the tornado, it doesn't mean that one isn't currently happening. Based off the tools that we have, the best way that we can possibly see a tornado right now using the radar it looks like there could be a tornado within the storm. So that's kind of the best explanation I can give you there, Juliet.
And we've had some reports of marble-sized hail covering streets in Kerrville, and also some emergency sirens. So I just hope everyone's okay in the Kerrville area. So we'll see if they've had any high wind gust reports there as well.
You know what, Megan? Go ahead and let's pull up the airport cam. Do you have that in your show by chance? There, it's right in here.
Right.
So we're going to pull up the airport cam. It should be looking off to the north. We should be able to get a good shot of this storm.
Look at that.
Yeah, that is a dramatic shot there. So this is looking off to the north towards that storm. And it looks like it's looking just a little bit off more towards the northwest. So we're just missing a full shot and full view of the storm, but really ominous clouds right now just north of San Antonio. These are going to be also producing a lot of lightning. You see a little bit of lightning with those. And, you know, a lot of drama with the sunset going on, too. It's really stormy. Some spots are seeing a lot more calmer weather at the moment. You may be saying, man, it's so nice outside. But just remember, there are these storms off to the northwest, and these are going to be dipping down towards the southeast into parts of even San Antonio. You see the electricity within the storms. A lot of lightning as well. Let's take a look out from Calaveras Lake. You can see the storm again from a different angle. The sunlight peering up under the clouds just a bit. Looking out from Calaveras Lake as well. And then northwest San Antonio. This is going to be looking towards that storm that we're talking about. That's just off to our north and west, moving from Kerr County into Bandera County. That's going to be that storm, I'm thinking. So that just lets you know, these storms are really close. That one actually, now that I'm looking at it, that's actually the storm in northern Bexar County. Excuse me, guys. But have to get my bearings here, understanding which way we're looking from the tower cam. But that's the one in northern Bexar County. You see the lightning. It's a lot of it. Not seeing any rotation on radar, and we're not seeing any tornado here in the tower cam either. We're getting a good view of the storm too. So that's why there's just a severe thunderstorm warning for Bexar County. But again, we have had history of rotation in the storm in Kerr County, and that's moving into Bandera County. That's why the tornado warning is in place there. And we should get an update soon from the National Weather Service soon.
So they're going to let the tornado warning expire and replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning with 2-inch hail and also 60-mile-an-hour wind gust.
All right, so yeah, that's the storm that's moving southeast. Again, that's going to be clipping parts of San Antonio as well. It's going to be impacting Bandera. You're about to get hail in Bandera, not just the county, but in Bandera itself. Please go ahead and get your property to a safe place and yourself. The National Weather Service is letting that tornado warning expire. I'm checking out the rotation on this storm, and there's still a little bit there. But yeah, they're letting the tornado warning expire. We're going to watch that closely, just in case that rotation starts to tighten up again as it moves into northern portions of Bandera County and southwestern portions of Kendall County.
KINS 5 is a tornado in the hail and center point.
Yes, so hail. If it's not hailing at center point, it's just off to your west. No more issue with the tornado there. They're going to let the tornado warning expire. If you are in Kerrville, it's safe to get out of your safe spot. That's important to know, too. I want to make sure everyone knows you can go ahead and get out of that interior room of your home. Still very stormy there. Still a lot of lightning, still a lot of rain, but it's safe to, there no longer looks like you're being impacted by a possible tornado in Kerrville. That goes for the Ingram area. It's quieter for you now. We'll continue to let everyone know as this storm dips southeast. Whenever you're in a safe spot again, we'll keep you updated. So Kerrville, Ingram, you're fine now. Still a lot of lightning and a lot of rain, so stay indoors, but you don't have to be in that interior room anymore.
And Candace Martinez, Schertz is in the path of this storm. You can see that they're on the southern tier of that severe thunderstorm warning for many parts of Bexar County. So that's also going to include downtown San Antonio.
Yeah, and when this new severe thunderstorm warning comes out, after this tornado warning expires, which it just did, the National Weather Service is going to draw a new severe thunderstorm warning here in just a moment, and I'm willing to bet Helotes will be included. So just a heads up, I'm not sure on that because they're the ones drawing it, but I'm willing to bet this new severe thunderstorm warning will include Helotes. So we'll watch that closely. Again, that new severe thunderstorm warning will be coming out any minute now from the National Weather Service.
So Bandera, it is going to get a little noisy in your area right now. So they're getting marble-sized hail reports near Fair Oaks Ranch.
All right, so yeah, we just, marble-sized hail is a pretty good size. Just a heads up, there's that new severe thunderstorm warning. It does include the Helotes area. So like I said, I was willing to bet Helotes was included, and there it is. We could have some damaging hail possible in the Helotes area here over these next, maybe over 30 minutes to the next hour. Maybe even sooner than that, because these storms are moving a little bit faster now, it seems like, than earlier. Again, you can see the larger hail that's going to be possible in the storm in northern Bexar County, as well as the one that's moving down towards Bandera. That's kind of what we're watching here. We're getting an idea on the speed of the storm right now.
So it's, yeah, and it's moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour, too.
Okay.
So let's put a track on this. Bandera, it's right on your doorstep right now. Pipe Creek, just before 8:40. Lake Hills, right after 8:40. We have Gray Forest at 8:52. Helotes, just before 9 p.m. Leon Valley at 9 p.m. And then Wolf Stadium, if this storm holds together, just after 9 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, so that's kind of a timeline on this. That lets you know how much time do I have to get my property to a safe spot before this storm arrives. You got about 30 minutes or less if you're in the Helotes area, really about 25 minutes. Lake Hills, you got about 10 minutes. Leon Valley, you have about 30 minutes, a little less than that. Keep all that in mind. You know, call your friends and family if you're driving home, or if you're leaving work, or if you have to head to work. This is the amount of time you have until these storms arrive in your area.
Grace Kelly, yes, they are moving in the direction of San Antonio. We're starting to get power outage reports. So we have Mitchell reporting just lost power in Panther Springs.
So that's going to be on the north side of town. That's going to be closer towards 1604, where it meets 281, just to the west of that. Really, actually, that's along 281, excuse me. So just along 281, we've got reports of power outages. That's going to be kind of up towards the Stone Oak area. And I'm trying to pull up, where's that 3-box? Again, Megan, for the tower cam?
It's right there.
There it is. So I'm pulling up this shot again because we're going to get a really good view of this storm. There it is. Really heavy rain right now. A lot of lightning. This is the storm in Stone Oak. We're getting a little bit of a view of it.
Look at the structure.
Yeah.
Now that the sun is still up here just a little bit, you can really get an idea of what the supercell looks like.
Yeah, and a lot of lightning, really heavy rain. I mean, you can see just the sheets of rain that are coming down right there, especially if you look on the left side of your screen. That's another reason to not be out in these storms. It's really heavy rainfall. It's a lot of lightning. We likely have strong winds and possibly even damaging hail associated with this storm up towards Panther Springs and Stone Oak.
Wow, did you see that cloud-to-ground lightning?
Yeah, big lightning strike there.
Let's see if we have any more reports here. North of Bandera getting pea-sized hail, so that's about ½ inch.
Yeah.
Quarter-sized hail again east of Mountain Home, that was in Kerr County.
Yeah, so we're getting more and more reports in. We're about to get even, I'm willing to bet that over the next 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to get a ton more reports out of Kerrville. Now that the storm's starting to move out of there, people are going to be able to let us know what they actually saw now that they're able to get out of that safe spot and the storm is continuing to move out of Kerrville. So I'm willing to bet we're going to get a lot more reports, especially with hail, over the next few minutes.
We have April reporting power out at Lackland Air Force Base.
All right, so that's an area where we haven't really had the storm move through yet.
By the way, some of you are asking if we have a tornado warning in effect for San Antonio. We do not. We just have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that include northern parts of Bexar County along with downtown San Antonio. There are 2 different storms that we're watching that are packing a punch, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds, and a lot of hail reports with both of these thunderstorms. So heads up, charge the mobile devices.
Yeah, and you know, I just brought back up the 3-box here, Megan. I want to show the rotator traffic cam too, because we're probably about to see some stormy conditions in parts of San Antonio, especially when you get to 1604 and 281. That's going to be where we're about to have some really stormy conditions pass through here in just a moment.
I'm going to look at a few products here.
All right, I see that we may have just gotten tagged in something regarding big hail in Kerrville. So it looks like it wasn't necessarily the largest of hail,
but a lot of it.
That's still damaging. That's still good size, maybe a quarter-size hail, and a lot of it, all coming down at once. Someone had sent us to our Twitter a video of the hail. I'm going to go ahead and retweet that. Don't forget, you can follow Meteorologist Meagan Massey and myself on Twitter. Actually, the report came in as golf ball-size hail. So that was from Ken's 5 eyewitness Roger Mead. I just retweeted him. Make sure you follow us on Twitter. I'm Andrew Wilson, WX, as in X-ray or xylophone. Meteorologist Meagan Massey, WX as well. We're both on Twitter. Make sure you follow us, and we'll be, if you send us your photos and videos, we'd be happy to retweet them and make sure and to let everyone else know what's going on. But remember, don't get photos or video if it is dangerous. This person reported this and sent us the video from inside their home in a safe spot. They did not try to go outside in dangerous conditions.
By chance, did you see Art Garcia's picture of quarter-size hail? He also reported quarter-size hail in Kerrville, Texas. He says that he's hunkered down in the interior bathroom. That's exactly what we like to hear.
Yeah, Art's one of our loyal viewers. Thank you so much, Art.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you want to send any reports, you know, hashtag Kens5Eyewitness. We have Facebook pages and Twitter pages that you can send those reports to. And we're still seeing a lot of lightning with these storms.
Yeah, really electric. And we could see that in that video, too, that we were just checking out. I want to zoom down real quick down towards Hollywood Park, and I want to get an idea of where this hail is. We're going to give you kind of a street view here, guys, where the hail is headed to. Shavano Park, Hollywood Park, Hill Country Village. I'm checking one thing out here.
Northwest Military Highway, Lock Hill, Selma Road.
A little something for myself. This is going to be coming close to Ken's 5. Megan, I may step out and move my car here myself. So not just yet, but I'm going to watch that real close. So this is going to be coming down Blanco Road, Huebner Road, Shavano Park, Castle Hills, Huebner Road, east of I-10, Hollywood Park, Wurzbach Parkway, east of I-10, around the 281 area. I think that the main hail core is going to move over 281 right there at Wurzbach Parkway, as well as Blanco Road. Anybody out at goodness.
So why don't you go move your car now, since we're looking at a lot of lightning? Yeah, you go move it, and then...
That park that we were at earlier today, anybody out in that area needs to go ahead and head inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. I'm going to let Andrew handle that while we look at a few of these storms. Again, lightning's going to be a big hazard here. So he put on the hail tracker with street view, so crossing right over 1604. There's Beckman, Shavano Park, Hollywood Park. This is passing right over you. Again, we're looking at the hail tracker. So we could potentially see up to golf ball size hail, mainly quarter size and pea size with this. In fact, we've seen more marble size hail reports. Let's see, we've got another report. Quarter size hail near Lockhart, US 183, and Westwood Road. Let's see. So we've gotten mostly quarter size hail reports there. Let's go ahead and turn sweeping radar on. I know some of you are asking, is there a tornado warning in effect for Bexar County or even San Antonio? The answer is no, but we are under that severe thunderstorm warning through 9:30. That includes this storm up here. That's Bexar and Kerr counties. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning just to the east, and that's a little bit less in time, so about 9:15. But since the hail core is still packing a punch on the northern side of Bexar County, I wouldn't be surprised if that severe thunderstorm was extended to the south of Bexar County. Some of you are asking about the Schertz area. Heads up to Schertz, the storm is moving in your direction. Garden Ridge, likely seeing some moderate rain. And this is why I told Andrew to go outside and take care of his car, because we just took a power hit because of lightning here at KENS 5. So again, power outages are possible for those in downtown San Antonio, Helotes area, Lake Hills. Now we're moving west into Castroville, Lake Hills, which is in Bandera County. Since we're looking at a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with these storms, go ahead and charge the mobile devices. That way your phone won't die, and if you have any weather alerts, you'll know about them. And also, if you need to go into your safe place, you can take this Facebook Live into that interior room with you. Again, we've seen a lot of quarter-size hail reports up to marble size. We've also seen ping pong ball size and also golf ball size hail reports, mainly in Kerr County and also Gillespie County. But remember, the storm currently moving over Timberwood Park, it's also had a history of producing damaging wind gusts of 80 miles per hour, and that was back near Fredericksburg, so we're talking Gillespie County. We have Weather Chief Bill Taylor live right now on KENS 5, and he's also covering both of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, both of these storms headed toward Bexar County. That's why we're staying on these severe thunderstorm warnings, and then we'll walk you step by step on what the updates are and also what reports we're getting out here. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for Kendall County. But they are going to continue the warning for Bexar, Comal, and Guadalupe counties through 9:15. And they also are going to continue a severe thunderstorm warning out in Caldwell County too. So that's going to be east of our viewing area. So a heads up to Bandera, should already be in your safe place. These storms are moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. What I'll do here is I will bring up our Facebook Live. Again, if you have any reports, you can send it to Meteorologist Meagan Massey or Meteorologist Andrew Wilson. We also have Weather Chief Bill Taylor in-house. He's covering the TV side, while Andrew and I cover the Facebook Live and digital side. So we have multiple ways you can send us reports safely here. Just looking at a few products in-house, probably some good wind gusts in Hollywood Park, also Hill Country Village. Chavano Park, wouldn't be surprised to also have some gusty winds in your area. So that's looking in eastern Bexar County. Now I know we had this storm that produced a tornado warning out over Kerrville that's currently moving over Bandera County. Right now we're not looking at much rotation with this storm. It looks like the reds and the greens are meeting within this storm, but it's in the wrong spot. So it looks like mostly a hail producer. Let's turn hail back on. You can see the brighter pinks kind of indicating golf ball, maybe up to tennis ball size hail. Again, when we turn on the hail tracker, this is radar indicated. So we'll zoom back down here into northern parts of Bexar County, giving you that street view. Again, crossing right over 1604, heads up to Chavano Park, Hollywood Park, some damaging hail possible for you. Oakland Estates, wouldn't be surprised to also get some damaging hail. It looks like mainly pea and quarter size for you, but again, for that severe thunderstorm criteria, 1 inch in diameter, that equals quarter size. Castle Hills, we have the North Loop, Wetmore, and again, this is crossing right over 1604. There's Blanco Road. You can see Vance Jackson Road, Wurzbach Parkway. We have Wetmore Road and the North Loop. So right now, this is just north of 410. Heads up to Castle Hills. It's possible for you to already see some quarter-size hail in the next couple of minutes. But Chavano Park, Hill Country Village, up into Hollywood Park. We have Hebner Road. It's possible to see some golf ball size hail there. Let me see if we've had any reports. So it looks like we could see some power outages at 1604 and 281. Let us know. Again, charge those mobile devices here. If you're just now joining us, we're looking at the hail tracker. So it's the hail core within the storm moving into Bexar County. So you could see Hollywood Park. I'm trying to bring up my Facebook Live here. And again, this is only a severe thunderstorm warning in place. It's going to continue through about 9:15. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Bexar County. One of them's in effect through 9:15, the other through 9:30. We've taken a few power hits already here at KENS 5. So what I'll do is I'll zoom back out. So what this is telling me is that it's possible for the National Weather Service to up the hail size. This is significant hail with this severe thunderstorm warning, and I'll turn radar back on. That hail size is growing. That hail core is growing. Heads up to Chavano Park, Hollywood Park. This could possibly cause some damage as it moves over 1604. A lot of this is pretty close to the KENS 5, and so we'll try to see if we get any reports since it's starting to move into more populated areas. Again, the hail core is growing here. We've had the hail tracker on. It looks like we could have possibly up to baseball size hail in some neighborhoods. So that's damaging hail there. Vance Jackson and Jackson Keller. Yeah, along Vance Jackson we're also looking at, so there's Vance Jackson, you could see that with the street view. In reference, there's Oakland Estates, so this looks like the hill core, let me put that on again, will pass just east of Oakland Estates. However, could possibly see some P, maybe quarter size hail with that. I'm looking at some of your comments here. Erica Miller reporting thunder and lightning in shirts. Joseph Payne, as of right now, we're not looking at a tornado chance in San Antonio. Let's actually look at our live cams. Wow, look at the structure of that. This is the San Antonio airport cam. Just to show you the structure there, a lot of cloud to ground lightning. So we're seeing a lot of cloud to ground lightning there. We could potentially see up to baseball size hail in some neighborhoods. Most of the low clouds you see there, I'm talking about these clouds, that would be scud. So that's not showing indication of any funnel or anything. So that's called scud clouds. Pretty good severe storm moving right over the airport right now. Just watching this storm move through. It is moving southeast at about 40 miles per hour. Chavano Park, here's one hail report. We've now had reports of ping pong ball size hail in Chavano Park in Bexar County. In Timberwood Park, we've had marble size hail, heavy rain, and frequent lightning. Over 1 inch of rain so far in 30 minutes. I would not be surprised if they added a potential flash flood warning or maybe even a flood advisory. So right now we are just looking at the live cam over the airport to give you an idea of what we're looking at outside. Let's see here. Just very ominous skies. We'll look at the entire viewing area. For those of you just joining us, the severe storms that we're looking at right now are beginning to move over Bandera counties toward Medina County, so heads up northeastern Medina County toward the Lake Hills area up in Bandera. You guys are under that severe thunderstorm warning. What we'll do is we'll shift more south, or we'll zoom back in is what I mean, but here's that severe storm that we're looking at. One little feature on radar here is telling me that we could potentially see some large hail in some neighborhoods. We have Country Village in Bexar County reporting quarter size hail. Let's put the hail tracker on again and get another street view. So there's Hollywood Park, there's the 410 Loop. Windcrest, Alamo Heights, heads up to Alamo Heights. You could potentially see some large hail, but it looks like the severe portion of this hail core is beginning to cross over 1604, and this is moving south-southeast. Hollywood Park, if you're in Hollywood Park, stay inside. We're looking at a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We were just showing you the live cam, and it looked very, very ominous over there. Ed reporting major hail in Stone Oak. Thank you, Ed, for that report. Stephen, you want a report on the storm out west, so we'll zoom out for you. Forgive me on moving the map. Let's look at the last 2 hours so you can get an idea of what these hail cores are doing. Remember, we had a severe thunderstorm warning that, a tornado warning that included parts of Kerrville and down into Kendall and Bandera counties. That tornado warning storm and that tornado warning, that was allowed to expire, but we're still looking at a pretty good hail core moving through Bandera, potentially seeing some quarter-size hail in Bandera, but east of that is where we're looking at possibly more of ping pong ball, even golf ball size hail. So typically when we see the lighter purples and the darker purples, that's showing possibly ping pong ball, so that's going to be greater than an inch, about 1.5 inches in diameter. Golf ball size hail, a little less than 2 inches in diameter, but we went from the strongest storm in the viewing area to our northwest over Kerr County to now the strongest storm in our viewing area over Bexar County now. So that's kind of why we're focusing more on the Hollywood Park area. Okay, so Bryce reporting broken windows at Hebner and Bitters. So it looks like hail is beginning to cause some damage in Bexar County, northern Bexar County. Chelsea, yes, so New Braunfels, this is just west of you. The reason why I haven't been talking much about New Braunfels is because, the storms aren't impacting New Braunfels and they're not expected to. I'll put on sweeping radar to also give you an idea. You're probably looking at this storm from the west and seeing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Possibly a little noisy in some communities south of downtown New Braunfels, but that's because the storm is so strong. We have lightning strikes reaching miles away from the inner core of this storm. So if you're seeing lightning and you're seeing rain in New Braunfels, you're on the eastern edge of this storm. So we have Samantha Rodriguez reporting hail is hitting the windows here at Northwest Military. A lot of you are asking about Pleasanton. I've noticed that. So there's Pleasanton. If you're in Pleasanton, we'll just have to watch the track of these storms and see how they move through Bexar County. This severe thunderstorm warning, it includes, east of Hondo and much of Medina County. We'll just have to watch the track of that. It looks like it's shifting a little bit more southeast, so we'll see if these storms make it into Pleasanton. Ashlyn wanting to know about Helotes. We'll zoom in here a little bit. There's Helotes, and that's where the storm is now. So that's in Lake Hills. This storm is about 15 miles. I would say closer to 10. About the leading edge is about 10 miles from Helotes. So we could potentially see some gusty winds along the leading edge, maybe even some large hail with a hail core currently over Lake Hills right now. So what we'll do here is we'll put a few trackers on these storms. Right now I'm trying to listen outside because our newsroom is surrounded by windows, and I have windows in front of me and to the left of me, and I hear the wind just howling out there. So we're likely getting some pretty good wind on the north side, and look at that. Let's zoom down into this. So where we're looking at the pockets of pink, we are likely getting some high wind gusts there. Wouldn't be surprised for We'll get a street level of this. Wouldn't be surprised to also have some power outages since we're looking at a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this storm. Not looking at much in the way of rotation with this. It's mainly the hail threat that we're concerned about. Chavano Park, we have had a report, an official report of golf ball size hail. Let's put hail tracker on and zoom it out just a little bit. We have some car alarms going off now. Okay, so there's Wurzbach Parkway, the brighter purples, possibly showing golf ball size hail. What I'm going to do here is put on local storm reports just to show you some of the hail reports we're receiving. So here are the hail reports. We'll walk you through some of these. Chavano Park, ping pong ball up to golf ball size hail reported. Looking at the National Weather Service. Let's see. Yeah, so there's that golf ball size hail report there in Chavano Park. Again, heavy rain also damaging hail will be the main hazards with this storm moving into northern Bexar County. There's Wurzbach Parkway. Now we're starting to see the heavy rain shift within the inner loop. So if you're in Alamo Heights, you're likely starting to see the moderate and heavy rain right now. We have Sylvia reporting hail banged up windows, Churchill Estates. Thank you so much for that report, and I hope you guys stay safe. So Carissa Clark, you're asking about the medical center area. I can tell you KINS 5, we're right next to the medical center area, and so I hear heavy rain and also some high wind outside the windows in our newsroom, and I can tell you that you're definitely seeing possibly the same thing we are, just high wind, potentially some quarter up to ping pong ball size hail. Chavano Park, we've had 2-inch size hail now. So Chavano Park and Bexar County, we've now had a report of hail up to the size of an egg, and that's 2 inches in diameter. Again, if you have any reports and you want to send them safely, you can. You can use the hashtag KINS5Eyewitness, but honestly, there is so much cloud to ground lightning out there, it's not worth risking your life. Just stay inside, especially since we're starting to get some damage reports north of downtown San Antonio. If you're in the North Loop, Castle Hills, Wetmore, Live Oak, Windcrest, Converse, Alamo Heights, also downtown San Antonio, it is possible that you could have hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So Chad reporting ping pong ball size hail. Thank you so much for that report. Ed says the hail has stopped in Stone Oak. Just answered a question about San Antonio. Chris Allen only reporting heavy rain at 1604 and Bulverde Road. Stone Oak got hammered with hail. I just hope everything's okay with your property there. Lake Hills is getting pounded by hail and high winds, according to Donna. Thank you, Donna, for that report. Angie, pea-size hail at Evans and Bulverde Road. So let's look at the hail tracker with this. Andrew, have you seen any hail out there?
I didn't. I had actually driven up the street real quick to get under cover myself. And did not see any hailstones where we are. So we're actually right off Fredericksburg, right north of 410, and it looks like the hail core stayed just off to our northeast. And Megan, did we take a hit here at the station?
Yes, and we just had one as soon as you were saying that. Kelly saying just got marble size hail at Evans and Bulverde. Big clap of thunder here at the station.
All right, so
Victoria reporting Pipe Creek, lots of lightning.
So guys, if you're watching on the app and you're watching on the website. We're actually on multiple platforms at the moment. Sometimes when we take power hits here at Ken's 5, we do end up with power outages.
We are live on Ken's 5, and they're showing a live traffic cam.
Yeah,
and
check out the traffic cams around the city.
There.
Really dangerous. That's the one they're showing on Ken's 5 at the moment. That's Loop 410 at San Pedro Avenue. Really, really not supposed to be out in this right now, guys. If you can call your friends and family, tell them to get to a safe place. We've also had a huge gust of wind come through from an outflow boundary from the storm.
I heard it, yeah.
Yeah. So I had just moved my car real quick to a safe place. Thankfully, the hail core missed us here on Fredericksburg Road, right north of 410, between 410 and up towards where Fredericksburg meets Heebner. But yeah, we've got Castle Hills area. Just saw the hail core move through. We have it moving over 281. It's now south of Hollywood Park, still hailing in Hollywood Park more than likely.
We're getting a lot of hail reports.
Yeah.
Holly saying, can hear the hail, Jones Maltzberger, Thousand Oaks. We have a lot of you reporting lightning and thunder. We're getting power hits here at the station.
Yeah, and I had to, I had to kind of be careful. I went outside real quick, and we have a workstation set up here at Ken's 5 for people to also work outside. I had to notify people, hey, we got to get indoors. This storm is serious. We've had a lot of lightning associated with this. It's important that everyone stays safe. Do not be outside in the lightning. Tons of cloud-to-ground lightning right now.
We have an employee reporting we have golf ball-sized hail in Bitters / 281 area keeps getting bigger. So the hailstone keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, so there you have it.
Some of you were asking us to
hail.
also track the storm to the west. So this is kind of an update here. There's Helotes. We'll be watching this storm closely. What I'll do here is I'll put an hour loop on, just so you could see the track. So it's possible for Helotes to also see quarter-size hail, maybe even ping-pong ball-size hail, I would say, within the next hour or so.
Yeah, man, that hail core moving into Alamo Heights, that's huge hail.
That is.
We've got golf ball-size hail, possibly even a little bit larger, moving into Alamo Heights right now. This is 281, the North Loop right there along 410. This is moving into Alamo Heights. Huge hail right now.
So we've had Castle Hills reports of quarter-size hail, Hollywood Park hail up to quarter-size. We have golf ball-size hail reports a little under 2 inches in the Hollywood Park area. Let's see. Let's actually put on some of these hail reports here.
Yeah, and guys, I'm going to pull up the traffic cam full. Look at San Pedro Avenue at 410 right now. It is a mess out there with these storms. There's a lot of people out driving. I mean, we got to back up. All right, that's State Highway 151 at Loop 410 West. Where is that on our map? Highway 151 at Loop 410 West. Okay, good. That's out of the way of this storm. Sorry, guys. I was trying to see exactly where that was in relation to this storm. We've got a huge backup on the highway right there. There is a storm heading in that direction, but it's not this storm right now. That kind of made me worry a bit, but I'm happy to see that the storm is out of that way. We're bringing up some of our tower cam views. Right now, that's the airport. That's actually kind of right where this stronger storm is moving right now.
Right. We actually saw a pretty good structure a little while ago, about 20-ish minutes ago.
Yeah.
We saw some scud on it and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. And the lightning keeps going on our airport tower cam.
Yeah, I mean, really just frequent lightning out there. You can see it as well from here in northwest San Antonio. Now, again, that main hail core just missed us. It really moved closer on towards the Castle Hills area, the other side of I-10 from where Fredericksburg, near where Fredericksburg meets 410. It kind of hit more towards the north side of town. And again, it is heading towards the Alamo Ranch area, or Alamo Heights, excuse me. So sorry for misspeaking again. I did not mean to say Alamo Ranch. I mean Alamo Heights is where that hail core is heading to, the Almost Park area, and then down towards Kirby.
Now, some of you, this is an update. Some of you are asking questions about Gonzales. Let's go into Gonzales County because now some of Gonzales is included in a severe thunderstorm warning. Don't want to leave you guys out of the loop. We're still looking at a pretty significant hail core north of downtown San Antonio. So the best thing you could do is get inside. Don't worry about protecting any property, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Because you just saw our live cams. We're looking at a lot of deadly lightning out there. We do not want you folks outside in the lightning. We are going to turn our attention to Gonzales, though. This is moving in the direction of Shiner, also Yoakum, just inside of this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's look at the specifics with this one.
We've got egg-size hail at Hollywood Park. That's significant size hail, by the way. So heads up to everyone in that area.
I'm trying to find, okay, so there it is. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. And that severe thunderstorm is moving southeast at 35 miles per hour.
Yeah.
We hear the wind really well outside our windows.
Yeah. We may have some hail here, guys. Hold up.
Okay.
I'm stepping off real quick.
So there's Gonzales. Since we're looking at pretty good wind in San Antonio, we're going to zoom back in on this storm. I'm going to go to velocity here. There's the high wind and the brighter pinks. Heads up to Alamo Heights. You could see some of the high wind gusts we're experiencing at Kins 5. Any hail out there?
I'm checking right now. I'll be right back.
Okay. So some of you were also asking about Jones-Maltzberger Road, so you could see that on our street level here. There's New Braunfels Avenue. Again, we have this severe thunderstorm warning, and that includes a big chunk of Bexar County through about 9:15. They will extend this warning. It has about 10 minutes, but they'll definitely extend it. There's Vance Jackson, Wurzbach Parkway. But right now, the highest wind gust, and this is why we hear it at Kins 5, and I'll try to circle this here, is this. Now, when I'm circling this, I'm not indicating rotation. I'm indicating high wind gusts that could possibly lead to some damage. We're not looking at a tornadic threat with this storm. What we're looking at is wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour possible, and also we could see 2-inch size hail. We've had multiple hail reports here in Bexar County. Andrew just told you about the egg size hail in Hollywood Park. Let's see a few more hail reports here. We're getting hail quarter size at Blanco and West Avenue in San Antonio right now.
No hail outside Kins 5 here, Megan, but man, we have some really strong wind moving through. I think that's it's really significant wind too.
Right, so that's the brighter pinks.
We're going to have power
At Coney's
outages from wind,
Heights.
guys. That's what I think. I think we're going to have power outages from wind just by itself. That's going to be moving down Vance Jackson within the 410 loop. If you're in within the 410 loop along Vance Jackson or nearby it, we could have some damaging wind move down through your area. That is something that we typically see possible with severe thunderstorm warnings. And we could also have that larger hail as well. I think the larger hail may be just east, though, really impacting more of Jones-Maltzberger down towards Alamo Heights, Broadway Street. All this, of course, within that 410 loop on the north side of town.
So, like I literally just said, they have extended this severe thunderstorm warning through 10 p.m. Remember, I said they were going to expire it at 9:30, or they would extend it past 9:30, and they have. So, they are going to continue with the severe thunderstorm warning through 10 p.m. Notice the latest radar scan beginning to show yellow. So, that's a little outside our color table here. So, definitely looking at high winds along Vance Jackson Road.
All gates are now actually closed at the Almost Basin as well. That's fairly common if you're newer to San Antonio. Whenever we get a heavy storm to move through, we are likely going to have a little bit of flooding associated with this for some areas. So best not to be on the roadways. You see how messy it is there at Loop 410 at San Pedro. Everyone driving with their flashers on. That's a lot of people on the road. That's really worrisome. All of those cars maybe even be impacted by hail right now. You don't want to be driving in hail.
Do we want to bring up the traffic cams?
Yeah,
here?
let's bring up the loop here. Of course, there it is, 410 at San Pedro Avenue. People are stopped. Whenever you see people stopped on a traffic cam like that, and you have hail moving through town, that's probably because they have hail hitting them. Now, that's not the case at SH 151 Loop 410. The storm is not in that spot. But I think at San Pedro, I think we do have hail there, and that's where traffic has just pretty much kind of stalled out, where we're having some of this hail move through. 281 at Hildebrand, people are up under the overpass. That lets you know that hail was impacting them there too. People are trying to get off the roadways. If you know anybody out driving, please call them and tell them to pull over, get to a safe spot while these storms pass through.
Now, one thing I want to do is shift our attention to now the storm that's about to impact Helotes. Helotes, you could also see quarter up to ping pong ball size hail. That could cause some damage. So, I mean, we are looking at, let's see, the storm right here, and it is producing a lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes. And it's just now moving into the Helotes area.
And guys, I'm checking out a few things on our app, just making sure everyone can still hear us. Every once in a while, we'll take a power hit here at the station. I want to make sure everybody who is on the app and the website can still hear us. When we take power hits, sometimes they lose audio. Well, you can still hear us on Facebook, but I want to make sure everybody is able to hear us who needs to hear us right now.
We have Grace Ramirez reporting lots of lightning in Westover Hills area. Thank you so much, Grace, for that report.
I want to make sure everybody. Okay, everything sounds good.
Pipe Creek getting hit pretty hard. Thank you, Jennifer, for that report. Jennifer also, a different Jennifer reporting the lightning is amazing out there.
Frequent lightning, and let's put a counter on some of these storms, Megan.
Okay.
How much lightning we've had. I mean, you can see it's really covering things up.
One thing I actually want to do first is show velocity. That was the whole point of going into this storm here. I want you to look at some of the high wind that we're looking at once again near the Helotes area. When you start getting the brighter greens and the brighter reds, we just showed you that right over our area, basically northwest side of San Antonio, you're going to get these high wind gusts. So we could potentially see high wind gusts. It's now east and southeast of Lake Hills, but you know, just heads up to Helotes, you could also get some high wind gusts with that storm.
Yeah.
I'll zoom out just a little bit to...
I'm not seeing any rotation either within these storms, which is good. You know, that lets us know, hey, doesn't look like there's any tornado concern with these storms, but definitely really strong winds, large hail an issue. You see it at that Loop 410 at San Pedro. I keep talking about that Skycam because, man, I mean, that one just looks really messy. Again, the SH-151 at Loop 410 West, that looks like just plain old construction. That's not anything else going on there. We're not talking about storm impacts on that road. But you see some of these other roads where people are pulled up under overpasses, people are driving with their flashers on. It looks like there could be hail right there at Hildebrand. I mean, that's where we don't want people driving right now.
Okay. So any thoughts on what we're looking at here?
All right, they're asking for us in the studio, so Megan, I'll call them real quick, make contact with them.
So we are getting a report of Hollywood Park quarter-size hail. So that was in the intersection of 1604 and also Bulverde. So we've seen a lot of Bulverde reporting hail. Let's see. I believe so. But a lot of high wind gusts, and that's actually just west of Kirby, now south of Alamo Heights and also Alamos Park, and really east of downtown San Antonio. Let's see, Blanco and Hebner Road, a report of 2-inch size hail and potentially golf ball size hail. So we're seeing still really good hail reports with these storms. I am looking at a few products on my phone as well. Carol, Helotes is getting hit, yes. Well, Helotes is beginning to see the heavy rain right now. So I've been talking about Pleasanton a little bit. What we're watching is if these storms begin to hold together. So it looks like they are going to extend a severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, we have one that's in effect through 10 p.m. Just watching the structure of these storms a little bit. Danny reporting Alamo Heights, high winds and hail, golf ball size hail there. Thank you so much for that report. Again, guys, stay inside. We want you away from windows, staying inside. We appreciate a lot of your reports, but we're still looking at a significant hail core with this severe storm moving over parts of northeastern Bexar County. So let's zoom in on this hail core, get that street level view. You can see I-10, the loops there. When we start getting into the reds, our radar is indicating some pretty significant hail. So there's Terrell Hills, Salado Junction or Salado Junction. I know that differs in this region. There's I-35 and there's 410, so where I-35 meets 410. There's Harry Wurzbach Road. Here's the latest radar scan, and we're still seeing a significant hail core with this storm. Danny reporting pea-size hail in Tally and Calabria. Again, if you are in any of these areas where we have this hail, wow, it just extends all the way toward maybe even pea-size hail toward AT&T Center.
Yeah.
So now we're within the main loop here.
I mean, at 35, where it meets 410.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Like, that's huge hail. I mean, we could be having apple-sized hail that's about to hit near Kirby. So
that's larger than 2 inches. And I'm looking at I-35, and I believe that was 37, that traffic cam. There's a lot of wind out there and heavy rain.
yeah, that's let's see exactly where that largest hail core is. Let's give you some streets. So Holbrook Road. Let's see here. Let me look a little bit further south, guys.
There's I-10, there's AT&T Center for reference.
Yeah.
East Houston Street, Northeast Loop 410. So you have East Houston Street and then I-10 there. So that's a good reference.
Yeah, and that's going to be heading down towards China Grove. So those in the China Grove area along 87, this is heading in your direction. Now I'm going to zoom out big time, guys, because I want to see some other storms too here. Just west of Bandera, we also have some hail. That could be golf ball size hail west of Bandera. Doesn't look like too much of a concern in central or north central Real County. Maybe some nickel size hail. We'll watch that storm too.
I just want to point this out. Monica reporting it's flooded on 410 and Airport Boulevard. So heads up, we're beginning to get some isolated flooding. Can we see some of the criteria with this storm? How fast is it moving? We've already said that report. Here, let me take over real quick.
All right, you got it.
So it's only moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So I was afraid of that. The storm is going a lot slower now.
Yeah, we could be talking about a flooding situation here.
Yeah.
In San Antonio here over these next few minutes if this storm continues to travel slow. Anybody who may be along Salado Creek, watch that closely. Right now it's not a big concern, but this is where the larger hail and the heavy rain is falling, is right along that Salado Creek area. That is on the east side of town, kind of on the northeast.
Heads up to Gonzales, you're also under a severe thunderstorm warning, and quarter-size hail will be a hazard for you too.
Yeah.
Possibly up to ping-pong ball-size hail. I don't want to leave some of our eastern counties out. So if you're in downtown Gonzales, heads up that some damaging hail is also possible for you, but not as significant as what we're getting just outside of downtown San Antonio. I am going to zoom back in on this hail core just to get more street levels, and we have a lot of you. Thank you for your reports. I mean, they're just flooding in right here.
Yeah.
We have Andrea reporting hailing in Kirby, pea-size hail in Live Oak. Rick Cole reporting pea-size hail. Jacob Martinez saying Market Square downtown, 30-mile-per-hour wind gust. We know exactly where that is.
Yeah.
Ashley wanted to know about the Alamo Ranch area.
Yeah, I mean, at Kirby, by the way, going to see even larger hail here. You haven't even seen the largest hail you're going to see. I think it's going to get bigger for you. Heads up. Again, this is the main storm right here. It's the storm that's moving right on the northeast side of San Antonio, kind of near Live Oak. It's kind of just south and west of Live Oak, where the strongest part of the storm is. But it's going to be moving down through Kirby and then down along the east side and then into the China Grove area. That's going to be the most intense storm that we have in South Texas right now. A lot of strong winds. You're going to be feeling the outflow boundary before the storm even gets there. We had a huge hit of the outflow boundary, which whenever I say that, I'm talking a strong gust of wind. We had that strong gust of wind here at Kent's 5 just about 20 minutes ago, I would say, maybe 30 minutes ago. Hold up, guys. We're making sure we're still on Facebook.
I don't think we are.
Guys, give us 1 second. We're checking a few things.
Let me try resetting Facebook here too.
Give me 1 second, guys. If I'm stepping off screen, don't worry. I'm checking a few things. It looks like we are still on YouTube and we are still on Facebook. Okay. So sorry about that, guys. You know, this is live again. We've got, you know, the possibility of power outages. There could be a little bit of technical difficulties here and there, but we intend to stay on as long as there are severe thunderstorm warnings on this screen. Guys, don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure, though, that we stay on. Every once in a while, if we look down and we see it looks like that we're not on air anymore, we're going to stop real quick because we want to make sure that everyone keeps updated. You know, if you go to the Kent's 5 Facebook page, other than just this live video, there's also some video of some of the hail that we've had in other parts of South Texas. That hail in Kerrville is something else. They had a ton of it. We've had some really large hail in parts of San Antonio. It's an ongoing issue. Weather Chief Bill Taylor has been on air for quite some time now, giving everyone updates. So if you wanted to watch us on CBS as well, we're also on CBS. Here we are on CBS, on your TV, on YouTube, on Facebook, on the app, on the website. We try to get you on every platform because we want to make sure that you are informed on these storms and safe. So just remember that whenever we have these storms coming through, there's all the places you can catch us. If you lose power on your TV, you can catch us still on YouTube. If Facebook isn't working for you, you can get us on YouTube, you can get us on the app, and you can get us, of course, on the website.
So the last thing I looked at on our Facebook Live, and by the way, thank you, some of our employees are also texting me with some hail reports. So on the north side of San Antonio, we received a report, even a picture of a hailstone that's 2 inches in diameter. So we're still looking at significant hail as a big concern here.
That is a big hailstone.
And the last I looked on our Facebook Live, and I don't know why my phone's not bringing it up, but a lot of you said, can you please zoom in on the storm to the northwest? So there's Helotes for reference. We have quarter, possibly golf ball sized hail that could potentially impact now western parts of Bexar County. Heads up to Helotes, maybe some pea-sized hail, heavy rain in your area. Leon Valley, keep your eye on this storm. So now we're looking at, you know, western Bexar County beginning to get impacted by some of these hail cores.
So I've got the Facebook Live up now. Pea-sized hail at SeaWorld. So we've already got hail arriving in the SeaWorld area. So that's going to be kind of over towards 151. Oh, no, that's where that big backup is at the moment. So I hope that they can get the road cleared soon. There it is, SH 151 at Loop 410 West. The wind is really blowing hard, and there's a lot of people on the road. So that, if you call anybody who may be on their way home, please let them know, hey, get your car to a safe place, get yourself to a safe place, because we've got large hail that's going to be impacting the 151 and Loop 410 area possibly here over the next 30 minutes.
So we're beginning to get some wind damage reports near SeaWorld in Bexar County. We're starting to get fence panels blown down. We've also had a report of thunderstorm wind damage of 61 miles per hour. That was in Terrell Hills, also in Bexar County. In fact, this is new. They've issued an aerial flood advisory for Bandera, Bexar, and Medina counties past midnight. So this is after 12:30 a.m. They've already received up to an inch in only 45 minutes.
Guys, that's a lot of rain.
That's a lot of rain in a short amount of time.
Guys, if your mobile device is not charged, charge it right now. We've got a lot of power outages around the city, and we want to make sure that you can continue to get this information as we try to send it out to you. So please, we're likely going to have power outages here for even more of the city, and we want to make sure everyone can stay informed. A lot of people asking about tornado warnings. no tornado warnings right now, but we do have some really strong winds moving through parts of the city because of an outflow boundary that's stretching out mainly from this storm that's closer towards the AT&T Center, where they could be having some large hail there.
So this is east of the Alamo Dome too. So right over the AT&T Center, possibly P up to quarter-size hail. Again, this is about, I'd say 3 minutes. You know, we're going to get another radar scan here in the next 2 minutes. One thing we've noticed with this hail pour is it's kind of pulsing. It went from, you know, possibly golf ball and tennis ball hail to even up to apple size, and then back down to golf ball and tennis ball size hail. We're getting a lot of hail reports though through Facebook Live, through National Weather Service. Just looking at where this hail core is, you could see where I-10 and 410 meet, and again, this is on the eastern side of downtown.
Yeah, and let's bump it back to this other hail core too, Megan, because this one is this one's about to be heading in as well. The Helotes area likely already seeing a little bit of hail. And let's zoom down to it as well.
Okay.
So we already have big hail into the 1604 loop. This is going to be moving down 151. Leon Valley, you're going to get a little bit of this hail likely too. Likely not as large as what could be hitting Culebra, the Alamo Ranch Parkway area, all the way
Wiseman
down.
Boulevard.
Yep, 1604. This is going to be going all down the west side along 1604, and then also impacting the 410 loop area. We've got more than 4,000 power outages here across, reported by CPS. So there's 101 active outages, but that's impacting more than 4,000 people here, more than 4,000 homes in San Antonio.
Right, so what I want to do is bring National Weather Service back up. Quarter-size hail reported in Kirby, and again, we had quarter-size hail also reported in the SeaWorld area. Let's see, Terrell Hill, golf ball size hail. So we got that in Terrell Hills in Bexar County.
Yeah.
Also thunderstorm wind damage. So here's the hail core, and this is actually, wow.
We have like lime size hail reported.
Where was that at?
Give me 1 second. That was Alamo Heights. That was the heart of that first hailstorm that we were mentioning earlier. That was really the heart of it that went through the Alamo Heights area.
Near the Wolf Stadium area, and also 410, if you're on the west side of San Antonio, don't let your guard down. Even though you are, let's see, we have that newly issued severe thunderstorm warning, you're also included. Castroville, it looks like the hill core, you could possibly get the western side. One thing that we saw with the hill core east of downtown is it pulsed a lot and it grew in size. So Castroville, you could also see hail from, you know, the storm just west of San Antonio.
Yeah, so, man, a lot of storm pictures coming into our news desk right now. Guys, please keep them coming. We love to get your reports. I see, is this going to be hitting the Balcones Heights area about this hailstorm? And honestly, I think it's going to miss you possibly just off to the west. So if we zoom in just a little bit, Megan, we can kind of show them a little bit better.
So there's Balcones Heights.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to miss you just off to the west. You know, the initial hailstorm missed you just off to the east. We're not far from Balcones Heights.
Right.
And it looks like you're going to be missed to the east by the first storm, and then this next storm should miss you mainly off to the west. Maybe a little bit of hail, but not as large as what they could possibly see there along SH 151. Oh, man, US 90. Wow.
You
Holy
probably
smokes.
cannot drive in that.
Guys, I'm bringing that up full.
Also some
this is gonna
emergency lights too.
Okay. IH-37 at Houston. You see really windy conditions. Guys, this is going to loop, and we're going to get another shot at this. This is another reason why we don't want anybody out on the roadways. We've got a hail core that's going to move down 151. Again, this is already within the 1604 loop, heading towards 410. And this is going to be going down the west side of San Antonio. So you can see how many people on the roadways. Guys, we really don't want to see that. Please let people know, your friends and family, to get off the roads right now, because we've got a lot of hail, and you know, you don't want to be driving through any of these hail cores.
Now, what I want to do is, I know some of you are commenting about Gonzales. Here's what's going on in Gonzales. Heavy rain heads up to Shiner, we're looking at, you know, some very high winds within the storm. The reason why I'm bringing it up, and we don't want to leave out folks who are outside of the city limits. So possibly some high wind gusts just north of Shiner.
Yeah, that'd be damaging wind right there along 95 that just went through Moulton.
Possibly some high wind gusts here.
Yeah.
And Dilworth.
Dilworth, Nickel.
Nickel, heads
very
up
strong
to you.
winds and likely some hail.
Let's put on hail tracker for the Gonzales area. So some of you had reports of it hailing in Gonzales right now. Definitely P up to nickel, maybe even quarter size hail likely for the Gonzales area. They are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Somerville, it's possible you could see some P size hail along 97 here. There's Cost, but really it's 90 and 183. Also where 90 connects with 97 there.
Yeah.
That's where we're potentially seeing
And
the hail.
That hail will be moving down 183 south of Gonzales for anybody who's out ahead of that.
So Medina and Bandera County. So this is not Medina County, but you know, Medina and Bandera County reports of quarter size hail. Looks like Gonzales, Lavaca, Fayette, DeWitt counties, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts through 10 p.m. So there are 9,500 without power, so more than 9,500 people without power right now. 147 outages in San Antonio.
There's been reports of wind damage near Leon Valley where power poles have been broken. So, I mean, that lets you know that, you know, we do have power outages. I mean, if that's the case. So, I mean, pretty serious winds, pretty serious hail, and also a lot of lightning and heavy rain. Please stay off the roads if you can. Also, the creeks and rivers, you know, I want to take a look at that. Megan, if you could go ahead and just bring up the river website here. That way we could see that as well.
Let's see. I'll bring it up here.
So while she's working on that, again, we have two hail cores that are really the largest ones that we're keeping an eye on, two going through San Antonio. We had one move through the east side of town and did hit Alamo Heights. It's now moving over towards Kirby and stretching down towards China Grove. We also have this one that's on the west side of town, barely clipping Leon Valley. That's not where the largest of the hail is. It's kind of coming down 151. It's going to be at 151 and 410 very soon. And I'm actually going to pop this up, the rotator, because we're about to see a shot of 151 at 410, actually. We actually have it within this rotator. And you're going to see that there's a lot of people on the road in that area. I hope that many of them were able to get off. Look at US 90 at Medill Creek. Holy smokes. Guys, that's why we don't. There's SH 151 at 410. There are people out there on that roadway. You can't even see them anymore, guys. That camera may have actually been knocked down. It is messy out there. It is dangerous, and we don't want anybody out there on the roadway. This is a dangerous situation. This is not just a run-of-the-mill thunderstorm. It is not. It's dangerous. You see a lot of lightning, but that's not even the most dangerous part. I mean, I'm going to let this loop around to 151 at 410. And guys, we were showing that earlier on. You could see a bunch of cars out there. There were some emergency lights because it seemed like there was maybe a little bit of construction in the area. This severe thunderstorm has arrived there. We were telling people to call their friends and family who may have been in that area to get off the road. You see a lot of wet roadways. We have had reports of some isolated flooding in some areas. The Almost Basin gates have all been closed. All the gates are closed due to the amount of rainfall that has fallen in some areas. Areas under overpasses may be having a little bit of flooding. And then, I mean, you can see just how messy it is on all the roads all around San Antonio. If you're maybe about to head home, just wait. There's US 90 and Medill Creek again. You're about to see 151 at 410. You can't see 151 anymore. I mean, it looks like either the camera's been knocked down or it's so intense that we just can't see anything there.
Right, so I wanted to bring up some other severe thunderstorm warnings that we have beginning to move into our viewing area. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Bandera and Medina counties. Heads up to Hondo, you guys are in the path of this severe thunderstorm that's not only capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but also quarter-size hail. The warning that's in effect for most of Medina County and central, including Hondo, that's going to be in effect through 10:15. Let's look northwest here. So now we're going up into the hill country. So Kerrville, more showers and storms moving through your area. We have another pocket of heavy rain moving into western parts of Bandera County and eastern parts of Real County. More storms just continue to flare up along I-10 here. So we're also watching those storms. Don't worry, we're not keeping you out of the loop, but I just wanted to let you know this is kind of what we're looking at right now. So quarter-size hail, again, will be the main concerns with the storms over Bandera, moving into Medina counties right now. But I know we still have some significant hail cores. And I will say this, east of San Antonio, that hail core has died down just a little bit. So I will zoom back in. I'll go through the hail tracker with a lot of you too on this Facebook Live. Are we getting any more reports or anything?
Yeah, getting reports of severe hail, thunder, and lightning at 90 and 1604 area. So yeah, that's where that big hail is moving through right now. That's where we have a lot of lightning and heavy rain. And I mean, you can see it on our rotator cam, guys. Watch this camera below me, especially when we start to take looks at US 90, and especially whenever you see State Highway 151 on the west side, right there near Loop 410 and 1604. It is just scary looking out there at the moment. That's why we don't want people out driving. You will have damage to your car if you try to drive in that area right now.
I'm looking at a few things here. So we have about quarter-size hail reported southwest of China Grove. So that's exactly where we're looking at this hail core right now. Looks like it's building up again. So for those near China Grove, mostly pea-size hail, but when you're starting to go, you're on the eastern side of downtown, New Sulphur Springs Road down toward 410, so that's the main loop. That's where we're starting to get, that decent hail core, potentially golf ball size, but nowhere near Apple like we saw, within the last 30 minutes or so.
Pea to marble size in China Grove being reported east of 87 and Foster.
Thank you for that report.
Yeah, thank you, Gary.
So we'll zoom in just to give you more street names here. East South Cross Boulevard, we have Paula Drive. There's Southeast Loop 410. So 410 and 87, that big intersection there. The main hill core is just south of that. So if you're in China Grove, which some of you, thank you for your reports. You've been reporting some, decent sized hail in those areas.
Yep, and we got questions still coming in from further on off towards the east. Questions about areas south of Stockdale.
Okay.
In Kosciuszko.
So for those on the western side, I don't want to keep you out either.
We'll get to that soon, Scott.
Yeah, definitely. There's Wolf Stadium. So here's the other hill core that we're looking at Kellen Heights. There's Wolf Stadium, though. Lackland City. And this is where 90 also meets 410, but west of San Antonio.
Yeah. So I'm just checking out a few things on here, guys. I'm watching this hail core. Lackland, obviously seeing some large hail at the moment down towards Lackland City. US 90, that's an area right there near where Leon Creek goes under, where sometimes the water will flow over the frontage road. Please stay out of the flood waters, guys. We're going to have flooding in the city tonight. Not talking about widespread. We're talking to have isolated areas that see flooding. Stay out of the flood waters, please.
With these storms moving very slow at about 20 to 25 miles an hour, we've had rainfall totals already reach an inch within the last 45 minutes. It only took 45 minutes to receive an inch of rain in San Antonio near the airport. And the time of that report was about 25 minutes ago. So definitely seeing probably higher than a inch for rainfall totals now. So you had a question there about Stockdale, was it?
Yeah, it's Kosciuszko, south of Stockdale. It's off to the east.
Okay.
I see some people have mentioned that this wasn't in the forecast. Just a heads up, guys, it has been in the forecast. We've been talking about this for days, that we were going to have the chance for some strong to severe storms stretching for multiple days, and that how last night we were going to get a break, and then tonight we were going to have another chance as storms moved in from the north. They develop to the north, they move into the south. We've been talking about that, and here it is.
Right.
So just a heads up, guys, you know, we have been talking about this, and this has been a thing. Large hail still seems to be the main thing that was the issue with these storms, something that we were looking out for.
Right, and we had released the Storm Prediction Center outlook. The severe weather outlook for today had San Antonio under a level 2 slight risk and then a level 3 enhanced. The primary concerns were 2-inch hail and wind gust of 80 miles per hour, and we also couldn't rule out a few isolated tornadoes. We're still pretty warm and humid out there, so we still have an environment favorable to support, you know, all these hazards. Really, all modes of severe weather are possible. Again, most of South Texas included in a severe thunderstorm watch through midnight.
Ashlyn says, can we show over Helotes? Honestly, the storm has passed you now in the Helotes area. Still probably a lot of lightning and a little bit of rainfall. And guys, I'm going to plug in my phone. My phone is starting to fail on me a little bit here, so I'm going to make sure it stays charged. That's going to be... it's going to get a little bit quieter for you in the Helotes area. Still messy. SH-151 at Loop 410, it keeps showing up on the rotator. Guys, it just looks like really nasty out there.
Something I want to put on here is velocity. Heads up to Hallettsville. Really high wind gust there. We actually saw kind of similar wind gusts in Balcones Heights, northwest side of San Antonio. So really high winds headed for you. And Yoakum, just for reference, this is going to pass north of you. This is velocity, something we like to look at with storms, whether we're trying to find rotation or high wind gusts. So likely going to see straight line damaging winds in Hallettsville, possibly up to 70, maybe 80 miles per hour within that severe warned storm. Again, Gonzales included in that severe thunderstorm warning through 10 p.m. Let's turn radar back on. And Gonzales, the worst part of the storm is just east of you. So over a couple of minutes, the National Weather Service will trim some areas out of that severe thunderstorm warning. Shiner definitely receiving some, you know, high wind gusts there. Let's put hail tracker on these storms. Potentially ping pong ball, quarter size hail passing southeast of Gonzales. And a lot of you on our Facebook Live have been reporting some hail, especially quarter size in the Gonzales area. So thank you for that report.
Yeah.
But Shiner and Yoakum, it looks like you guys could see the hail core of this storm. Just want to give you a heads up. You know, for counties outside of Bexar County, there's still that possibility for some severe hail. Speaking of counties outside of Bexar County, let's look toward Real, also north of Hondo.
Medina, yeah, Medina County along 173, possibly some hail. And Megan, I'm actually going to take over from here. We're about 20 minutes out from the 10 o'clock newscast, guys. Meteorologist Meagan Massey is going to be in that newscast as well. Big shout out to Megan. She's been live now for more than, I think, 3 hours.
I think so.
So thank you so much for all your hard work and keeping everybody informed. I'm going to take it over from here, guys. Megan's going to go get ready for the 10 o'clock newscast.
But I'll be back to help you out.
Yeah, so she'll be back here just after the 10 o'clock newscast is over. By the way, we've got tons of reports in of large hail. We've got a lot of video coming in from a lot of our great viewers out there all across South Texas.
Thank you for the reports.
And images. We're going to be showing those in the newscast. Be sure to tune in. That's KENS 5 CBS, the CBS affiliate here in San Antonio. So thanks, Megan.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
So I'll leave it to you. I'm going to take my mic off here.
Okay, excellent.
Can you go ahead and turn it down for me?
Yeah, so again, so we're seeing some large hail in possibly parts of northern Medina County, eastern portions of Real County. These storms are all moving off towards the south and east as well. Hondo, I think this will miss you just off towards the east. I think that Lakey, excuse me, this storm is going to miss you just off towards the east as well in Real County. Now, I want to focus on some of these storms in the San Antonio area too, because we still do have a lot of hail that's falling south of China Grove. I will say this. I'm going to run this back a little bit, guys. The hail cores have gone down a bit. Notice how big this hail was near Alamo Heights and up towards Lake Hills. Watch the hail cores go down. They've really shrunk. Now, these storms could be cycling. We'll have to watch that closely. But maybe up to golf ball size hail, still within the 1604 loop, between the 410 loop and the 1604 loop there in the southeast part of town. I want to get another look down here southeast of Gonzales. Hail, we've got it coming towards the Yoakum area. This is going to be along 183 going on towards Yoakum. I see Allison asking, can we show rain? And Allison, yes, I do not mind showing rain at all. So let's go ahead and show that. I also see a question about Divine. Divine, you're not in any issue right now. Right now, these storms are outside of your area, but we will be watching this little hail core in northern Medina County to see if it does get closer towards your area. All right, so let me put everything into a pause. I want to show something else. You notice this right here, this little green line. That's that outflow boundary that went through town. Parts of San Antonio had really strong wind pass through, and they may not have even had any rainfall. We had that happen earlier at the medical center. It didn't rain, but we had strong winds. That's that outflow boundary from the storm, and sometimes those can be damaging as well. I'm getting some more information. It looks like we're going to have our weather truck live. Maybe try to punch that up here, right here in our digital center to try to show what is going on out there here across the roads here in South Texas. So you'll see a lot of the heavy rainfall right now in central and southwest portions of San Antonio. There on east of San Antonio, we see a lot of heavy rain too. You see it stretching well off to the east. That's going to be going down through Nixon. And then, again, we also have really stormy conditions heading towards the Yoakum area, Schulenburg, also seeing heavy rain, even though they're not under a severe thunderstorm warning. So, Jordanton, a question about that. Right now, not too much of an issue for you. Now, we are watching these storms just off near you, so just a heads up, keep a close eye on these. These severe thunderstorm warnings, again, now stretching into northern Atascosa County and then getting even closer on towards Floresville. And guys, I'm checking one thing on our system here because I want to be able to bring some other things up for you to show to everybody, and I may have to plug that into our system here back at the station. Checking a few things on our monitors here because we're going to get another shot that we're going to be able to show you. I just have to see if it's up yet. And it doesn't look like it is, but guys, we'll work to get you some more shots up to kind of show some other parts of the city here in just a moment. Still the severe thunderstorm warnings impacting Bexar County, at least and through 10 o'clock. Again, we are going to have the 10 o'clock newscast here coming up soon. That's going to be within about 15 minutes. And we're going to be talking all about these storms that have slowed down a little bit. They also don't have as large of hail. I want to pop back up that hail tracker. The updraft of the storms looks like it has weakened slightly. And you know what? Speaking of updraft, let's check lightning. Lightning's still significant, so still a lot of energy in the storm. But we'll watch that to see if it goes down a bit. Lightning is a good indicator to let us know how the updraft is doing and how healthy it is. But right now, oh, you know what? We got SH 151 at Loop 410 West back up. Car's still moving real slow. It's going to be coming around here in the rotator in just a moment. You'll see it. You know, we couldn't even see anything just a moment ago if you've been watching. And you're about to see that again, that things are, you know, things are improving again. And you can actually see it again. Yeah. So Meteorologist Meagan Massey, again, a few things ready here behind the scenes. I was just kind of communicating with her real quick as she's just trying to get a little bit organized for the newscast again that will be on in about 10 to 15 minutes. So severe thunderstorm warnings still continue across a lot of the area. You have that in Bexar County. We have it in northern Medina County, northern Uvalde County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. That does not include Sabinal, but this storm will likely impact you. The one that is right now in parts of Bandera County sinking down into your area and parts of Real County. sinking down into your area. So that's the main stuff that we're watching. And actually, Meteorologist Meagan Massey, I've got to step out of the way every once in a while because she's getting ready for the newscast at 10, and she actually is going to be using this computer as well, just in the studio. So she's just getting ready for a few things. So let me pop back up the radar. You see the severe thunderstorm warning that stretches down, including Hondo, but again, I don't think that storm is going to necessarily impact you. I think it'll stay just on off towards your east. Is it done for downtown San Antonio? The answer is it's still raining there, still a lot of lightning, just not as bad as what it was earlier on. I'm seeing another shot here, and I think this is going to be the storms approaching the Calaveras Lake area. So I'm going to bring that up, guys. Yep, there it is. So here's what it looks like down towards Calaveras Lake. Electric storms. There's that SH-151 at Loop 410. We couldn't even see that a second ago. You just saw that come up on your screen for a moment. There's a lot of lightning out there towards Calaveras Lake. So electric storms, very dangerous, a lot of heavy rainfall. And again, that's why we're live. We've had a lot of these lives that we've been doing here these last few days just because we've had so many strong to severe storms passing through our region. We're stuck in this active weather pattern, and that's going to continue here for these next few hours. Again, severe thunderstorm watch in place for much of South Texas. That is until midnight. This does include all the way up towards Kerrville, Bandera County, Kerr County, Bandera County, Gillespie, through Atascosa, down towards Karnes County, and then even including areas closer on over towards Cuero. So a large amount of the area right now still under that severe thunderstorm watch. And Uvalde County, not even under a watch, but there you see it. Again, I said that you could see a severe thunderstorm warning or two possible outside of the watch area, and there we have it. A severe thunderstorm warning for northeast portions of Uvalde County. Anthony says, I think it was north of the medical center. The medical center got pretty lucky. We had the largest of the hail stay just on the other side of I-10. I actually moved my car because it got so close to us here at the station in the medical center that I jumped in my car and I moved it. But it stayed just east, and they had huge hail in the Alamo Heights area. And then that made its way down across the east side of town. And thankfully, those hail cores have shrunk a good bit, but still some areas dealing with hail. Now I'm going to pause everything. I want to look at Castroville for a second. Castroville, get your property to a safe place because we do have a hail core that's just off to your northwest that is going to be coming very close to town. It's going to be heading kind of just on the west side. I know that's not as populated of an area, but if you're in that area, you want to know. So I think it'll miss Castroville mainly off to the west, but it's close enough to where I want to let you all know, hey, that thunderstorm is going to be pretty close. Utopia is going to see a little bit of hail here soon, maybe up to golf ball size. Maybe up to golf ball size too, by the way, that area just west of Castroville. As far as hail within San Antonio is concerned, Somerset could be seeing about pea-size hail. The hail has really shrunk compared to what it was earlier, but we still could have nickel-size hail down towards the Palo Alto Heights area. Columbia Heights could be seeing some pea-size hail. And then Elmendorf, heads up, you could have some nickel-size hail here pretty soon. Thankfully, again, the hail cores have gone down. Now as we go further into the night, I think we're going to see that these storms start to weaken a little bit. They don't have as much energy behind them. We had been live on KENS 5 for a good amount of time. Weather Chief Bill Taylor was on, keeping everybody updated on TV. He just got off here for a moment as we kind of regroup and get everything ready for the 10 o'clock news. Many of these storms, while they are still severe, it doesn't look like we have as much of a threat for damage to property as what we had earlier. So now that's still possible with some of these storms, but that's why he decided to hop off real quick, get us back to regular programming before we hop on for that 10 o'clock newscast here within the next 7 minutes. 7 minutes, KENS 5 News at 10 begins. Now, Yoakum area, we've talked about you a little bit here and there. We've got about nickel-sized to golf ball-sized hail heading down into your region. Some of this hail is just outside the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. That's that yellow shaded area. But still, I think they could be impacted by it there along 183. I think it'll stay east, well east of Smiley. Cuero, these are moving a little south. You're not included in this right now, and I think it'll miss you off to the north. But it will be close. We're going to watch your area close in Cuero. But nothing too much to be concerned about right now. Got a question about Leon Springs. Is there more to hit Leon Springs? And the answer is no. I think if you're north of Highway 90 in San Antonio, I think your severe weather threat is pretty much over. That is if you're north of Highway 90 in San Antonio. You know, we still could have a few storms lingering behind here. I'm not going to say that we couldn't have a little bit more hail, but compared to the hail that we had earlier, I don't think we're going to see that. These storms passed through and they kind of took the energy out of the atmosphere. And guys, I actually have another shot that I can bring up here, and I'm going to try to go ahead and set that up while I talk about this. I think a lot of these storms have taken the energy out of the atmosphere. So I don't think that more storms are going to be as much of an issue. I'm not going to say that it's completely out of the question that we couldn't see another strong storm or two in San Antonio tonight. It's just not going to be as likely. So give me 1 second here, guys. I'm setting up one thing real quick. I got to see, what is that set up on? So scan 4. All right. So excellent. I got everything popped up. This is actually our weather storm tracker right there. Our news director is out driving it right now, showing us what some of the roads look like there on the northwest side. You see a lot of rain. You see a few cars out on the road. It's looking pretty damp. Just a heads up, take it easy on those roadways. Just definitely take it a little bit easy yourself. It is super wet on those roads out. South there, between 281 and 37. You know, we do have a stronger storm down that way at the moment. You see the heavy rain associated with that. We're going to get the possibility of some hail in that area, maybe some nickel-sized hail between 281 and 37. It looks like those two storms that we've been talking about all night have kind of connected a little bit. We've got a lot of rain, but the hail cores are still separate from each other. Oh, Mario, thank you. Mario, thank you so much for that report. I didn't know that the sound was up there on that vehicle. So thanks for the heads up, Mario. I appreciate that, and everyone who's letting me know about that too. Thank you so much. So again, sometimes there could be a little bit of technical difficulties here and there, just because we're trying to handle so many things at once behind the scenes. Y'all's reports and y'all's heads up keep me informed too. So thank you so much. But between what I was saying was between 281 and 37, we could have a good amount of hail moving through that area, about a nickel size, pea size to nickel size, maybe even up to quarter size. So we'll be watching that really close. That is still a severe thunderstorm warning because we could have some larger hail in pockets down towards Somerset, stretching all the way over towards Elmendorf. Seeing now, wow, 24,000 people are being affected by power outages within the San Antonio area. CPS reporting that. That is, I mean, that's not a surprise. These storms were huge as they passed through. Big hail, damaging wind, all possible with those. And those were some really big storms. Thunder and lightning again here in Bernie. So, yes. We do have more storms heading down your way. Utopia right now has the largest of the hail, it's looking like, moving into northern Uvalde County. We're watching that storm closely as well. This storm closer on towards Gonzales and Hallettsville. Let me pop back on hail real quick, guys. Sorry, I'm just checking. I wonder if the National Weather Service is going to continue with that warning just because it's getting so far to the outside and the hail does look a little smaller. I'm willing to bet that the severe thunderstorm warning for Bexar County will expire here in 2 minutes, and the National Weather Service will likely not not continue it. Actually, you know what? They have decided to, just in case this storm does grow in size again. So, you know, we did have some strong wind with this storm earlier on, and I'm willing to bet that they now do continue the severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll watch that close. They just extended the, issued a new severe thunderstorm warning actually for areas down towards Floresville, Pleasanton, Karnes City, just because there's still that possibility that the hail cores could grow again, and we could see larger hail again with these storms. Strong wind is still an issue because we still could have 60-mile-per-hour winds. Brianna says the wind is getting intense in Pleasanton. Brianna, the wind is going to pick up even more. Right now, you just have the outflow boundary from the storms that are off to your north. That's actually wind that's out ahead of the storm from air that's just being pushed out ahead of it. I'm checking the Hondo area. Still looks okay for you. Castroville, I think you're going to see the storm here very soon. Is the hail over for Elmendorf? I'm getting that question. Let's check down towards your area. So I don't think so. I think you still have that possibility for hail here over the next 15 minutes. You're going to see pea to nickel size hail. Hail doesn't seem as big as what it was earlier. If I run this storm back, you'll see where the big hail was, especially in the Alamo Heights area. And then the hail size has kind of shrunk as they moved into the south side of town and then southeast. Now, guys, I want to pop up radar real quick because they're going to be using it in the newscast here for a moment. Again, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning that's moving into parts of Atascosa County and then dipping down into, we have another one over towards Gonzales County. And all of these are moving south. Wilson County is impacted by this storm as well. The Floresville area going to have some strong winds, frequent lightning, and possibly even quarter-size hail. And then Karnes County, you're within the severe thunderstorm warning too as the storm continues to drift towards the southeast. I'm checking up some stuff from the National Weather Service. A lot of reports of hail. We had quarter-size hail reported in Elmendorf already. Likely going to see the possibility of nickel-size hail here as well with this storm. Again, if you're joining us a little late, Kerr County still has a severe thunderstorm warning, but the severe part of the storm is still off towards your south, so it's already passed through. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning really for Bandera, western Bandera County, eastern Real County. You're pretty much fine now. Northeast Uvalde County, the severe thunderstorm warning continues for you. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Medina County as this storm that's heading towards Castroville continues to drip down towards the southeast. Bexar County, northern Atascosa County, and stretching on through Wilson County and Karnes County. This does include Floresville and Pleasanton. And then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning impacting Gonzales County, and that storm is moving down towards Cuero and Hallettsville. I still have power in Westover Hills area. Grace, thank you for your report. Megan says we have hail as well. I have no power over here at 1604 in Porto Sherry says yes, rain and is coming sideways at us. Some people are asking the question, is it hailing and how big? You know, we had hail that was the size of, even someone sent us a photo of a hailstone the size of a lime that was up towards the Alamo Heights area. And I don't doubt it. We had huge hail move through the Alamo Heights area. I think some of the largest hail that we saw in South Texas tonight actually hit the Alamo Heights area. So really serious. Again, tons of rain associated with these two. So flash flooding is also a possibility. We may see some isolated flash flooding and a lot of lightning. You see that as our weather truck is out there driving around. You'll see some of that lightning up in the sky. It was really messy and a really scary situation for San Antonio there as we headed really just about an hour ago as these storms passed through. And again, this is just now picking up for Pleasanton, Floresville areas as these storms move down to the southeast. Thunder getting louder in Kosciuszko. Scott says Kosciuszko Is it Kosciuszko? Scott, my bad. You know, I'm from Mississippi, and we spell it the same way, but it's Kosciuszko in Mississippi, but you say it Kosciuszko. Kosciuszko. Scott, if I said that right, let me know. I want to make sure that I pronounce these town names correct. Again, I wasn't raised here in South Texas. I was raised in Mississippi, so we may say things a little bit differently. Kosciuszko, Scott, thank you so much. I'm going to say that correctly in the future for you. Let's take a look over there towards your area, and let's see where these storms are compared to where you are. So, looking down towards where your town is, I'm trying to find it. Sometimes it takes a second to pop up on the map. I got to zoom way down. There it is. So you're within the severe thunderstorm warning right now. Kosciuszko. This is going to be getting very close to you, the severe part of the storm, but honestly, I think the hail core associated with this storm will miss you off to the south. I think that hail is going to really impact more along the 181 corridor, not so much along the 123 corridor. So Scott, I'm going to remember to say that correctly in the future. Thank you so much for giving me the heads up on that. Man, I've been saying Kosciuszko this whole time. Again, that's how we say it in Mississippi. You just got to excuse me on that one. Thank you so much. It's Polish. Ashley, thank you so much. I'm going to remember that again. So a lot of lightning associated with these storms. Let's take a look at the lightning strikes within the last 15 minutes for this storm in southern Bexar County. 444 lightning strikes just in the last 15 minutes. This storm that's over towards Cuero, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning off that way, producing 336 lightning strikes in 15 minutes. Our storm moving into northeast Uvalde County, western Bandera, 265. Again, all of these are very electric storms, and we could have power outages from it. DeWitt and Lavaca counties, this new severe thunderstorm warning for you is going to be until 11 p.m. We could have maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds or more with this storm, and possibly even up towards quarter-size hail possible. Sandra wants to know, is Converse going to get anything more? I think that your chance in Converse is lower. I think you could see another shower, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. But when it comes to severe things, severe storms, I think you're pretty much done for the night in the Converse area. So all these storms, again, moving southeast. And guys, I want to check something else on my phone here. I know that it looks like we actually have our weather truck already here at the station. So let me actually go ahead and turn that off as well. It has been a stormy evening. I mean, Atascosa County, things are just getting started in the Pleasanton area. Down towards Wilson County, Floresville is about to see some really stormy conditions. It was really messy up towards San Antonio as storms really dropped down a large amount of hail here in Bexar County. I mean, it was a ton. We had a tornado warning earlier on for Kerr County, but that has expired a long time ago. We were watching that storm really close, and that's when actually we really started up here back closer on towards when there was a tornado warning in Fredericksburg, or not Fredericksburg, but in Gillespie County. So we've been live now for about 4 hours, I'm willing to bet. It's been on for a long time. By the way, speaking of being live, on KENS 5 right now, we have photos and videos that we're going to be sharing of the hailstones across the area. Be sure to tune in. That's on the CBS affiliate here in town. We're live right now. If you have power, you can be sure to tune into that, and you can also continue to watch me right here because, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be sitting right here, staying live with y'all, keeping y'all updated on these storms. So I had some questions about Jordanton. Sorry, I had to step off real quick to handle a few things there. You have a little bit of lightning in your area, so you're already hearing some rumbles of thunder from this storm off to your north. And you're probably wondering, is that hail going to hit me? I think it's going to come close. I think it's going to be closer towards Pleasanton than Jordanton. So we're going to watch that close, but I think it's going to miss you just off to the east. Anything in for Tilden. So let's zoom way out. Right now, you're not having any issues there down towards Tilden. This storm may get close to you, so we'll watch that. But I will say This storm has been weakening over the last hour, and hopefully that trend continues as it gets closer towards Tilden. Divine, we got another question about Divine. Let's go ahead and zoom down. Still no severe thunderstorm warning for your community. We're watching possibly quarter-size hail that's going to cross Highway 90 between Castroville and Hondo. So I think it will stay east of Hondo and stay west of Castroville as it continues to move south. We have up to baseball-size hail likely in Utopia right now. So I want to go ahead and zoom us over to that. Baseball-size hail likely in Utopia. This is, again, moving off towards the south and east. This is kind of a more rural area, but this is going to be crossing Highway 90 possibly in eastern Uvalde County towards western Medina County. That report coming in from the National Weather Service in San Antonio, so pretty serious there. We're going to watch that closely. That's going to miss Uvalde off to the east. I see a question. Virginia wondering, what about Uvalde? It is northeast Uvalde County, but it is going to miss Uvalde. I want to make sure you know that. It is going to brush up 127. I think it's going to cross, actually, Highway 90 where it meets 127. That's still a while out. I mean, this storm has a long way to go. We'll see if the hail core even holds together. I hope it doesn't, but possibly some really large hail right now in Utopia. Let's actually zoom down. I wonder if I can get some more road names down there. FM 187, FM 1050. This hail core is going to go down FM 187 and cross FM 1796, and yeah, maybe cross Highway 90 at FM 187 and Highway 127. We still have a bit of a hail core going on over towards, and guys, I know you're probably wondering, wait, why are we just staying on hail here? This is the main risk with these storms right now, is this large hail. Now, wind speeds are pretty serious too. I see Brianna asking about that. Brianna, we'll go ahead and bring that up and show you too. We have a huge outflow from these storms. Those just hit Pleasanton. So right now the wind just got wild in Pleasanton. If it hasn't gotten crazy in Jourdanton yet, it's about to. And then we also have, I think, some of the strongest of winds. It's going to be along 37 and 1604 southwest of Elmendorf. You see this area where we have kind of the hot pink showing up. That's going to be where we have the strongest of winds moving south along 37. This is east of 281. It's going to be heading south and east, and then eventually crossing Highway 97. So I'm going to watch that area closely. I want to check the winds over towards Cuero and Yoakum. I don't see any serious issues with rotation. You know, we see some greens and reds next to each other back here, but that looks like it's in actually the wrong part of the storm. Yeah, it is. So that's not an issue. Sometimes you can still get tornadoes to form in different parts of a storm, but when you see the rotation in a spot like that, that's typically not going to be any issue with a tornado there. So Yoakum area just had a lot of heavy rain move through, maybe some gusty winds. Cuero about to get some gusty winds themselves. This storm is going to continue its way and down 87, east of 87 and west of 77, where we're going to possibly see the hail core for that one. We have a hail core moving across 90 right now between Hondo and Castroville, but that hail core has shrunk big time. You know, just a moment ago, it was looking like golf ball size hail, but now, just like that, it's shrunk down to pea size. So let's hope that trend continues for everybody. That's what I want to see. Will Divine see anything besides lightning from everyone else? Yes. So you may see a lot of heavy rain here in the Divine area. We're watching the storm just off towards your north and west of Castroville, where we have pea-size hail. The hail core has shrunk big time, so we're going to hope that continues. That trend continues where the storm weakens. That severe thunderstorm warning for Medina County until 10:15 p.m. It's got 2 minutes left on it, and I'm willing to bet with the latest scan on radar, they don't continue the warning unless they think the storm may just be pulsing. Sometimes the hail core goes down, then it goes up again, then down and up. If they think it's pulsing, they'll continue that severe thunderstorm warning. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's in northeast Uvalde County. Sabinal, heads up. This is going to be for you. We got big hail that may impact you. This is 127 and 90. I was talking about this area earlier as where some of the largest hail we're seeing on the map right now could go. The hail core has shrunk a bit after going through Utopia, but still could be something a little messy if it does even shrink just a little bit more. We hope it can shrink a lot more though. I want to take another look at this storm that moved through Bexar County earlier on. This severe thunderstorm warning in place until, let me check again, guys, 11 p.m. So we still have about 45 minutes left on that warning. Latest outage numbers are more than 26,000 people without power. Don't forget, if you lose power, we're going to stay live right here as long as we have severe thunderstorm warnings on the screen. If you still have power, KENS 5 News at 10 is still going on. So be sure to tune into the newscast. Weather Chief Bill Taylor and Meteorologist Meagan Massey all giving updates on the storms out there. We also have video and photos of some of the hail reports that happened in the area. I saw some people asking on Facebook Live, how big was the hail? How large was it? Where did it fall? I can tell you that we had one photo come in of a hailstone compared to the size of a lime that fell in the Alamo Heights area. There's a lot of other video and a lot of other shots of hailstones that we'd love to share with you, and we'd love for you to share them with us. Remember, if you have any reports for your area, share them on Twitter, hashtag KENS5Eyewitness. Weather Chief Bill Taylor in doing weather now. He's tracking these storms just like I am. So remember, we're the CBS affiliate in town. You can always catch us on TV as well. So the main hail core that we're watching with this storm in southern Bexar County, moving into parts of Wilson and Atascosa County, the main hail core looks like it'll cross 97 west of Floresville. Floresville, you're going to get some gusty winds. You may even get some small hail. But when it comes to that large damaging hail, I think it'll stay west of you. That's great news. That's what we want to hear. Along I-37, I think this is where the main hail core will pass. I think it will stay east of I-37, though. That's good news for Pleasanton. But if you're along Highway 90, or if you're along I-37, where it meets 97, so 37, where it meets 97, I think that's where the hail core is going to come close to passing. I think it's going to go right down, kind of straight on to the south, kind of right through this area, and then continue its way down towards the south. So we're talking kind of hanging on just to the east of I-37, and then headed down closer towards Campbellton. So Jourdanton, staying off to your east. I'm going to plug my phone in again, guys, so give me 1 second real quick. I want to make sure my phone doesn't die on me. Just checking out a few more things. What about Victoria? Nothing in Victoria right now. Sherry had asked about House Floresville. We just mentioned that a moment ago. It looks like the main hail core will stay west of you, but still going to be heavy rain, gusty winds, possibly damaging winds even, 60 miles per hour or more possible. And but I think the strongest winds will still stay west of Floresville, and a lot of lightning. Yes, Jenny, unfortunately, this is heading down towards Campbellton. We have seen the hail core kind of go through cycles. It's not as big as what it was earlier. I think it may continue to shrink. So hopefully this hail core shrinks before it arrives to you, Jenny. Of course, we're staying on, and we're going to keep you updated as we watch this storm. But it is something you're going to want to watch. I had mentioned that there could be some more hail in some of these storms off to our northwest. Northeast Edwards County, a severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This includes Rial County, down into southwest portions of Kerr County, and western portions of Bandera County, where we could have up to golf ball size hail. I think this is mainly going to be around quarter size, though. That storm in Utopia has cycled south of Utopia. That hail core, remember we talk about them cycling every once in a while? The hail is big again. We're back up to maybe baseball-sized hail. Sabinal, get your property to a safe spot. Get yourself to a safe spot. We're talking about big hail moving south. Are we done in New Braunfels? Jason, yeah, I'm not seeing anything else that's going to impact you in New Braunfels. I think everything is going to kind of now really push south of your area. San Antonio, Erica, I think San Antonio is pretty much done with the more severe stuff. Still could have some rain, still could have some lightning and thunder. But when it comes to the severe weather, I think it's mainly going to be along this line. Let me go ahead and draw a line for everyone. Mainly along this line right here. So that's you'll notice everything's kind of shifting south right along that line. That's where our stronger storms are, and I think these storms that are in northeast Edwards County, stretching down into Real, southwest Kerr County, and into western Bandera, they're going to have trouble staying together here as they continue to push south. And I think that storm, though, in northeast Uvalde County and parts of Medina County is going to hold together, and that is quite a storm at the moment. That's the strongest storm that we have out there, and it's super strong. I'm in Nippa, west of Uvalde. I'm watching you. Virginia, thank you so much. It looks like you're not dealing with any issues right now. I think this storm's going to miss you to the east. Sabinal, though, this hail core will get very close to you. I think that the largest of the hail is going to stay maybe just east of Sabinal, but still damaging hail possible in the Sabinal area. Catherine asking about the Poteet area. We do have some storms that are heading down kind of closer towards you that you're going to want to keep a close eye on. I don't think that you're going to have like the really serious hail, like what's going to happen between Pleasanton and Floresville, but it is going to be, you are likely going to get some lightning, a little bit of rainfall, and some gusty winds. I'm checking this storm closer towards Cuero again. Not as much of an issue there. Looks like just some heavy rain and a lot of lightning, but I'm not seeing that big hail core possible with that one. Maybe just some pea-size up to quarter-size hail possible in the storm near Cuero. We have another storm up towards Nixon and Smiley. This storm not producing any hail, it seemed like. Let me check again. Yeah, no hail in that storm. Maybe at least not on the hail tracker. Maybe up to pea-size at most. A lot of heavy rain, though, and frequent lightning. I'm willing to bet here, guys, that this storm in western Wilson County calms down here over the next few radar scans. I think we're going to start to see things quiet down with that storm. I'm not going to say it's a guarantee, though. That storm is just west of Floresville. Probably hearing a lot of thunder, seeing a lot of lightning in the Floresville area, as well as east of Pleasanton. Thankfully, this storm kind of stayed west of Floresville and east of Pleasanton, kind of just split y'all in two right there. And you're not seeing as serious of a situation as what you could have been seeing, where there's a lot of hail that's falling east of I-37 and west of 181. Any more rain for Ingram and Culebra? So, yeah, possibly a little bit more rain. As far as the severe risk, I don't think it's going to be as much of a problem. What about China Grove? China Grove is going to start to get a little bit quieter now. I'm sure you're thankful for that after the hail core moved through your area. I see a report of lots of lightning in Floresville. In Jordanton, lots of strong wind at the moment. Kathleen, I'm willing to bet you just had the outflow boundary from these storms pass through your region. Again, I think the strongest of the storm will stay east of your area, though. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning until 11 p.m. for Atascosa and Wilson counties. The severe thunderstorm warning for our friends down towards Lavaca and DeWitt County, that's until 11 p.m. as well. I think all of these are pretty much until 11. Frio and Uvalde, that's until, and Medina. Medina's in there too, even though it just says Frio and Uvalde on the screen. That's until 11:15 and 11:15 for Bandera and Real counties for those storms. Again, guys, really stormy conditions. We've been kind of trapped in this unsettled weather pattern. Meteorologist Meagan Massey was just talking about the amount of rain that we've seen here in San Antonio over the past week. We were more than an inch behind average for this time of year. More than an inch of rain behind average. we're now well above average for this time of year, well above average for this month, and we're going to continue to see these drought conditions really heal thanks to all this rainfall that we've had. You just wish that we could get the rain without the severe weather. Weather Chief Bill Taylor, he's got the 7-day forecast, by the way, up on Kent's 5 CBS, talking about more chances for storms, not just tomorrow, really going to be overnight tomorrow, Thursday night, more storms possible, and then possibly even a few rain chances in for Friday. So, guys, it's not just tonight. You know, we got more chances for rain over the next few days. I don't think the severe risk will be as high. The severe risk is going to be much lower. But still, that chance for rain, you know, more rain, we've already had plenty, but more rain is in the forecast. Sebastian says it's been pretty quiet in Live Oak. Sebastian, thank goodness. You know, that hail core missed you just to the southwest. It was a big one. So thankfully, that hail core missed you just to the southwest. Any more rain for Ingram and Calabria? Chris, again, maybe just a little bit, but not looking like we'll see a ton more rain. Looking like all these storms are quieting down a little bit. Now, I want to show you why I say that. Notice right here, 9:30, frequent lightning, kind of widespread. Notice how they kind of group up and are becoming more isolated and starting to shrink in size, not as much lightning. Even if I do that lightning tracker, you'll notice, if you've been watching for maybe about the past couple of hours, you'll notice these cores of lightning are not as frequent as what they were earlier. I will say that that's for most of the storms, but this storm over here towards northeast Uvalde County and western Medina still has a pretty good amount of lightning with it, and it still has a pretty good hail core as well. Now, maybe not baseball size anymore, but still maybe tennis ball size, golf ball size hail expected to move there into the Sabinal area and areas just east, but it will stay west of Hondo. Getting reports by Joe, Somerset, Texas, large trees down. So thank you for your report there, Joe. And speaking of reports, how about we go ahead and take a look at some of the reports from the National Weather Service. Lots of hail reports. I'm not seeing many reports of damaging wind. Let me go ahead and turn off the hail reports real quick, guys, and I'll turn them back on in just a second. But we do have some reports of damaging wind. They're west of San Antonio. Fence panels blown down out by SeaWorld. We had a 66 mile per hour gust reported in Castle Hills. And we had a 61 mile per hour gust in Terrell Hills. I'll go ahead and turn back on hail, guys. Give me 1 second. I lost it. There it is. So let's look at some of these hail reports, too. This is where the biggest hail fell in San Antonio. It's going to be kind of right here around the Alamo Heights area. 1.8 inches, 1.8, 2-inch hail there near Alamo Heights. Up towards Hollywood Park, 1 inch, 1.5 inch near kind of west of Stone Oak. I mean, big hailstones. I mean, these were big hail producers. That's kind of what we expected today. We expected that risk to be more big hail producers with these storms. And it looks like a lot of the hail cores are starting to shrink. You know, we no longer have that severe thunderstorm warning that was in place for eastern Medina County. We had been talking about Devine earlier. Devine no longer looks like you're going to have a threat from this storm. So maybe a little bit of rain in Devine, maybe a little bit of lightning, but that's about it as of right now. If that changes, I will let you know. Seeing if there's anything else coming in here, guys. I'm just watching y'all's comments. Western Wilson County, eastern Atascosa. That's where we're seeing the larger hailstones at the moment for this storm. Let me go ahead and bring up the hail tracker again. Looks like we may have up to golf ball to tennis ball size hail that just crossed the highway there. That's Highway 97. I think it's going to miss Campbellton. So Jenny, she's one of our loyal viewers whenever we're doing severe weather coverage here. Jenny, this goes out to you. I think the hail core will miss you just off to the east. It will be a little close, so stay with us. I think you're still going to get some strong winds in there, but I think the main hail core is going to miss you just off to the east. Not saying that you're not going to see hail at all. You still could have some pea-sized hail up to nickel size, but I think that really large hail is going to kind of make this direction when it goes through parts of Atascosa and Wilson and Karnes County. So I think it's going to hit east of I-37 in Atascosa County, stay west of 181 in both Wilson and Karnes counties, and then continue its way down towards the south and east. And still, that hail core could shrink, so we'll watch that close. Ashley says we're having a lot of lightning here in Devine. Willing to bet. Really over towards Poteet, too, seeing a good amount of lightning and heavy rain. Let's go ahead and turn on lightning, by the way, right there for Devine. You're seeing most of your lightning actually off in the distance. You've had a few strikes that come out way outside of the storms, but as far as from storms that are right over your area, you really haven't seen much just yet. If you look off to the northwest sky, though, man, you see a ton of lightning associated with that storm in northeast Uvalde County. By the way, that hail core is moving into Sabinal right now. If you know anybody on Highway 90 right now between Sabinal and Hondo, they need to be off the highway because serious hail is about to pass through that area. Yeah, it's cycled. So Sabinal, you are going to get hit by large hail here. It's going to be damaging hail moving into Sabinal, right across Highway 90 and along 127. Jenny says, I've never been so loyal as I have this spring. Thanks for the info. Jenny, no problem. Thank you for being so loyal. Seeing if we got any more reports. Lots of strong wind and lightning here in Pleasanton. Yeah, Cassie, I'm willing to bet. Thankfully, though, that stronger part of the storm looks like it's just off to your east, and it looks like it'll stay off to your east, Cassie. So thank you for your report. Is it over for Stone Oak, April? The answer is yes. And still could get some lightning and some rain, but not as serious as what it was earlier. So that hail core, to give you an idea how close it is to 90, honestly, radar is a little bit delayed, remember that, by maybe up to 2 minutes to maybe even 5 minutes on this hail core. This hail core could be very close to 90. It could be already moving over 90 at the moment. It's only 7 miles away. So really big hail, possibly some of the largest hail we've seen so far today in South Texas. Could move over eastern portions of Uvalde County, well east of Uvalde itself, but into western portions of Medina County, crossing Highway 90 soon. And honestly, checking that hail core in Kerr County doesn't look as significant as what it was earlier. So, the severe thunderstorm back towards Edwards, Real, and Bandera County and Kerr County. I'm watching it, guys. It's just not as serious as what it was earlier. So don't worry. I am keeping a close eye on that, though. Maybe up to quarter-size hail. This hail core that just crossed 97 may have just grown. It could be up to baseball-sized hail south of 97 now. And again, this hail core, I think it'll stay just east of Campbellton. I think it'll be a close call, though. So if you're in Campbellton, please stay with us. It's going to be a close call. I think it'll be just off to your east, though. Will it hail in Falls City? I think you could get some pea-sized hail. But the damaging hail will stay to your west. Thank goodness, because it looks like we could have some really large hail west of Falls City. To give you an idea how far west it will be of you, about 12 miles. Let me zoom down to some roads there so we can get an idea of what roads this may impact. Could impact FM 1344, closer to where it hits FM 791. Going right down FM 541 at the moment. Could hit the Corey City area. It's going to basically go over right at the corner of where Karnes County, Wilson County, and Atascosa County meet. Any more rain by SeaWorld? Alexa, the answer is you could see a little bit more, but severe conditions like what we had earlier, I don't think that's going to be an issue. Guys, I'm actually going to pull up a seat real quick. I've been standing here for a little bit long, kind of hanging over this computer, so give me just 1 second. Let me grab a seat. Oh, put it down on my mic cord. Carla says, that is wild. Yeah, Carla, it has been pretty crazy. You know, things are a lot quieter on the roadways here in San Antonio now. Very wet conditions, though. We likely have some low water crossings that could be closed. I know the Oakland Estates area has a few of those. Guys, please stay out of flooded areas. Don't try to drive through flood waters. It's not worth it. You know, stay safe. The Almost Basin has a few floodgates closed because we did have a little bit of flooding out that way. It was a lot of heavy rainfall, and that's something we continue to see. Let's pop up rain right now. There's a look at where some of the heavier rain is. And I mentioned earlier that severe thunderstorm warning over towards Lavaca and DeWitt County. I was thinking that they would just expire that severe storm. It has. No severe thunderstorm warning for the Victoria area, but you could get a lot of rain and a lot of lightning here in Victoria over the next about 30 minutes. I know we have some loyal viewers down towards Victoria. Just give you a little bit of an update as well. Anything else in Pleasanton? The answer is, yeah, you could see a little bit more rain, and I'm also watching a hail core in western Medina County. I think it will miss you off to the west, but just in case, you know, I'm keeping a close eye on that. Just in case it does shift a little east, I think it will stay to your west, though, in Pleasanton. Thankfully, the larger hail core stay to your east, and with this one that's been kind of split Floresville and Pleasanton, I think we got another one, though, just west of Hondo that's really large. And you could get a little bit of rain and a little bit of lightning in the Pleasanton area. Now, you see a lot of lightning, actually, right now. I say a little bit. But you could get a little bit of rain along with that lightning that you're seeing now, somewhere over the next 30 minutes to the next hour. Is it pretty much past in South San Antonio? The answer is yes. Still could get some rain, still could get a little bit of lightning, but that's about it. Guys, I'm watching these storms out behind. I'm just trying to keep a close eye on everything. That way everybody gets an update. Looks like all the hail cores have just gone down. We had a big growth there for a second, and now they've shrunk a bit again. Sabinal, still large hail passing near you, maybe up to golf ball size hail. Crossing Highway 90 near the Medina and Uvalde line very soon. Is there hail in storm on Hondo? Sandy, there's hail in the storm that's closer on towards the Uvalde Medina County line, but in Hondo itself, this is going to miss you. So you're going to get some rain, you're going to get some lightning, but in Hondo. So the storm's going to impact you, but the hail core is going to miss you. So maybe even some pea-sized hail at most, but you're not going to see the damaging hail, Sandy. Jenny putting in some of that text from the severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you so much, Jenny. That can sometimes help a lot of people who may have questions. Sometimes seeing it in text can be a little bit better. So, Jenny, thank you. Carla says thank you. Sandy says praise the Lord. Sandy, I know that's what a lot of people are saying tonight, those that were thankfully missed by the hail. The hail that went through San Antonio actually just missed us here at the station. It was a really close call. So east of Pleasanton and west of Falls City, big hail possible, still possibly up towards golf ball size hail. I still think it's going to barely miss Campbellton. Guys, I'm still holding true to that. I think that Campbellton still could get some pea-size hail, but the damaging size hail is going to stay east of Campbellton.
Jared says, hey, Andrew, what about Tilden, McMullen County area, Highway 16? Let's go ahead down there. Doesn't look like anything much of an issue for you at the moment. Zooming out just a bit, you'll notice you got a lot of storms off to your north. And here's the great thing, Jared. These storms are going to be falling apart as they come south towards you. I'm not saying they're going to be falling apart completely by the time they arrive, but they're expected to continue to fall apart. And I think it'll be quieter by the time these storms arrive to you. But Jared, don't worry, we're not going to be hopping off here. They're still hours away from you. I'm talking like maybe an hour to 2 hours away from the Tilden, McMullen County area. So we'll stay on for you, don't worry. But Jared, not too much of an issue right now. Will there be hail in the Elmendorf-Floresville area? The good news is, Elmendorf could have seen a little bit of hail earlier on. We actually got a few reports of some larger hail in Elmendorf, so if it didn't hit you, that's good. But the hail core has pretty much gone past the Elmendorf-Floresville area, so you're fine now. Let's see here. On the map, it's going in between Floresville and Pleasanton. That 97 is the one it's crossing. It looks like hail missing us. Yeah. It did just cross 97, and it's staying west of Falls City. Now, Falls City, you're going to get some heavy rain, and you're going to get a lot of lightning. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you're going to get a storm. But the hail core, the main, and you may even get pea-sized hail in Falls City, including Karnes City. But that main hail core, the big hail, is going to stay off to your west. It's also going to stay east of Campbellton. I was afraid that this was going to go down a highway, but it's kind of staying right between the two. Scott wants to know if he is clear for the rest of the night. Scott, let's check out Kosciuszko. I think I said that right again. Kosciuszko is looking fine. So it looks like the storm's staying off to your west. May still get a little bit of rain in that area. Still could get a little bit of lightning and some heavy rain here and there, but as far as severe risk, I think you're good. New to the Fort Sam Houston era, are storms like this common? Nicole, the answer is depends on the time of the year. In this time of the year, we typically get some strong to severe storms in. It depends on where you're from if you're wondering how common storms are. I'm from the Mississippi area, and in Mississippi, this is really common. Here, it actually isn't as common to get this kind of frequency in storms, where we get just wave after wave after wave all in 1 week. But we are in an unsettled weather pattern right now, and storms like this are possible. Now, something that we have in this part of the United States, this is considered flash flood alley, so you need to remember that flooding could be possible with storms. That's something more common in this area compared to other parts of the U.S. This is flash flood alley. Heavy rain can lead to flash flooding. So always remember that. And also remember that large hail is more common in this part of the United States compared to some other areas, compared to, say, the southeast. In the southeast, you get hail, but it's not typically as large as it is here. And some of that has to do with drier air that's nearby us. So I hope that answers your question, and welcome to the San Antonio area. Scott says, I got it now. Scott, I'm glad. I hate that I was saying it wrong all this time, but I'm not going to forget that one. Again, that they say it Kosciuszko back in Mississippi, but Kosciuszko, I'm never going to forget that. I'll remember that the rest of my life. Bobby wants to know about Seguin. Let's check out the Seguin area. We may still have a little bit of rain up your way, maybe a little bit of lightning, but the severe risk is over for the Seguin area. So, Bobby, you can go to bed and enjoy a little bit of rain on the roof and maybe a few rumbles of thunder in the background. Scott reporting light rain in his area. CPS outages. Kerry wants to know. Last I checked, it was about 15 to 30 minutes ago, and I think it was more than 26,000 people without power. So I know that they're going to have a long night where they're working on trying to restore power to everyone. Guys, just try to stay, try to stay patient with everything. Thomas wants to know the biggest size hail ever recorded. And Thomas, I don't remember the exact size. It's larger than softball. I want to say it was about volleyball size, maybe a little bit smaller. I can't remember exactly. It was huge though, and I think that was further off to the north of of Texas. I don't think it was in Texas. I want to say it was in the Dakotas. I want to say it. I feel like I'm wrong though. You know, Thomas, I can't remember it exactly. I've got so much weather history in my head. Most of it's tropical meteorology related. That's where a lot of my passion is tropical meteorology. But I can't remember what the largest hailstone is exactly. It could be Colorado where it fell. But yeah, it was huge. Thankfully, it didn't fall tonight in our area. Still possibly some large hail out there, though, that we're keeping a track of. Nicole says she's from Tacoma, Washington. Nicole, again, welcome to the area. We need to know, isn't headed to Tilden. Now, you could get some rain in Tilden. It's hard to tell if the storm's going to hold together all the way to Tilden. If you do get the stronger storm, it's going to be this one in Medina County. This one that's over in Wilson and Wilson and Karnes County, stretching down towards Kennedy. This is going to miss you to the east for the Tilden area. Jenny makes a good point for some of our new people in South Texas. She's lived in South Texas about 17 years. Never had this many storms this close together and such ugly storms. So that answers your question. You know, this is, we do get strong storms in this area, but it's not usually this frequent. You know, it's common to get severe weather here. It's just not usually this often, back to back to back. We're in a unique weather pattern right now. All right, so somebody within the building just gave me a heads up. Andrew is right. The largest hailstone ever recorded was a 10-inch diameter in South Dakota. I thought it was the Dakotas. I just wasn't 100% sure. And yeah, so that answers your question. The largest hailstone ever recorded was in South Dakota, and I don't remember the year. I want to say it was the early 2000s. You know, whoever did that research and answered with the KENS 5 account, let me know. I want to say it was the early 2000s, but I can't remember. From Wilmington, North Carolina, Sherry, my grandfather, is from Wilmington, North Carolina. He used to work for the paper back there. Grew up with hurricanes. This is crazy. Yeah, you know, this is a different kind of weather pattern compared to what you get back in Wilmington, North Carolina. Steve says, hi from Searcy, Arkansas. I covered my first tornado warning ever in 2014 in White County. I worked in Jonesboro, Arkansas. That was my first job. I worked with Ryan Vaughn up there in Jonesboro, Arkansas. So, Steve, welcome to our update. Marissa says she thought hurricane season was over. We actually had a named storm earlier today. Bertha made landfall up over towards the Carolinas. So again, guys, you know, I've been answering some of y'all's questions. I want to hop back over to talk about some of these storms that we have still impacting the area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing for western portions of Medina County. It includes eastern portions of Uvalde County, but honestly, the stronger part of the storm is in western Medina. This is going to be missing Hondo, not expecting impacts to Hondo from this storm. And it's going to be moving into southern portions of Medina County, south of Highway 90. The largest of the hail, which could be up to golf ball size hail, is crossing Highway 90 right now. Megan wants to know how much more for Hondo. Still going to have some rain here over the next 15 to 30 minutes, and still going to have some ongoing lightning, possibly up to the next 45 minutes, but the larger hail missing your area. Jenny, I still think that large hail is going to miss Campbellton, and it's going to stay just off to your east. We'll watch that closely. Joanne, thank you so much. She says that larger hail was in 1997. So thank you so much for that report. Meteorologist Meagan Massey just outside the Digital Center right now. She just got done doing the 10 o'clock newscast, so I'm going to bring the graphic up full. I think Megan's about to hop back on, get mic'd back up, and ready to join us again for this Facebook Live. Again, guys, whenever there's severe weather, be sure to come to our Facebook page. Don't forget, we're also live on the app. We're live on the website, and we're live on YouTube. All those platforms we're live on to keep you updated. We also, every once in a while, we'll cut in on TV. And actually, Weather Chief Bill Taylor is on right now giving an update on some of these storms moving through the area. So you can catch us on all these platforms. We want to make sure we kind of reach you wherever you may be, because we want to make sure you stay informed. Again, we got 2 hail cores. You know, one is east of Pleasanton and northeast of Campbellton. We have another hail core that's west of Hondo. I think all those areas that I just mentioned are going to be missed by the larger hail, but we still could have some smaller hail in some of those areas. Let's go ahead and take a look at the amount of rainfall we're seeing.
How does the rotation look in the Medina storm?
All right. Meteorologist Meagan Massey asking about rotation in the Medina storm. So I'm going to go check that out real quick, guys. Let's get an idea on rotation here. So it looks like we had a little bit of rotation a moment ago.
I know they added a tornado possible tag to that severe thunderstorm warning, so I was just curious to know.
Yeah, that's probably going to be for this area right here. Back when it was near Sabinal, there was some rotation right here. We passed south of 90, and it looks like that rotation has weakened, still possibly a little bit right in this area. That rotation is going to stay east of 127 as it dips south, and we'll watch that closely. This is definitely one of the stronger storms we have now that's going to be dipping down into Frio County. Right now, the storm well off to your north. Again, these storms are not moving that fast as what they were before, so it's still got a while before it even reaches it to you, but we'll watch that close. All right, Jenny, you probably just got the outflow boundary from the storms. That has been something that has been really strong with a lot of these storms, is the outflow boundary, and that's what you're feeling right now. You say the winds are absolutely insane, and if we go down to Campbellton, you'll see that there's a little light area of green on the edge of the storm. That's going to be from the outflow boundaries itself.
The city's looking a lot better, too. Do we want to bring up my mic here?
All right, so we got Megan's mic up. Welcome back, Megan.
Thank you.
I know that you've been working really hard on keeping track of these storms.
So interesting. I went through a lot of our reports, didn't get through all of them, but we had a lot of viewers send us hail reports and also crazy lightning pictures. So if you get a chance, go to Meteorologist Meagan Massey, either my Facebook page or my Twitter page. And I shared a lot of photos, and I just wanted to get that out there just because those were some of the reports we had in Bexar County.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of reports too. We were looking at the storm reports just a moment ago here on the map. But if you want to see the images of the hail themselves, check out Megan's Facebook, Meteorologist Meagan Massey. And did you post those to Twitter as well?
Yes, they're under the hashtag Kins5Eyewitness. So even if you search that hashtag, you'll find a lot of our photos too. And I'm seeing a ton of them on our Kins5 page as well.
Yeah, so a lot of video, wild video too, that's come in throughout tonight. Guys, thank you so much for your reports. Your reports are big because it allows us to know what the storms are actually doing. Radar tells us a lot, but it can only tell us so much. It can tell us what's happening up high in the storm. We don't necessarily always know what's going on at the surface, though. So with your reports, that helps us a lot.
Definitely, and I was just kind of getting my phone together here. Zachary reporting we just got 50-mile-an-hour winds, got trees knocked over. Oh, goodness.
We had reports of trees knocked over in the Somerset area as well.
So still a lot of reports of damaging wind gust here. Do we want to zoom in on a few of these?
Yeah, let's zoom in on this one in Hondo because I think this is the strongest one. Actually, let me check this one real quick because I know we have Jenny watching. Jenny, that hail core has missed you off to the east. Karnes City, you're about to have heavy rain, you're about to have frequent lightning, but the large hail is going to miss you to the west. Still going to be gusty winds too.
Pretty good wind too. Velocity on this storm is pretty impressive as far as the wind threat. So we're looking at some brighter pinks.
Oh, you're talking about the one to the southeast.
Right.
Sorry, I see what you have pulled up now.
So this is the one near Karn City. So there we go. The brighter pinks, that's showing us possibly that damaging wind threat, which I was watching you on Max 2 during the 10 p.m. show. You pulled up thunderstorm wind damage reports in Bexar County.
Yeah.
So we've even had some thunderstorm wind damage reports in Bexar County. As far as the city, though, looking a lot better than what it did.
Yeah.
I mean, just some lingering showers up in New Braunfels, if some of you have questions about that area. Comal County, for the most part, very dry. It looks like just lingering showers south of downtown at this point, and also east.
And Megan, something that I've noticed here is that the storms are now starting to isolate themselves. What I think here is a lot of our storms are starting to die. Now, not saying they're going to die out completely. These hail cores are holding on, guys, and the winds are still really strong. But I think that things are trying to calm down. It may take a few hours, though, for the things to really calm down. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. That's going on for the next hour, and I wonder if they end up making a new watch to our south if these storms continue to hold together.
One thing I want to point out here, we just had a new report come in, and it's actually in Kerr County.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's officially in yet. I don't see the icon, but we've had a report in Doss, which is in Gillespie County. So that's actually north of Kerr there. So.
Okay, yeah. Flood.
Yeah, so a flood report of 2 feet. There it is. So 2 feet water rushing over roads. So flash flooding continues.
You know what, Megan? I want to check the river levels real quick. Give me 1 second, guys, because I want to make sure that the rivers are in good shape. I mentioned it to somebody earlier.
There's Gillespie County.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That's the Pedernales.
The Pedernales River is expected to go from 6 feet to 19 feet over the next, really, 2 to 3 hours.
So what happens at 19 feet? Is there a way to bring that up?
Yeah, let's bring up what happens at 19 feet. That is not considered to be in flood stage. At that stage, the river will actually still be within its banks, but that lets you know that the rivers can rise rapidly here. That's scary type of rising. That rising more than 15 feet, or not more than 15. Excuse me. It was 6 feet to 19.7. So rising more than 15 feet rapidly. That's pretty scary. So at 16.6 feet, flow exceeds the banks and is near the 1 to 2 year flood level. So that's important to know. So it is out of its banks. It's just not considered to be at a flood stage. 22 feet is whenever the river becomes in flood, so it'll stay about 2 feet below that or a little bit more. And if it does ever make it to 22 feet, let's look at that. Minor lowland flooding is occurring on secondary roads and bridges from the headwaters downstream below LBJ National Park, the Park Road 49 Bridge, and Lyndon B. Johnson National Park. Floods, fencing, and signs are damaged in the national park area. So we'll have to watch that closely.
One thing I do want to bring back up whenever you get a chance, if we can go to radar, it happens, it actually is relevant to the flooding too.
Okay, give me just 1 second real quick. All right, guys, the rest of the rivers seem to be behaving themselves. I just wanted to check that real quick. You got it, Megan.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is put on radar here just to show you that Gillespie County is not looking at any storms right now. However, we do have a flash flood warning that includes, there it is, Gillespie County. So that's right where you had that river that you were looking at.
Yeah,
Pedernales. So that includes Harper through 2 a.m. too.
Scott, one of our loyal viewers, we've been saying Kosciuszko. It's Kosciuszko.
Okay.
I mentioned that in Mississippi we call it Kosciuszko. It's a little different, but here it's pronounced Kosciuszko. He helped me out with that, so just a heads up for the future.
Good to know. There's also Salado and Salado that's different in different regions
Correct.
too.
Salado, Texas, a little along I-35. That's closer towards Bell County. It's Salado in this part of the state. So, you know, wherever you go, even within the Lone Star State, sometimes things are said a little bit differently. So thank you all so much. Keep us accountable. Make sure that you can keep us up to date. If we're saying something wrong, let us know. We want to be able to say it right.
So it looks like they have a severe thunderstorm warning. They have a couple here.
Yeah, they've created a new warning for the one down towards Karnes County. That stretches all the way down towards Pettis, getting closer on towards Beeville. Again, Jenny, it looks like that in the Campbellton area, it looks like the hail core has stayed to the east. It looks like that main hail core has also stayed west of Karnes City, and the severe part of the storm looks like it will continue south towards Pettis.
And pretty good wind gusts too, with this storm in between Campbellton and Karnes City.
Yeah.
Headed toward Pettis. So, and then we also have, let's see here.
Is anything headed to Pearsall? And you know that's a good question, because we do have a few storms just off to your northwest. What were they saying about that flash flood warning in Gillespie County?
So that's going to remain in effect through 2 a.m. Thunderstorms produced flash flooding. So that's what we got on that one.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I was just checking out something real quick, guys. So let's bring it back up and let's check the Pearsall area too, because we've got a few questions about that. We do have a pretty good storm that's south of Hondo. Hondo's got a little bit of rain and a little bit of lightning, but the severe part of the storm never passed through Hondo, and it is South Medina County now, southwest Medina County, and this storm is moving towards Pearsall. Right now, Pearsall not under severe thunderstorm warning, but we could have some larger hail associated with this storm, maybe even up to quarter to golf ball size hail in this storm.
Right, and it looks like it is moving south at about 40 miles per hour. So I'll go ahead and put a track on this for those of you asking about the Pearsall area.
And by the way, Divine, you're going to get some heavy rain, you're going to get frequent lightning, but the hail will stay to your west. The severe part of the storm is going to stay west of Divine.
So Pearsall just before 11:30, so about 11:20 in your area, and more 11:13. And we're going outside the polygon just to give you a heads up, have a lot of time to prepare once this storm hits. Again, we're still looking at a lot of cloud to ground lightning, so power outages definitely a possibility. We've already had many power outages, been talking all day, in Bexar County. So that's what we've been looking at so far.
Yeah, and you've been on since
I believe 7.
Or maybe even earlier than that. I think it was about 6:35, 6:40 you got on, and we've been covering on this Facebook Live since. So again, guys, whenever there's severe weather in the area, make sure you come here, because we're going to be on here giving updates every time that this is a thing.
Yeah.
And we've been on a lot this week. It's been a very active week. We've had a lot of storms pass through. We even had a confirmed tornado in the Helotes area days ago. Again, no tornado warnings out there now. No issues of a tornado, just strong winds and also some large hail associated with some of these storms. A lot of heavy rainfall and a lot of frequent lightning.
So that's where the hail core is now too, and still pretty healthy hail core.
Yeah, still pretty healthy. It's holding together. I'm willing to bet they will continue to extend the severe thunderstorm warning to the south. So right now, Moore, Pearsall, you're not included in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the National Weather Service, I'm sure over the next 30 minutes, is going to say, you know what, this hail core is holding on, as long as it does continue to hold on, and I'm sure they're going to extend this warning further on to the south and east.
Looking at a few comments here.
Richard wants to know, what angle did hail fall? Man, Richard, some of the video that we got, it showed the hail coming in. It was wind-driven, so it was hitting some structures on the side. So,
well, we had, multiple viewers tell us on Facebook Live how their windows broke off Huebner.
Yeah.
A lot of people along Huebner had their windows broken from the hail.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep track of that too.
Yeah, I mean, it was something else as it passed through, and thankfully we have quieter weather starting to move through for the later on tonight for that area that saw the hail. Because still active weather in other parts of South Texas.
So let's see here. Vanderpool, that's in Bandera County.
Yeah, western
Quarter-size
Bandera County.
hail.
Yeah, so that's going to be actually Vanderpool. I'm trying to remember where that is in Bandera County. Maybe that's south of Bandera itself. That's let's go and zoom down, see if we can find it. I'm trying to remember exactly where it was, guys, but that may be kind of closer on, maybe even towards...
That was about 9:45 at the time of that report. You know, speaking of Bandera County, they're still not out of the woods just yet. East of Leakey, really southeast of Leakey, we're looking at a smaller hail core there.
Lakey.
Yeah. And then we also have northern Real County, also a bit of a hail core there. So this isn't expected to impact areas like Rock Springs.
Yeah, and I was right. It is western Bandera County. For some reason, I was questioning myself, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, Vanderpool isn't too far away from some of the great state parks we have here in South Texas. So, yeah, Vanderpool area had some quarter-size hail earlier on. That storm has now passed south of you. This is now a different storm that's over close to your area.
I'm just trying to see if we're getting any more reports. The National Weather Service, they're doing a great job on putting all these reports in officially, too.
Yeah, the National Weather Service, there's a ton of information coming in right now, and typically you don't get it at night like this, but because there's so much, we're able to gather it. I'm sure we're going to gather even more information tomorrow morning when more information comes in. We haven't had any reports of any tornadoes tonight. We did have some tornado warnings that were earlier on. That was in portions of Kerr County, including the Kerrville area, and even in Gillespie County. That tornado warning expired a long time ago, like 3 hours ago, and no reports of any damage from that, thank goodness. We did see some rotation in that storm. It worried me a little bit because it was right over Kerrville.
I'm just glad we stayed on top of it when rotation decided to just continue to strengthen. I mean, that was before sunset, so we still had conditions favorable to support severe weather. In fact, speaking of that, did you show the watch quite yet? I know the National Weather Service, they actually trimmed a lot of counties outside of the watch.
Oh, so we have not looked at the watch area since they've trimmed back the counties, but we did show it a little bit earlier. So there's the latest severe thunderstorm watch area. Kerr County, it continues for you. Bandera County, it continues. That's because there's a storm just kind of on the edge of your area. But I'm willing to bet they trim back you. Well, actually, they'll probably just let you expire with everyone else at midnight.
We have a lot of you also asking on this Facebook Live about certain locations. Let's see here. Robin wanting to know, does Tilden have a storm warning? No, Tilden does not, but there is a severe thunderstorm just east of you. And we'll also keep track of the one over Medina County, beginning to move out of Medina County right now. So we'll watch the track of that one too.
Yeah, and again, that's moving out of Medina County into Frio County. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning where we could have some large hail and some strong winds, moving into southern Medina County and then eventually into northern Frio County here over the next 15 to 30 minutes.
Also getting a report, just rain in Leon Valley by 410 and Bandera, no hail.
Good, yeah. Probably just for the rest of tonight, it's probably just going to be some light rain, maybe some, maybe a few rumbles of thunder here and there.
Right. So it is beginning to calm down in downtown San Antonio too.
Yes. Excuse me.
So I'm not seeing any additional reports here, but we still have, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. One moving, east of Rock Springs, so still some severe storms packing a punch up toward the hill country. Let's put on hail tracker again to just see some of these hail cores.
Yeah, and those hail cores up in the hill country, not as significant, but they're definitely still there. And that's an area where we've had multiple storms pass through. They've had a good amount of rain up there.
Right, so for those asking about Pearsall, heads up, we're still looking at, the pocket of hail. And it looks like golf ball, maybe tennis ball size hail possible with this severe storm.
Yeah, pretty good storm there moving south and east towards Pearsall. That's something we're watching real close. We got reports of thunderstorm wind damage in Utopia where
So that's in Uvalde County.
large trees down. That's where we had that baseball-sized hail possible whenever this storm that we're looking at now passed through that area.
Yeah, so a lot of hail reports, and I remember looking at chat, they were saying baseball-sized hail was likely near that area. So remember, I talked about that. Uvalde County, they were not under the watch. They're still not under the watch, but you're around that watch, the severe thunderstorm watch. So that's why you still need to stay weather aware with that, because we still saw, you know, hail-producing thunderstorms.
Yeah, and Megan, I'm going to step away to go snag some water real quick. I'm going to let you take it away real quick. But again, guys, we're still watching multiple severe warnings. And remember, we're going to stay on and keep y'all updated on these, at least until the threat is over.
Right, and now we have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. Let's put radar back on and let's see the specifics. So now we have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. Primary concerns will be ping pong ball size hail. Also 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and this includes Bandera, Medina, Real, and Uvalde counties through midnight. So a little less than an hour on this severe thunderstorm. And we'll be watching it closely. You know, we just showed you the hail tracker, and we're not looking at, you know, significant pockets of hail over the hill country with these storms. However, quarter-size hail is possible. That's what we've seen. Just not, you know, significant hail like we had in Bexar County a little while ago. Let's put on the hail tracker. So heads up to Utopia. It looks like the hail core is just northwest of you, and northern Real County, another hail core there. But that's actually associated with a different severe thunderstorm warning. So Sabinal, west of downtown Hondo, heads up. You could get some straight line winds of 60 miles per hour and also quarter-size hail. Let's put on some local storm reports. Just a lot of hail reports out there. Going back to radar, there's that severe thunderstorm warning in place through midnight. And again, this includes Sabinal, west of downtown Hondo. So Hondo, I'd still watch this storm because you're literally on the outskirts of this severe thunderstorm warning currently in place. Gilbert wants to know, will we get hail in Divine? Let's go down to this severe storm. Looks like it's grown in size a little bit. Divine should be in the clear of any hail. We'll go put on our hail tracker again. So there's the main hail core, which is well west of Divine. So there it is, just to give you an idea. And again, that's also severe warned. Looks like that hail core, let's put on a 2-hour loop. And it has strengthened a little bit in the last radar scan we've had. So within the last 5-10 minutes or so, it has strengthened just a little bit. Again, that's west of Divine. Heads up to Pearsall. You guys could see maybe golf ball size hail. Let's go back to see anything here. No reports from this storm right here, but we'll definitely watch that one closely. Again, we also have this newly issued severe thunderstorm warning that includes Sabinal and also west of Hondo. So it's possible that you've maybe had an alert go off on your phone. Heads up, we're seeing a lot of cloud to ground lightning with these storms. They're still packing a punch as far as the lightning. I mean, you can barely see the storms when we put on our lightning tracker here. Especially in Karn City, a pretty noisy storm over you right now. I mean, lightning's traveling for miles outside of a lot of these severe storms. Even lingering thunderstorms in Floresville, so a little loud in those areas. Seguin, we've had cloud to ground lightning over you, but most of that thunderstorm activity is well south. So really we're just focusing on this line of severe storm warnings west of downtown. Those we're not expecting them to impact downtown whatsoever.
All right, so guys, I'm back. Again, still a lot of severe warnings out there. Pearsall, you are now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. We've been talking about that storm that's just off to your northwest for a while now, and it's now dipping down closer on towards your area. So heads up, damaging wind and damaging hail possible. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of the hail cores that we've been able to talk about today, at least other than that San Antonio storm, A lot of the hail cores have missed more populated areas, but Pearsall, it looks like you're going to get this this hail core in here because it's just gonna pass right through town. Now it's a small one. You know, it's not going to impact a large area, but let's take a look at how large this hail core is across, about 5 miles, and that's just the more damaging hail. That's going to dip down closer on towards your area, so heads up. We're watching a few things here, guys. I'm trying to
This
bring up
storm
radar
right
again.
here is producing very high wind.
Let's zoom down there to it. Guys, I'm bringing this up again. So Pettis, strong wind about to come right down into your area. You see the reds. Ooh, that is really strong wind.
So that's
Pawnee.
Pawnee.
Yeah, Pawnee
Really
is
strong
getting
wind
really
there.
strong winds. This missed Campbellton to the east. Jenny, by the way, the storms are looks like it's going to start to quiet down a little bit for you in Campbellton, as the stronger storms have stayed just on off towards your east. Missed Campbellton just east. But you're still going to get some rain and still going to get a few rumbles of thunder. We actually already have a report of half-inch hail in the Pawnee area as that storm continues to dip southeast into parts of B County. So B County right now getting some strong winds, and that is heading towards Beeville.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It looks like very strong wind. So maybe moving into the Pettis area, I would say about, what, 30 minutes or so, 30 to 45 minutes?
Yeah, maybe even, yeah, probably about 30 minutes. You're right there.
And that's not going to impact Three Rivers. So if you're in Three Rivers, this storm is going to be northeast of you. At least the high wind gusts within that storm.
And I'm bringing back up the Facebook, guys, feed on my phone. I'm taking it down for a second. Jenny says, that was close, just wow. Thank you. No problem, Jenny.
And Frio County, much of Frio County, it looks like they trimmed back that severe thunderstorm warning for Medina County, and now it includes Frio County.
Yeah, and we're getting a question, are we going to get hail in Divine? So looks like the hail is going to miss you just to the west. You're going to get some heavy rain and frequent lightning, though, and probably some gusty winds. So maybe up to pea-size hail, I would say at most, Gilbert.
Let's see if we can get a better view of that. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and 2-inch hail, so about lime-size hail possible with the severe thunderstorm moving into Frio County.
So that's still pretty big hail, and that's heading towards Pearsall. So heads up, those along I-35 in Pearsall, and then stretching even down. I think it could hit Miss Dilley just off to the east, but Dilley, just stay on edge on this one because it is going to be close. So again, it is moving down to the south and east. Divine, this is going to miss you. You can kind of see where you are on the map, just off to the east of this storm, and then it's gonna miss you just off to the west. Excuse me. The storm will miss you just to the west as it passes to the south and east. Will we get hail in Kennedy? So I think the hail is going to miss you just off towards the south and west. You can kind of see, let's zoom in just a little bit more, see if we can get it to populate. There it is, there you are, Kennedy. And you can see that you could see maybe up to pea-size hail at most, but the larger hail is to your south and west, and it's going to continue to stay to your south and west. So I think you're fine in Kennedy. You're still going to get some frequent lightning, heavy rainfall, and possibly even some very small hail. But I don't think this storm is going to put down large hail in the Kennedy area. So I hope that answered your question there. How about Brackettville? It looks like most of these storms have just missed Brackettville completely, which is good because Brackettville had a lot of stormy conditions here on other nights of the week.
Right. So it looks like a lot of them will stay east of Brackettville.
Yeah, not saying you couldn't see any rain at all. You still could get a little bit of a storm late tonight, but I think that the severe weather has really stayed to your east and is expected to stay to your east.
Man, just really strong wind gusts with that storm to our southeast.
Yeah, very strong wind moving into B County, and the storm even has a little bit of a hooking to it as well.
Not seeing much rotation, just more of a straight line winds there.
Right.
It looks like they have also issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Edwards and Real counties through 12:15 a.m. So
right.
that's that newly issued severe thunderstorm
Yeah,
warning.
there's those new storms that are just off into, and you know, they've had a lot of rain in northeast Edwards County. Gosh, let me bring back up the river stages again here, Megan. Give me
Okay.
1 second.
And you know, these storms aren't moving all that quickly. They're only moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So they're moving slow. That tells me if we get, you know, high rainfall rates of 1 to maybe even 2 inches per hour, we could also see some localized flooding, isolated flooding in those areas. And I'm talking about the ones closer to Edwards County and Real counties.
Yeah, so that's something that we're gonna have to watch close. You know, what I'm checking is what river basin is that rain falling on, and it's falling on the South Fork of the Llano River. So that's something that would impact our friends in Austin a little bit more. The big floods that happened about a year and a half, nearly 2 years ago, back in the first week of October of 2018, that most of that rain had fallen along the Llano River Basin. So I don't think they're going to have a big flood event right now, but they are going to, I think, see that water go up on the Llano River, because I think that's the basin where a lot of the rain is falling up there near Rock Springs. So we'll just have to watch that close. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're going to have a big flood. It's just one of the rivers that I'm trying to watch close, as well as many of the other rivers here across South Texas. Right now, they all seem to be behaving themselves, other than the Pedernales, which will be going into the action stage there. The Pedernales, by the way, passes through Gillespie County near Fredericksburg, and then it goes through northern Blanco County, where you have LBJ National Park, and then eventually it makes its way towards the Pedernales River, Pedernales Falls State Park, rather, which is located in northern Blanco County as well. So we'll watch that closely.
So we have Pipe Creek, Bandera County. This was about 8:50 this evening, ping pong ball size hail. So that's about 1.5 inches in diameter.
Yeah, so pretty big hailstones that we had move into the Pipe Creek area too, an area that's not too far away from some of the severe warnings that are to the southwest. Now, Pipe Creek area, don't worry, these aren't going to impact you, but it just lets you know that, you know, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings just on the other side of Bandera County.
Now, I want to point out that I think the strongest storm is here. In our entire viewing area, I think this is going to be the strongest storm.
And you'll notice there's 2 different severe thunderstorm warnings, guys, and that's because the National Weather Service in Corpus Christi has now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this. So we have 2 different National Weather Service offices that are serving this warning. One is the National Weather Service in Austin and San Antonio, which covers Atascosa and then into Karnes County right there. And is that Karnes County? I'm trying to see.
That is not Karnes County. Or
Let's go
which
up.
one?
No,
yeah,
it is.
that one
so
is,
Atascosa and Karnes County, and then we have this
B and Live Oak.
B and Live Oak are covered by the National Weather Service in Corpus Christi, and they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning as well because this storm is still so strong as it moves south.
I mean, yeah, and the brighter greens there, I mean, it's been going for quite some time. That tells me that damaging wind gusts likely with this storm. So if you live in, you know, northern parts of B and Live Oak counties, definitely head into your safe place here and stay indoors because we're looking at really high wind gusts with that storm.
Yeah, that's where you're seeing the blues and the bright greens. That's going to be the really strong winds, possibly 70-mile-per-hour winds with that storm right there, just southeast of Pawnee, moving into Pettis and Normanna, I believe that's the correct way to say that, Normanna. You'll have to excuse me if I'm saying that incorrect, guys. Again, newer here to South Texas myself, wanting to make sure that I say all these town names correct. So if I'm saying it incorrect, guys, give me a shout out. Say, hey, this is how you're supposed to be saying that name. Someone that's not included in the severe thunderstorm warning, but the storm is heading in your direction, is Beeville as well.
I was going to say that. Also, Goliad, watch this storm closely too. 3 Rivers not included in that severe thunderstorm warning, or George West, but still keep your eyes on it. The storm is pretty close to you. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes that will will travel for miles with this storm.
That
But
lets us know that that storm still has a strong updraft.
And as far as Carnes, they have continued that warning, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and also an 1.5-inch diameter hail. So still pretty good hail core within that storm. Heads up to Carnes County, you are still under that warning through midnight.
Yeah, but the severe thunderstorm warning for Atascosa County has been canceled, so Atascosa County, the severe risk is over. Still some lightning strikes. We had a lightning a lightning strike well outside of that storm and get near Campbellton there. Pearsall, the storm is right on your doorstep.
And also, they've trimmed Atascosa out of that warning too. So
Correct,
Atascosa County also in the clear.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about there just a moment ago. So they're now outside of the warning.
So heads up to Pearsall. Let's get a latest look at this hail tracker. A little bit bigger. Let's put on this 2-hour loop here. So it is
Golf ball size hail
yeah.
crossing 57 right now.
Let's zoom in on that and include Pearsall too.
Yep, crossing 57 just west of 35, golf ball size hail, and it's heading close to Pearsall. Close enough to where I would be moving my car if I were you. And also, you know, be in that safe place for yourself as well.
So for reference here, I've put on more Bigfoot, also a little bit of Charlotte, but Pearsall, yeah, heads up along I-35 there. You could definitely see some golf ball size hail, maybe ping pong ball size.
Yeah. Dale said that I said it right the first time.
Well, there you go.
I will remember that. Dale, thank you so much for the heads up. I appreciate y'all keeping me informed as I make sure I say these town names correctly. Jared says, anything on Tilden, Highway 16 area? The answer is still nothing for you. These storms have kind of stayed out of the McMullen County area. They are still moving towards you. You notice the storm up towards Frio County. This is dipping down in your direction. So far, it's held together. Looks like we still have large hail with it. So hopefully it continues to weaken as it passes through Frio County. But we'll let you know if the McMullen County area and down towards Tilden starts to have an issue. But Jared, storms still have about an hour to an hour and a half until they're at your doorstep, I would say.
Still pretty good hail cores, though, with a lot of these storms.
Yeah. That's kind of been the story today, too, is large hail. That's what most of these storms have produced. You know, not so much in the way of damaging wind. We have had some really intense wind gusts, but damaging hail has been the main concern, and you can see that in our reports.
A lot of hail reports. We even had 80-mile-an-hour wind gust to our north, so that was closer to Fredericksburg. We've even had some wind gust reports up there, some thunderstorm wind damage too in some spots. So yeah, hail has been the big story, even some isolated flooding in some spots. We've been showing you the traffic cams, and it was crazy hours ago. I mean, you couldn't even see anything because it was just torrential rain the entire time.
Yeah, we watched 151 at Loop 410 go from seeing a bunch of traffic to not seeing anything, and then seeing everyone there again. And I know we had some large hail pass in that area, so I hope people's cars didn't get too much damage, and I hope everyone stayed safe. But man, it was really intense as those storms passed through.
Definitely. So I'm opening up this chat room too here.
So we're looking at what the National Weather Service in Corpus Christi is saying. We keep in contact with all the National Weather Service offices through a special system. That way, you know, we know what's going on. And my good buddy is warning the storms tonight. Yep. Tyler Castillo. I graduated from Mississippi State with Tyler. He works for the National Weather Service down in Corpus Christi. He's keeping all of our friends and family down towards Live Oak County and down towards B County safe right now with these severe thunderstorms that are warned down in their direction. So again, damaging wind and large hail possible down in those storms kind of closer on towards Corpus Christi, just east of I-37.
So it looks like they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for B and Goliad counties through midnight.
So now Goliad too. Now that's going to be just very western portions of Goliad County. This does not include Goliad itself, the town, but very western portions, really more for B County, but very western portion of Goliad County could have some strong winds and hail too.
I think overall, you know, the city's looking great right now. I know we've had a lot of hail reports, and it is possible for the National Weather Service to receive more damage reports that they may have to look further into. So we'll have to see about that. But we still have, you know, several severe thunderstorm warnings in place for multiple communities in our viewing area. Frio County remains under a severe thunderstorm warning there too. So again, that's Frio County through 12:15 a.m. Hondo, you will also see a pocket of brief heavy rain within the next, I'd say, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, let's check the hail core in that storm too, because that will get fairly close to Hondo. And it looks like it's maybe just on the west side of Hondo, but honestly, that hail core could miss Hondo off to the west completely. Maybe about quarter-size hail, though, and a very, very small hail core. May just miss Hondo off to the west.
Let's look at Pearsall again, too.
Yeah, this is the bigger hail core that's going to pass really close to Pearsall, maybe about golf ball size hail.
Trying to see if there are any more reports here. So the storm in Carnes, it looks like, so yeah, they've trimmed back on Atascosa too, and the primary concern with a Carnes County storm will be the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and also 1.5-inch size hail.
So let's take a wider look at radar. They're talking about more development possible up towards Williamson County. Let's bring up shower thunderstorms, and let's look up north.
Oh wow, and other storms are beginning to develop over the Brazos Valley up toward Williamson County along I-35.
Yep, so we'll watch those closely. That's a lot of heavy rain. So that's something else that's a concern here, guys. We had been talking about it for over a week, that flash flooding was going to be a concern with storms, with how much rain we were expecting. We've had a ton of rainfall. I mean, we were an inch behind on rainfall for the month of May, and for the year as a whole, just about a week ago. We're way ahead now. You know, we've had a ton of rainfall, a very active pattern, and that's what you can see on the screen right now with so many severe thunderstorm warnings in place.
And it looks like they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Carnes County.
Good to know, yeah. So that severe thunderstorm, that storm that is severe, is now away from Carnes County, even though you still got a lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain. The severe part of the storm has now moved south and east into parts of B County. Again, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in place for Frio County. That's until 12:15. That does include Pearsall, so another 45 minutes. That storm will be in Pearsall, though, within the next 15 to 30 minutes. We also have another storm in northeast Uvalde County that has dipped out of western Bandera. It's also going to move into western parts of Medina County. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Edwards County. This is going to miss Rock Springs and moving down into Real County.
So one thing I wanted to do here was zoom in on some of these reports. I'm specifically going into Kerr County. So we have a new wind damage report here. So looks like thunderstorm wind damage, mobile homes were picked up from original locations, power lines downed with a lot of trees downed also reported. Since we had rotation within that Kerrville storm and also that Kerr County storm a little while ago, well, I'm sure the National Weather Service may do something about that.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. The National Weather Service may be heading up to Kerr County tomorrow to do some survey. We'll have to see. Now, I hope that the mobile homes were just lifted up from their original location and maybe moved over a bit. I hope there was no damage to the mobile homes themselves, and I hope everyone's safe. So far, no reports of any injuries or loss of life there, but we did have some strong rotation in there. That's why they issued that tornado warning. We were talking about it here before that tornado warning was even issued. We were talking about that rotation we were seeing in Kerrville. Hopefully everybody was safe though. So we'll keep you updated on that over the next few days. But again, yeah, a lot of reports. Wind damage has been an issue in some areas, but look at all those hail reports.
There's a lot of hail reports, a large swath of them, even up toward closer to the Austin area too. I mean, north of Comal County.
Yeah, I mean, it was hail across much of the area. Of course, earlier on today,
thunderstorm wind damage was an issue for our friends northwest of Houston. We had a lot of thunderstorm activity off that way, and they had some thunderstorm wind damage north of I-10, kind of closer on towards Bryan-College Station area.
So let's zoom back down into this storm right here that includes Frio County. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning includes Frio County through 12:15. So Pearsall beginning to pick up on the heavy rain, probably some gusty winds and a little noisy for you. If you're trying to go to sleep right now, it's likely that you're having a little bit of trouble because of all the cloud to ground lightning. The storm is so strong, I mean, lightning strikes are pretty close to Dilley at this point.
Yeah, frequent lightning, heavy rain, and now the hail core is getting closer and closer to our friends in Pearsall and is about to cross the I-35 corridor. And it may pass, the larger hail may just miss town, but it's so close. I think you're going to get the hail core, unfortunately, Pearsall.
So there's Bigfoot, still looking at some cloud to ground lightning in Bigfoot, but they're not included in that severe thunderstorm warning. So, but a good chunk of Frio County in that warning right now.
Yeah, I mean, right down the center of Frio County and all the way down to Dilley is where that severe thunderstorm warning is in place. Now, if you're along Highway 57 or north of 57, the strongest part of the storm's really already passed through you, through your area. This is now going to be for really central portions of Frio County all the way down to southern portions of Frio County where we're watching this storm continue to pass through.
So we have a new damage report coming out of Uvalde County. Public reports roof and awning damage in Utopia.
Man, we have had some big storms go through Utopia. I mean, we had that baseball-sized hail possible in the Utopia area, and then we had some really strong winds pass through too, because didn't we get a wind damage report in the Utopia area earlier on?
Right, so let's zoom out. Again, now that we're starting to get some of these reports here, they're really starting to get funneled in. So, yeah, there have been a few reports. We'll zoom back in. Oh. Wrong tool there, so.
Just 1 second, guys. So there's those two reports. We had actually a large hail report, excuse me. And then we also have the thunderstorm wind damage report. So 1 inch hail reported in Utopia. And then we had the thunderstorm wind damage report of a large tree down due to high winds. And so actually we did have a thunderstorm wind damage report earlier on.
We did, so this would be the second one.
Yeah, so the new one has not come in just yet. That's the original report that we were talking about earlier.
They say storm approaching Pearsall and Frio County likely still contains large hail. Definitely.
Yes.
So we just showed you the hail core that headed toward Pearsall. Let's zoom out, give you a good idea of the Pearsall area. Still a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this. I'll take storm reports off. Still a lot of cloud to ground lightning with a lot of these severe warned storms, but I think the biggest hazard will be quarter-size hail, maybe even larger, up to 2 inches in diameter. We could see ping pong ball, even golf ball size hail possible with these severe storms moving toward Pearsall. Heads up to Hondo. You could be impacted by this severe storm just to the northwest of you. I know you're not exactly included in that severe thunderstorm polygon, but it's possible the rate the storm is going, it could kind of shift a little more eastward and impact your area. So western Medina County and eastern Uvalde counties under that severe thunderstorm warning. We'll lift this a little to the north to give you guys an idea of where that warning is. Still includes a lot of people, and that's going to continue through midnight tonight. Trying to see if there are any recent reports here. So we haven't had any yet. But again, just severe storms are continuing over parts of Real up into Edwards County. Storms are really beginning to move out of Edwards County, though, and it looks like they've stayed pretty far east of Rock Springs. Heads up to Camp Wood, you guys could be impacted by these severe storms just north of you. The main hazards with those storms over Real County will be quarter-size hail. I would say the strongest wind gust with any storm in our viewing area as a whole, it would be this one right here that includes a lot of B counties. So heads up to Beeville. You could have high wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and quarter-size hail, maybe even up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So I think that's going to be the strongest storm overall in our viewing area right now. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. As far as rotation, we're not looking at any tornadic weather right now. We have no tornado warnings in place. And we also have this watch continuing through midnight. And we've actually had a lot of counties trimmed out of this severe thunderstorm watch. So the watch has been trimmed back a lot, but still includes Bexar County. We'll be watching storms closer to north of Austin over Williamson County. So that's going to be north of Travis. So we'll be watching storms trying to develop again north of Austin. And I'll show you that on radar. So this is that's the stuff we're watching up there. So it's moving close to Georgetown, right over I-35. So that's the new activity we're watching. Also over the Brazos Valley. A lot of these storms kind of slow movers up toward the hill country, Real and Edwards County. So we could see some isolated flooding up there. You know, we've received a lot of rain over the last couple of days, and I showed this during the 10 o'clock newscast. The May rainfall for San Antonio, our monthly rainfall so far in May is not over just yet, today being the 27th, and our rainfall is over 1 inch above normal so far. So since Saturday, we've at least picked up a little bit of observed rainfall here at the airport. So your sensors may have picked up a little bit more rain these last couple of days, but this is just what our rainfall sensor has showed us, almost 2 inches on Sunday. Remember, we had that severe weather move through Sunday evening, so a lot of us had some localized flooding and, of course, flood advisories up to flash flood warnings in place, so that was Sunday. In fact, we still have a flood advisory in place for San Antonio through 12:30 a.m. So that's going to be after midnight tonight. So just a lot of rainfall we've had. Here's the rainfall recap for San Antonio. And again, since Saturday, 2 3/4. This month, about 4.5 inches of rain, which again, the total for the month of May, and May is not over just yet, a little over 1 inch above normal. And this year, you know, like I said, some areas, especially in San Antonio, picked up 1 inch of rain with only 45 minutes. This is a short window, hence why we have that flood advisory for downtown San Antonio and most of Bexar County. So this year, we've likely had over 12 inches of rain so far. So that's just kind of giving you an idea of the flooding perspective, and that's why we've been talking a lot about localized flooding. Let's look at our rainfall forecast over the next 7 days. Again, some of us picked up 1 inch of rain so far, and this is going to be through next Wednesday evening. And we are looking at spots still picking up 1 inch, a little over that, 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches closer to Maverick County. This could change a little bit over the next couple of days, but we're still going to be stuck under an active weather pattern. But again, some of us will still see localized flooding over the next 7 days. We still need rain though. Unfortunately, a lot of us still under drought conditions, so the rain is much needed. We just don't need it in a short amount of time, if that makes sense. So localized flooding remains a big concern. What I'm going to do here is turn on some of our flood advisories that we have in place. So there's that aerial flood advisory for San Antonio, and that one's in effect through 12:30 a.m. So I just wanted to point this out because localized flooding is still a possibility. So there it is, through 12:30. So that's Bandera, Eastern Medina, and much of Bexar County. So that's where that aerial flood advisory is in place. Kerr County, much of Kerr County up into Gillespie County, looking at an aerial flood advisory through 11:45. So about 5 minutes, a little less than that on this aerial flood advisory. Training thunderstorms have also led to localized flooding over some of the hill country. So let's drag this up to see if it populates that one. So that's Bandera and Real counties and a little bit of Edwards County under that aerial flood advisory through 3 a.m., so still several hours on that warning. So that's what we're looking at there. We've had a few flood reports come out of Gillespie and Kerr counties, so that's why we'll continue to watch that there. But again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue, kind of decreasing in size with the storm over Uvalde moving into Medina County. Still looking at a bit of a hail core there too. Let's go ahead and turn on the hail tracker, loop it within the last 2 hours. So the hail core has gotten a little smaller in size, but still quarter-size hail possible with that storm. Let's take it south toward Pearsall. P up to quarter-size hail still possible for that storm. And they are going to continue the warning for Frio County through 12:15, so a little while on that one too. And it looks like they've actually issued a severe thunderstorm warning over Williamson County. And that's going to continue through 12:45. So let's zoom out and look at that warning up there. So meteorologist Andrew Wilson and I, we were just talking about that warning over Williamson County. There it is, and that's now severe thunderstorm warned. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and let's see the hail size. Quarter size is what they're predicting there.
Yeah, so more storms for our friends in Central Texas. That may not be what they want to be seeing right now, especially after they already had strong to severe storms move through that area earlier today. That looks like that'll impact the College Station and Bryan area, or at least nearby. It may miss it just off to the south, but I mean that's an area that's already seen strong storms earlier on today.
By the way, Jared, we actually had Bernie pick up 5 inches and a quarter in one day, so they did top our charts with almost 6 inches of rain, and they likely saw, you know, rainfall amounts reach up to 6 inches in our viewing area over the past couple of days. So when we're talking about 6 inches of rain and also 5 inches, we mean with a day's span. But even the Bernie area picked up almost 6 inches of rain in just 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean much of South Texas, a majority of South Texas even, has seen in the past 5 days, we've had some spots pick up, I would say, even more than 8 inches of rainfall. So Cotulla and Tilden area, they didn't see as much rain, but a majority of the region, just as expected, picked up more than 3 to 6 inches of even rainfall.
You know, it looks like some really high wind gusts are moving over Beeville right now. I'm going to zoom into this severe thunderstorm, which they trimmed back a little bit there in B County. Let's put on velocity. Look at all that wind.
Oh yeah, really strong moving into Beeville right now. So that's going to be impacting the 59 and 181 corridor, and then drifting down closer on towards Skidmore. And that's kind of getting towards the edge of our viewing area. That's kind of more of the Corpus Christi viewing area. But if you have friends in the Beeville area, maybe give them a phone call and let them know, hey, you know, strong storm passing into your area at the moment.
Definitely. So likely maybe some straight line winds. Likely there, maybe even up to 70 miles an hour. Let's go back to sweeping radar. So still a pretty good hail core with that storm over B County. Also impacting western parts of Goliad County. There's Pearsall right now, and I was talking about how the hail core within Pearsall, it shrunk in size just a little bit.
Yeah. And, you know, I see that's from Jared Waldrop. He wasn't mentioning that. I thought he was mentioning the fact that they didn't get a lot of rain down towards Tilden and Cotulla. I'm sorry, Jared Waldrop, but, you know, you know, you haven't had as much rain down your way, but, you know, we have had a lot of rain in other spots too. I see that's a different Jared that had commented saying, no floods, what happened to 6 inches? You know, we definitely had that rainfall, and we have had flash flood warnings. We've had localized flooding, just like what was expected. Yeah, it's a lot of rain that we've had in our area.
So they're going to continue with these warnings. It looks like the hail is going to be the primary concerns with these. I've been looking at a few products on my phone too, just to see, and we'll show you hail tracker. Mainly pea size.
It just shrunk big time. That's great news.
let's hope that trend continues, guys, but the hail continues to get smaller. Again, we still have the severe thunderstorm watch for another about 13 minutes here, and then we'll see if that continues. But you know, right now it's looking good that the hail sizes are shrinking and the storms are shrinking in size too.
That's a good indicator. Let's also look at lightning with these storms.
With the exception of that storm in near Camp Wood, about to drift into Camp Wood, that storm actually looks like it's grown a little bit, but it's not large hail like what we had the possibility of earlier on.
Just a lot of lightning. Really noisy.
Yeah.
Noisy storms moving toward Camp Wood.
That storm near Hondo has really gone down in size, but still a lot of lightning and still some rain that's going to be brushing up against Hondo here pretty soon, but hail not as much of a concern in that storm.
So it looks like they will continue that severe thunderstorm warning. The storm you were just talking about for Edwards and Riel counties through 12:15 a.m.
Right. So that storm's going to be, that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be going on for a while. And you know, what's the timing on all of these? We've got the one until midnight that's stretching into Uvalde and Medina counties. The one out towards Riel County is until 12:15. The one towards Pearsall, where the hail core has shrunk, correct, is till 12:15. And then the one into B County, which again is starting to move outside of our viewing area here, is until about midnight itself.
And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they extend that warning moving toward Beeville, just because it looks like the wind gusts, the thunderstorm wind gusts are pretty strong within that storm. So I think it reaches that severe thunderstorm criteria.
Yeah. And again, I want to see the hail size in this storm near Pearsall, because again, it's about to go right through town, and we were talking about big hail earlier on, but now it looks like it's about penny to nickel size, possibly moving into Pearsall, which is good. We saw that hail core really shrink. Just look at it not too long ago, it was still producing golf ball size hail, but now that hail core has shrunk. Maybe about pea to nickel size hail about to move into town.
Right on time. So once it hit Pearsall, we're not looking at, you know, damaging hail.
Right.
A lot smaller in size. Just looking at a few things here. Yeah, so they're going to continue that one for B County. We'll go back to sweeping radar and zoom it out just to give you an idea of where severe storms are.
So you'll notice that we have the severe storms in Edwards, Riel, stretching down towards Uvalde, Medina, into Frio counties, and then B counties and Goliad counties, but barely Goliad, really more into B County there for the severe part of the storm.
And even up into Williamson County.
And now Williamson County, up I-35 north of Travis and north of our friends in Austin. Georgetown, getting some heavy rain and some stormy conditions at the moment. Georgetown right there along I-35, kind of that last reach before you have to go way north, and the next town would be, what's that town right there along I-35? Had a big tornado way back in 97. Jarrell.
In fact, today is the anniversary.
Really?
I believe
it was 97, right?
Let me look it up because
the Jarrell tornado.
the F5.
Yeah, that was an EF5 that hit Jarrell a long time ago. Big one though.
In fact, I had some people comment on the post because National Weather Service had posted it in San Antonio, Austin.
Yeah.
So yeah, May 27th, 1997.
Wow. That was a big one, guys. That was probably one of the bigger of the tornadoes that have ever hit in the United States. That was in Jarrell up I-35, areas north of Georgetown. Again, that was 1997. We're not talking about anything tonight. But just, you know, this is the time of year where we typically see severe weather in this part of our state. And it's important to always pay close attention to the storms. That's why we're on, and that's why we're keeping you updated.
So it was the 23rd anniversary today.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. Feels like 97 wasn't that long ago, but I guess it was. Oh, they're talking about rotation showing signs of tightening near Pearsall. So that's something we're going to have to watch closely with this storm. Let's go ahead and bring up velocity
here.
All right, it's a little bit there. I see what they're talking about. Still not the most significant amount of rotation.
So still a little broad.
Yeah. Now they're talking about back there. Watching the watching the loop, right there.
Okay.
But it looks like it tightened up a bit and then it weakened again. So we'll just watch that rotation close. But right now, just a severe thunderstorm warning in Pearsall, and I say just that, but still hail and damaging wind possible in that storm as it continues to drift south and really south and southeast along I-35 towards Dilley.
So this storm is moving south at 25 miles per hour. So now that it has some indications of rotation within the internal storm, we're going to put a tracker on this just to give you an idea. This is honestly the worst time of day to see rotation within a storm since it is nighttime.
Yeah.
So for those who have family and friends in Pearsall and Dilley, you know, just give them a heads up that they have included the tornado possible tag with this severe thunderstorm warning. So like I said, it is moving south at about 25 miles per hour here. So we'll actually do this one. This one would be better.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll do it along the leading edge of this storm. Draw it out here and drop it due south. So Derby just before midnight, about 11:57.
Yeah, that's 3 minutes. Dilley by about 12:07. The elementary school, which must be more on the northern side of Dilley, maybe by about 12:06 because it could hit there a little bit earlier than downtown, but must be really close to downtown, obviously. And we'll just have to watch that real close. And did I see a new report out of Kendall County there?
Yes, so Sisterdale, a report of quarter-size hail, and then also in Kendall County, we've had a report of ping-pong ball-size hail.
And both of those reports came in from earlier tonight at 7:45 in Kendall County and 8 o'clock in Kendall County. So that was still a while back, but just we're getting reports in just like the National Weather Service is, and we're just kind of relaying them to you as we get them as well.
So I'm looking at a few things here on my end. Also, Jenny, thank you so much for your sweet comments there.
Yeah.
So I'm still not impressed with the rotation in that storm, but from the history that you have showed, it looked like it was brief and then it weakened just a little bit. So good idea to stay on top of this storm in Pearsall.
Yeah, we're going to keep a close eye on it, guys. And honestly, this storm that's down in Goliad and B County, honestly, it's not even much in Goliad. We do keep a close eye on Goliad, but it's really down and it's moving south and east, and it's really going to be impacting more of our friends in the Corpus Christi area now. So, guys, we're going to keep a close eye on that storm for our friends and neighbors down that way, but we're also going to try to track these up here towards Medina County, into parts of Uvalde County and Real County right now. So let's put the hail tracker on these. Still large hail up towards eastern Edwards and western Real County possible. This is going to be drifting down towards Camp Wood, kind of riding just that east side of Highway 55 as it approaches the Camp Wood area. They still have that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Real, Bandera, Uvalde, and Medina counties. But I'm willing to bet they just let that kind of expire. The hail cores look a lot smaller. The winds I don't think are going to be as strong in those storms.
I'm looking at the wind within the storms, and they're not that impressive.
Yeah. So that severe thunderstorm warning in Bandera, Uvalde County, I think is going to be left to expire. But we could get another severe thunderstorm warning in Uvalde County if that hail core in Real County and Edwards County holds together. So we'll have to watch that close. Again, Uvalde County never had a severe thunderstorm watch. In 3 minutes, none of us are going to have a severe thunderstorm watch. But we're still going to have storms.
So it looks like they have extended the severe thunderstorm watch for Atascosa, Bandera, DeWitt, Frio, Karnes, Lavaca, and Medina counties through 1 a.m. So they're extending it for 1 more hour. But the severe thunderstorm watch for Bexar County, Gonzales, Kerr, and Wilson counties, that's been allowed to expire. So let's look at the updated severe map here. So again, that's going to continue through 1 a.m. for some of our counties. So now Uvalde's actually been added.
There you go. So Uvalde County, even though you've had a few severe thunderstorm warnings already, you have now been added to a severe thunderstorm watch for the possibility of a few more strong storms tonight. And again, guys, we're staying on with you throughout this event. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere, but the severe thunderstorm watch now over for Bexar County. Of course, there's a lot more to South Texas than just San Antonio. We understand that. That's why we're going to continue this severe thunderstorm watch, these updates, as long as they are needed.
So there is a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning, and this includes Real and Uvalde counties through 1 a.m. This is wind gust up to 50 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. And again, that's for Real and Uvalde counties.
Hondo, Sandy wants to know. I was not trying to rhyme there. Sandy, the stronger storms are going to miss you just off to the west. You still have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Hondo, but that is for the storm that's closer towards Utopia. So the severe thunderstorm warning in place right over you is going to disappear off your screen in less than 3 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning is still in place, though, for Uvalde County. That still includes Sabinal. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning into parts of Real County. That includes Camp Wood. These storms all just kind of drifting down to the south. And at a pretty good pace there.
Let's look
Not
at
as fast as what we'd like, though.
Yeah, so it looks like south at 25 miles per hour. So that's the direction and at the speed that they're moving.
Yeah, and I'm going to snag some water real quick, guys. We've been talking now for a few hours. We've been live on Facebook for now, I think, about what time is it? Yeah, about 4 hours now.
So the city's still in the clear. This is all, west of San Antonio where these severe storms are going. So we're not expecting, these severe storms to impact Bexar County whatsoever. It looks like they'll continue on a southeasterly track and, quite possibly impact areas like Sabinal and Hondo. This will move east of Uvalde, but there's still a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with these storms, so you could definitely hear the rumbles of thunder in Uvalde, likely going to move over the Sabinal area.
Yeah, and, heavy rain in parts of Hondo and still getting some lightning, but again, the severe storm's going to pass west of the Hondo area. So Medina County no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. We're still watching these storms that are off to your northwest. They could barely brush through parts of Medina County. We're going to watch that real close. We also still have some severe thunderstorm warnings in other spots, like down towards Pearsall into Frio County. We're going to go and check the rotation on that storm again. The storm has passed through Pearsall now, and still likely some rain and some frequent lightning, but rotation, not a concern. That's good news. We'll continue to watch that closely, though. Still a lot of rain in parts of Pearsall, but the storm now moving well down to the south. Beeville getting a lot of heavy rain, some gusty winds, possibly even some larger hail. Let's check the hail tracker in Beeville, too. Maybe about nickel-sized to quarter-size hail in Beeville. But the large hail, and I feel like a broken record here saying this over and over, the large hail is in Edwards and Real counties, where we have maybe golf ball size hail in that area.
So Cody's reporting it was insane in Kerrville. Cody, we love Kerrville. We recently just had a trip there too.
Yeah, we love the town of Kerrville, and we try to go visit there every once in a while. It's a beautiful town, and
there's a pizza place we like. What is it called again?
Plowin something.
I think
it has
it's
plow in it.
Yeah.
But it's a brewery / pizza place that we love up there, and we miss it a ton. So, yeah, we love the Kerrville area, though. Beautiful spot. I love Ingram, Texas, too, with Stonehenge. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up online. But I saw that there was some damage in Kerrville with the windy sign getting blown out in some spots, and there may have been some more damage too that we'll find out in the morning, but I hope that Kerrville didn't get too much damage as one of those stronger storms that we've had throughout this entire event moved through that area.
By the way, it's Pint and Plow Brewing Company.
Pint and Plow, there it is.
Yeah. I knew that was it. I just wanted to double check. But yeah, great pizza there. So we hope everyone's in Kerrville is okay. I know we've had some damage reports coming out of Kerrville. Also, some thunderstorm wind damage reports in Barrett County earlier. I mean, just a lot of, thunderstorm wind damage reports, flood reports up toward Kerr County as well. We've had some reports of 2 feet of water rushing on some roads up there.
Yeah, northern Gillespie County, wherever the Pedernales River runs through. Now, it wasn't the Pedernales itself, but water that's going to flow into the Pedernales, and they expect that river to rise 15 feet in just a couple hours. That's pretty quick, and the thing is, that little basin for the Pedernales River in that area, it's not a little tiny basin, so it's going to fill up pretty quick.
So it looks like they have said, and what we've said earlier, the rotation has weakened for the storm moving into Pearsall.
Yeah, and that looks like it continues. The storm structure not that good, which is what you want to hear. You want to hear us say the storm structure is not good for the storm, because that means the storm's not healthy. So it looks like that storm continues to kind of fall apart a bit, and I'm willing to bet they let that severe thunderstorm warning expire for that storm. So we'll see what happens. It could be pulsing. Sometimes the storm will weaken and then intensify again. But right now, it looks like the storm is kind of falling apart in Frio County. However, the storm in East Edwards and western Real County is still very healthy. So is the one that's dipping down into parts of Uvalde County.
Yeah, so the storms up in Edwards and Real County, that's kind of a different story. Those are kind of strengthening a little bit, at least as far as size. I mean, it looks like the size of that storm is getting a little bit bigger, too.
Yeah, and look at, they just got rid of the warning. There it is.
Frio County, yep.
They canceled it because typically it was supposed to expire at 12:15, but they canceled it. Look, I was just saying, look at that storm collapse as it came across the Medina County line into the Frio County area, and it just kind of fell apart. Hopefully that's going to be the trend of all these storms as they continue to dip south. That's what we want to see. We want to see these storms collapse as they dip south. And again, guys, we're not going anywhere. We're staying on for these storms too that are in eastern Edwards and western Real County and then into northern Uvalde County. But these are the last of the storms that we have left right now. We're going to watch these real close.
It looks like the one over Williamson County along I-35 close to Georgetown, Texas. So if you've ever, gotten on I-35 and you're driving north, you're likely passing through Georgetown.
Yeah, just north of Round Rock.
Right. So that's where we have that newly issued severe thunderstorm warning. So it looks like storms continue to strengthen there, but they're taking more of an easterly track. So at this point, I don't expect it to impact our viewing area. We're just going to mainly stay on the Real and Uvalde storms. That warning's in place through 1 a.m. too.
Yeah, it is. And let's go ahead and take a look down towards Beeville, because it is kind of close to our area, and we want to make sure that our friends down in Beeville stay updated. Still could have some strong wind, maybe a little bit of hail too, maybe up to quarter-size hail associated with this storm that just passed through Beeville down 181 and 202. Again, if you have friends and family down that way, maybe give them a call. But that is still going to be kind of closer on towards our friends down towards Corpus Christi. So they kind of pick up the TV station down there, KIII, Channel 3, which is our sister station.
Right. I've been to KIII. Really cool station.
Yeah, I've never been to it myself, but I've worked with people in Austin who now work down there. So, and I know people from the Beeville area. Albert Ramon, who is the former chief meteorologist at KVU in Austin. A really great guy and great meteorologist.
Yes.
He actually just moved to Chicago for a big gig up that way.
Well deserved, too.
I don't know if I can say where it is yet, but great guy, and he is from Beeville, Texas. But again, that's where we have one of the stronger storms moving through. We also still have the severe thunderstorm warning up towards Uvalde County. This does not look like it is going to move through Uvalde itself. I think it's going to stay just east of you. But the storm that's up towards Real County and Edwards County, I think that one could barely make it into Uvalde if it holds together. Some of these storms have been falling apart. So we'll see what these storms manage to do if they manage to hold together. Let's look at the hail tracker. I think they're going to end up canceling that warning too. I think they're going to cancel the warning that's from Real County into Uvalde County. The hail continues to shrink.
But this storm that's up into East Edwards and West Real, I think that's severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue as long as that hail continues to stay strong.
Yeah, so heads up to Camp Wood. The storm is moving in your direction, so it looks like another thunderstorm, another noisy thunderstorm will pass over you here within the next hour or so.
Yeah, so guys, again, it's been a very active afternoon. We have been talking about it for the last few days. We've been talking about severe weather really for the last week. It feels like it's been such an active week after being so quiet for so long. It just seems like we got all of our severe weather in a week period.
We have Lexi Rose saying, "Thank y'all so much for what y'all do." Thank you so much. That is so sweet.
Yeah, Lexi, no problem. She says prayers for the families in Kerrville. Yeah, hopefully nothing too serious happened in Kerrville, Lexi. We want to hope that there's not too much damage. We know there's a little bit of damage up that way, but hopefully not too much.
So these are mainly hail-producing storms. Quarter size is what we're looking at, maybe up to 1.5 inches in diameter, ping pong ball size hail.
Yeah.
Potentially golf ball, and that's riding along the borders of Edwards and Real counties right now. So now we're looking at, the strongest storm in our viewing area up over the hill country, our hill country communities.
Yeah, and here's a look at the hail. Again, maybe some up to nickel size hail near Lakey. And then Camp Wood, maybe that could be golf ball size hail just to your north, and that's going to be passing pretty close to you. I'm going to point out where it's going. It's still a little bit away from you. Let's look at the distance. Still got about 12, 13 miles until the hail even gets to you, and honestly, the hail core isn't moving as quick as the storm is. It's kind of holding tight wherever the updraft is, which the updraft is kind of stalled out on that eastern Edwards, western Real County line. I'm checking out this storm again that is a severe thunderstorm warned in Uvalde County. And guys, honestly, I don't think that the National Weather Service is going to continue with this warning. I'm willing to bet that they let it expire. Actually, the answer is Divine could see some heavy rain. They could also see a little bit of lightning from some of these storms, but I don't think you're going to see any severe warnings from these storms. Of course, if that changes, we'll let you know, but it looks like these stronger storms that we're checking out now actually are going to stay off to your west.
Let's backtrack some of these storm reports too. So if we want to put on local storm reports, we'll put that on here. We've had lime-size hail reported 2 inches in diameter in Alamo Heights. We've had a lot of crazy lightning photos come in near the Helotes area earlier this evening. A lot of hail reported around Hebner at Bitters.
Yeah.
So the Hebner and Bitters intersection there, we've had some quarter-size hail, a little bit, larger than that, up to 1.5 inches. So we've had a lot of hail reports there. And I've been sharing some of these, photos on my Facebook page. So if you want to check out some of the reports we're talking about, you can go to Meteorologist Meagan Massey. You can also find me on Twitter at Meagan Massey WX. And I've posted a lot of these reports, some of the photos. Of course, we've gotten a lot of emails, and thank you so much for those that have sent in the hail reports too.
Yeah, because that helps us a lot. That lets us know how large the hail is and, what we need to tell people out ahead of these storms that could be heading in their directions. So we still got this severe thunderstorm warning in Real County and Edwards County until about 12:15. Looking at the most recent hail, I think they're going to end up extending this. And maybe when they end up extending that severe warning, they may take another look at this Uvalde County storm and say that it doesn't necessarily need a severe warning, but they may be seeing something that we're not seeing. It's always good to have multiple eyes on the radar, and they may be seeing something that we're not seeing. But right now, no reports coming from the National Weather Service on that. So the severe thunderstorm watch, again, it continues. You see that's until about 1 a.m. now. Real County, Bandera, Uvalde, and then Medina counties, you all are expected to continue there, even Frio, Atascosa, and then stretching all the way over near Hallettsville.
not seeing as much activity in the sky over San Antonio now.
And, you know, temperatures are now in the upper 60s and low 70s, so the recent rainfall really helped temperatures just tumble over our viewing area. We're now in the upper 60s in northwest San Antonio. I just remember the very spooky sky over the airport.
Yeah,
you know, we saw the scud cloud and the low-hanging clouds from the supercell that moved over much of Bexar County. We actually had 2 different supercells over Bexar County. Still some lightning being picked up on our Calaveras Lake cam, though.
Yeah, I saw that just a moment ago. A few flashes of lightning. We may even hear some rumbles of thunder in San Antonio overnight from storms that are well in the distance. But quieter weather's going to be moving into San Antonio. Check out the temperature difference. You can tell who saw rain, who didn't.
Like Carrizo Springs and Cotulla, you're one of the warmer spots. You know, you typically are. We have Del Rio at 82, Eagle Pass in the low 80s, low 70s in San Antonio, 70 in Hondo. So, yeah, and then the upper 60s where we've just seen a lot of our training showers and storms.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can see some spots definitely saw a little bit more rain than others. I'm willing to bet the temperature's falling in Pearsall. I think our system just hasn't picked that up yet, because Pearsall did have that shower move through. We also see that the dew points are still high. Oh my goodness. It is tropical in George Weston Beeville. Dew points in the 70s.
I mean,
And Cotulla.
yeah, they're close to the Gulf, so that's exactly why. Let's go back to radar and look at some of these severe warned storms here.
Golf ball size hail reported in Sun City. Now that's going to be Williamson County. That's going to be Georgetown area. So they've got golf ball size hail north of Travis County. That's going to be Sun City, and that's going to be just on the west side of I-35 there, where we're seeing the edge of that storm on the left side.
So even storms to our north packing a punch up there along I-35. But yeah, for us, it looks like the strongest storm right now in Real and Edwards counties.
Yep, and it looks like, you know, that storm in North Uvalde County, I mentioned that it had a weekend. Looks like it's pulsed a little bit. It looks like the updraft has picked up a bit again. Let's check out lightning. Yeah, maybe just barely holding on there. We'll check hail again, too. Looks like the hail actually may have shrunk even, just by a bit. Pete and nickel size hail located with that storm, and they just let the storm expire. The severe thunderstorm warning expire in Edwards and Real counties.
Oh, wow.
So they may be seeing that these storms are weakening, and they have decided to let that severe thunderstorm warning expire. Let me check the National Weather Service. They may be a little preoccupied with that Williamson County storm, but it doesn't look like they're saying anything about that storm now. So we are left with one severe thunderstorm warning in the KENS 5 viewing area. That is going to be for Uvalde County.
Ashley would like to know if these storms are going to hit Divine.
Yes, and I answered that question earlier for Divine.
Oh, you did? Okay.
For Ashley, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make
And she
sure.
said, please let me know, because I let her know, hey, you know, we'll let you know if it does look like they'll impact you. Ashley, still looks like you could see some heavy rain, by the way, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, but the stronger part of the storms definitely going to stay to your west with these storms that we're seeing at the moment. So good news for you. We'll keep you updated if that changes, though. So one more severe thunderstorm warning out there, and Megan, something we got to remember too is, you know, still some heavy rain expected for Uvalde. Even if Uvalde doesn't get a severe thunderstorm, we're still going to have heavy rain move through town tonight. Maybe you get some small hail, even if we don't get any severe criteria hail. And also going to have some gusty winds and a lot of lightning that's going to wake people up in Uvalde early this morning.
Right, so it's going to be smaller than quarter size.
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning, so the National Weather Service looks like they have decided to reissue a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not too surprised by that, because it did look like we still had about quarter size hail in that last hail core that was north of Camp Wood. Now, the only storm that I'm questioning still is the one that's just off to the east, but I'm willing to bet they hold on to that severe thunderstorm warning for now, just because this other storm is so close. So again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Real and Uvalde counties, and that's going to continue until 1 and 1:15 a.m. This does not include Uvalde itself, by the way. These storms are still well off to your north, and they're just going a little too slow right now. They're kind of slower movers than the storms we had earlier.
That's what I was going to comment on. Is it's only moving south-southeast at about 20 miles an hour, so potentially some isolated flooding in those areas.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. Now, something good is I think some of this rain is falling along the waterway that's going to fill up Medina Lake, which is good because Medina Lake has been a little bit lower. They've been in a pretty dire need of some more rainfall out their way, and honestly, it does look like some of this rain will fall that way. At least some of it has earlier on. So hopefully that helped out Medina Lake itself. It looks like the rain that's falling now, the heaviest of it, is actually going to be filling up the Frio River. So the Frio River's been low too. You know, there's parts of the Frio River that are pretty much dried up, at least a week ago it was. We had driven out that way to see the Frio River, and we had seen how dry it was. They've needed some rainfall, and it looks like they have gotten the much needed rain. Looks like the hail core is a little bit smaller in that Real County storm that's going to dip down into Uvalde, but again, maybe some quarter-size hail still possible in the storm. So they're continuing that warning for now.
Yeah, I think so. Mainly pea and nickel size hail. Looks like the primary concerns within these hail cores too. And also torrential rain. I mean, we're looking at really, high rainfall rates likely with these storms.
Yeah.
Typically when you see the darker purples and the reds, we could see 2 inch, maybe 3 inches per hour with a lot of these storms.
Yeah, and that's a lot of rain. And notice the little bit of is that outflow, or is there some sort of a boundary that goes east to west right there? So maybe that's going to, now as that moves away from the storms, we'll see if that causes the storms to just kind of collapse here over the next hour or so. We hope so, because right now we got severe thunderstorm warnings for at least the next 40 minutes. And then these are the last 2 left. We'll zoom out, give you another view of the entire KENS 5 viewing area. And you'll see B County seeing a severe storm that's now moving into southern B County, about to move out of the county, and impact areas closer towards Port Aransas and Corpus Christi. And then we have a good night. The severe thunderstorm warnings that continue, though, for Williamson County off to our north, where they had golf ball size hail in Sun City, which is right outside of Georgetown on I-35.
Ashley, you are asking how are the winds in these storms. So it looks like the main wind that we're looking at, the wind threat will be up to 50 miles per hour. So not exactly 60, but still pretty good wind. Yeah. And you'll likely hear it outside your window. Yeah, and you were just talking about the hail reports out of Williamson County too.
Yeah, I mean, significant hail up there too. That's along I-35. Again, that's outside of our viewing area. That's north of Austin. But Williamson County, isn't Gerald in Williamson County? Pretty sure it is. But that's an area where they've had historic storms happen. We talked about the Gerald tornado in 1997. The anniversary was yesterday, because now it's tomorrow.
Right.
Today is tomorrow, right?
Today is tomorrow because it's 12:20 a.m. So technically yesterday it was the anniversary of the EF5 tornado in Gerald. And Gerald is on the northern tier of Williamson County. So I went ahead and zoomed in just so you could have a reference point of the severe storms we're talking about down into Thorndale. So some of these storms are beginning to develop north of Austin, but those shouldn't impact us. And also for Milam County, down toward Rockdale and also Thorndale, this is my old viewing area. So for folks in Milam County, southern Milam County, this is going to be south of Cameron. That's where they are looking at that quarter-size hail and potential wind gust up to 60 miles per hour. So folks in central Texas also have a few severe warnings in place there.
Yep. Still the severe thunderstorm warning too, Real County. Thanks for everyone who's holding on with us. I see we have still a few viewers left on Facebook. Guys, again, we're on here. we're not getting off until these severe thunderstorm warnings get off. So don't worry, we're not going anywhere. I'm sure these 33 viewers, you guys holding on, are watching us from that area. So if you have any questions, drop them in. We'd love to answer some questions for you, because guys, we're holding on here, and we're gonna watch these storms until they collapse. We want to make sure everyone stays informed and safe. Whether you're in Bexar County, San Antonio, whether you're in Del Rio, Eagle Pass, Gonzales, Cuero, heck, even we talk about Beeville, even though Beeville kind of gets outside of our viewing area.
And Williamson.
And Williamson, we're here for you.
And Milam counties.
We're here for you. We're going to keep you updated even if you're not in the Kents 5 viewing area. We want to keep you updated and safe, guys.
So you may be woken up by some of these noisy storms. I mean, even though it looks like they're collapsing on radar, which they are over Real counties, moving toward Camp Wood. You see that?
Yeah, that latest radar scan. The latest after the last... the storms are just falling apart, and the last 10 to 15 minutes, we have seen a huge collapse in these storms. We'll see if that can... Oh my goodness, the hail's gone. That's it. The hail just collapsed. We'll see if the National Weather Service continues with these warnings.
I was going to say, because one of them continues through 1:15 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet these warnings get expired pretty early here, moving into Uvalde County and Real County. So that's good news. That's great news for Uvalde. Now that we're not seeing any hail in those storms, because these storms are going to move through Uvalde tonight. You're going to get some rain on your roof, and you're going to hear some thunder outside, see some lightning out the window. But to see that the hail is gone, and just to get regular old rainfall, that's great news. So good news for our friends in Uvalde. Ashley says she hears more severe are coming in tonight. Ashley, I don't think really tonight. I think you should be fine. Just going to get a few storms possible here and there.
It depends if you're talking about right now tonight or Thursday evening. Because if you're talking about Thursday evening, our whole viewing area is under a level 1 marginal risk, a 1 out of 5. So unfortunately, we are stuck under this active weather pattern that will lead to, again, some isolated severe thunderstorms for Thursday, late afternoon and evening. So if you're talking about tonight, our severe weather threat is diminishing. Again, a lot of our counties under a severe thunderstorm watch through 1 a.m., and that does not include San Antonio or Bexar County as a whole.
Yes.
But as far as Thursday, yes, we'll have another round of showers and storms.
Yeah, that'll be Thursday evening. So,
which is technically today.
Yeah,
so.
Which is technically today.
I just wanted to make sure we answered your question. So
yeah, we want to make sure, we try to make sure everyone understands what we're saying, because now timing is kind of weird, just because today is now a different day than what we started this Facebook Live on. This Facebook Live started yesterday at
7 p.m. Just about there.
6:45, 7 o'clock.
Yeah. So let's go back to the watch. I know I was just now talking about that. So these are the only counties that are included in a watch, and we only have about 35 minutes to go on this watch. Now includes Uvalde County, also into Medina County. So this does not include Bexar County. So, you know, Atascosa, you're also in that severe thunderstorm watch. But as far as showers and thunderstorms right now, at this point, we're seeing more of a weakening trend than a strengthening one.
Yeah, which we love to see. And, you know, as we head into the night, that's typical. That's what we should be seeing. Ashley, by the way, says Thursday into Friday it was what she meant. So,
okay.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Ashley. Yes, we are having the possibility. It's a much lower risk for severe weather. So,
but don't let your guard down. I mean, a marginal risk still means there's a threat for severe storms.
Yeah, and we like to say with hurricane season, you know, if one hurricane happened the entire hurricane season, but it hit your town, you'd say it was an active hurricane season, even if there was only one.
Speaking of hurricane season, we had Bertha form today.
Yeah.
Or yesterday.
Tropical storm Bertha formed yesterday and hit brushed up against the Carolinas. And that's our second named storm of the season. It's the second named storm of the year. The season doesn't begin for another, what's today, the 24th?
This is now the 28th.
Another 7 days? Or it's the 28th?
Yeah.
Is it really the 28th?
It's the 28th of
goodness.
May.
Okay, so my days were a little bit off there. The season begins in a few days, like 3 or 4 days. So June 1st is the beginning of hurricane season.
So that is the official start. But yeah, I mean, we typically see, you know, tropical systems form before June 1st. It's not completely rare, but yes, we are looking at an above average season. However, that doesn't mean every single tropical system is going to impact land, but little tropical tidbit there is that we had Bertha form.
Yeah, and Jenny, by the way, she says the thunder has stopped now. It's pretty quiet. Should be quiet there for pretty much the majority of the night. Maybe it's still a few rumbles of thunder, maybe a little bit of rain here and there, but it should be quieter, a lot quieter, Jenny.
That's good, so now you can get some sleep too.
Yeah. Still a little bit of hail. These storms cycled, so sometimes they pulse. They'll cycle. You'll have the hail core shrink and then come back. And sure enough, the hail core went away completely, but now maybe some quarter-size hail towards Camp Wood. But that storm in Uvalde County, that's really all the way in the county, has really still collapsed. It's really not holding on very well. That's the one that's going to impact Sabinal. Again, the hail core, about pea-sized hail. The wind has not been that impressive in the storm. We'll still watch it closely, just in case something changes. But that's the latest on that storm.
Yeah, and you know, that area does not really need any active activity because they've already seen a lot of, you know, local storm reports in that area. Let's put on radar right now, and we'll turn on local storm reports. So we've had wind damage report in the Utopia area, also northern Uvalde County. We've had some hail reports up into Bandera County. So I'm just kind of going through some of our reports briefly here. Kerr County, some wind damage reports. So because we've had some wind damage reports, you know, I could see the National Weather Service maybe surveying damage later today, with it being Thursday. Kendall County, several hail reports. Bear County, we just had a slew of reports, you know, come in over, you know, a short window, a short period of time because we had that massive hail core move through.
Yeah, it was big as it passed through.
This is a 2-hour loop. Let's go ahead and go back for the last 5 hours here. So there you go, just storms packed a punch. Let's put hail tracker on here. And let's go back the last 5 hours too. So we're going back through time here. And I mean, just a really big hail core, 2-inch hail reported in the Alamo Heights area.
Yeah.
We've just had a lot of, you know, reports of hail at the intersection of Huebner and Bitters, for example. Yeah, just severe storms move through, and they move through quickly, but, you know, we still had that aerial flood advisory, which, by the way, should expire in the next minute, within the next couple of minutes. So should expire by 12:30.
Yeah. Ren wants to know are there more storms coming in? The answer is not really. I mean, it depends on where you are. We do have a few more storms off towards the west, but that's about it. Those are moving due south. The last 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have on the screen for at least right now moving through Camp Wood area, and then we also have a severe thunderstorm possible moving down towards the Sabinal area just east of Uvalde. You know, we could actually have some pea-sized hail east of Sabinal too. That was showing up on the hail tracker just a moment ago. That just crossed Highway 90 east of Sabinal, well west of Hondo.
And likely some gusty winds too over Camp Wood right now.
Okay, yeah, and that, you know, that's not far away from the radar site, so that gives us a pretty good view of the storm. The radar site located just east of Brackettville. If you've ever driven to Brackettville from San Antonio, on the right side of the road, you'll notice this big white dome as you get just close to Brackettville itself. That is the radar. It's actually, you're going up a hill and you'll notice it on the right side of the road. That is what we are using to see these storms.
Not only that, but when we drove next to that radar, I took a few pictures of it.
Yeah, it's a cool thing to see.
Yeah.
So a lot of heavy rainfall right now in Real County and northern Uvalde County. This is going to be moving down Highway 83. That's where the heaviest of the rain is. You know, that's going to be where we also have a lot of the thunderstorm activity, a lot of lightning, possibly even a little bit of hail here and there, and some gusty winds like what meteorologist Meagan Massey just said. We probably have some strong winds that are associated with these storms, especially that one that's in Camp Wood at the moment. So anywhere along Highway 83 is going to get rain here over the next about 30 minutes to the next hour. That's Highway 83 in Uvalde County, by the way. And then it will get even further on down to the south.
Do we have any comments over here? No. It looks like Hondo is also getting some shower activity south of them too, in Medina County.
Yeah. Medina County seeing a little bit of thunderstorm activity there. Nothing severe, but we may have had pea-sized hail east of Sabinal and west of Hondo moving into the southern part of the county. So Pearsall, you're going to get some more rain. Nothing severe with that, but we're watching just to make sure that storm continues to behave itself as it dips down into parts of Frio County.
And we're not getting any new reports here either.
Yep.
So a lot of this is going to stay well west of downtown too.
Yeah, so San Antonio, quieter weather the rest of the night. Maybe a little bit of rain, maybe a rumble of thunder here and there, but that's about it. These severe thunderstorm warnings are still in place for the next 30 minutes. And we're going to watch these closely. Again, the amount of lightning, I'm sure, is pretty high too. Let's go ahead and get a lightning counter on these. And the amount of lightning in that storm in northern Uvalde County, it looks like it has gone down a lot. These two storms producing 173 lightning strikes in 15 minutes. Let's just get this storm. 19 strikes in 15 minutes. And then the Real County storm, 153 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So that is an electric storm in Real County. The one that's over northeast Uvalde County, not as intense. You'll notice western Medina County, about 33 strikes in the last 15 minutes. So much of these storms have lost their intensity, at least compared to what they had earlier. By the way, our friends in Beeville, not as stormy anymore. Quieter now for them. You'll notice that Uvalde County, I mean, that's where a lot of the activity is now. I mean, that's where all the action is at the moment. Uvalde County seeing the storms pass through. It's a lot quieter everywhere else. Dudley says dime-sized hail in Barksdale, Texas.
Oh, wow.
Dudley, thank you for that report. We appreciate that. That's going to be those storms that continue to move through that we're tracking into this evening. So we still got about 25 minutes left on the severe thunderstorm watch. Again, it doesn't include everybody. There's just a few counties. Those counties within the warning, that's pretty much where the watch is at the moment. That's going to continue here for the next 25 minutes, and then you see we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are included for not just the next 25 minutes there for Uvalde County, but you see Real County and northern Uvalde County until 1:15, so even a little bit longer for them. And man, just a lot of rain. I wonder what the last 24 hours have brought across our area, just because the precip accumulation, I'm sure, is way up there.
And likely some strong wind gusts in Camp Wood as well. That's something I'm looking at on velocity. Yeah,
that storm in Camp Wood, that's the strongest one on the screen, like in South Texas right now. I mean, that's an intense storm, a lot of heavy rain and a lot of lightning, which lets us know, by the way, when we see a lot of lightning, that lets us know that the updraft is still pretty significant. Here's a look at some of the 24-hour rainfall totals, and you'll notice that some areas have seen more than 2 inches, especially, man, Real County just keeps getting wave after wave after wave of rain. So they've seen some of the higher amounts.
And south of Floresville, it's possible. I mean, a lot of these are radar estimates, but we'll likely get 24-hour rainfall totals, the official reports tomorrow, or I guess today, it being Thursday. But yeah, some areas picking up, you know, almost 3 inches of rain within the last 24 hours. And, you know, our rainfall totals, especially for this month in San Antonio, are about a little over an inch above normal.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt that once we get the latest totals in, for including like this past evening, I think those numbers are going to be, we may finish up May 2 inches above average. I mean, this is an intense amount of rain here at the end of May, which has been needed. I mean, we needed the rain. You just sometimes don't like to see it all at once, and that's kind of what we got. we got all the rain at once, and at least it hasn't led to any major flooding concerns. We have had minor flooding in some areas, but we haven't seen any major flooding concerns.
Was there a confirmed tornado in these storms that came in? No, there was not. But, you know, the National Weather Service still likely survey damage later today. And if they were going to survey damage, I would say it would be closer to Kerrville.
Yeah, it looked like we had some really strong winds go through Kerrville, and there was a little bit of reports of some damage here and there. And we'll see if we had an actual tornado touch down. They may actually look at that, though, and say it was straight line winds. It just depends, you know. When the sun comes up on Thursday, we'll get a better idea about some of the damage in the area, and we'll be able to kind of get a better view of what may have happened in that area.
It's definitely been active the last couple of days. We had that EF1 tornado confirmed in Wild Horse subdivision. That was Sunday evening, and that EF1 produced max wind gust of 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, I mean, that's an intense tornado there that passed through, and that was kind of closer towards Helotes. But again, that was a few days ago. That was Sunday night, I think it was.
It was Sunday night.
I don't know. All these nights are starting to go together just because we've had it's kind of been a repeat thing. Other than what we had on, what was it, Tuesday night? Tuesday night was a quiet night across our area. It was the first quiet night we had in days. And then here we are right back at it. More storms, and then more storms possible tomorrow night, too.
One thing I've noticed is these storms are shrinking in size just a little bit. You know, we have that one for Real and Uvalde counties through 1 a.m., but then here's the other storm closer to Camp Wood, definitely noisy there, and that one's going to continue through 1:15.
I wonder, what's the hail core looking like now? It kind of shrunk a little bit. Sometimes it'll pulse back up, then shrink. Still looks like maybe quarter-size hail, barely holding on there, southeast of Camp Wood. Just kind of brushing up along the right side or the east side of 55, right between 55 and 83. And then that storm that in northeast Uvalde County continues to fail to impress. The hail core continues to stay small with maybe up to pea-size hail, maybe nickel at most. So that storm in northeast Uvalde County has been one of the weaker ones, and that will continue to, I think, be the weaker of the storms. Camp Wood, though, closer to Camp Wood, there it is, just intensified a little bit. We just said, it has the little bit of larger hail, maybe up to quarter-size hail.
Yeah, these last couple of radar scans, I've been seeing it kind of strengthen. Not like strengthen with the hail core, but also kind of it gotten a little bigger in size, too.
Yeah, so pretty significant in that hail size, at least for any other storms that we have outside right now. Looking down anywhere else in the state, let's just get a big look across the state of Texas. We got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. And out of all these warnings, let's look at this one up in Milam County. Maybe barely quarter-size hail. I would say this is the most intense storm in the entire state of Texas, and honestly, it doesn't look that intense. Now, if you're under it, you're saying something else. You're saying, yeah, right, man, it's raining like crazy outside. We got a lot of lightning. We got some maybe nickel to quarter-size hail right out there southeast of Camp Wood and east of 55. And then it's probably really windy. Really strong winds is probably associated with this storm as it dips down into northern parts of Uvalde County. Now, again, that's severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15. This other one is until 1 o'clock. This is the storm that's just been kind of constantly collapsing. That's along 127. Still about pea-sized hail along 127. In Sabinal, you could get some of that. You're probably going to get some gusty winds. You're probably going to get some frequent lightning and some heavy rainfall as well. But it's not as intense as that storm that's closer on up towards our friends in Camp Wood. Now, there is a little bit of a hook to that storm. I'm going to make sure that that's not because of any rotation near Camp Wood, and it doesn't look like it is. So rotation not an issue, which is good. We don't want rotation. Remember, that's bad to have in a storm. I'm checking lightning to kind of get an idea of the health of the updrafts. Looks like that Camp Wood storm, just southeast of Camp Wood, is still healthy. but that one that's southwest of Utopia along 127 is falling apart big time, guys. I mean, it's not doing well for itself. Just 14 strikes in the last 15 minutes for lightning. The updraft has died. This storm that's southwest of Hondo, I'm watching that one close. The updraft is holding on there, but not much of an issue with that storm. Going to be pretty noisy though when it comes near Pearsall. I'll put everything into a pause real quick. I want to get an idea of the updraft of this storm up here in southern Real and northern Uvalde County. Now that's what a healthy updraft would look like on radar and with lightning. More than 200 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So that lets us know, yeah, that storm's still holding on well. The one that's in northeast Uvalde County, though, not so much. It's not looking as good for the storm itself, that is. Looking good for us, though. So we'll watch that storm closely still. See if the National Weather Service has anything to say on that. Looks like they're still in close contact with our friends up in Williamson County, closer towards Sun City, where they had reports of large hail pass through that area. Again, the National Weather Service in Austin and San Antonio covers just that, Austin and San Antonio area, central and south Texas. So they're right now focusing on a storm that was up there, which has actually collapsed, and that severe thunderstorm warning closer towards Williamson County is actually over itself. That's Milam County, though, does still have the severe thunderstorm warning. That's closer towards Rockdale. Just took a quick peek on radar with that. I'm going to zoom everything out, kind of show everything in a wide perspective, and there you see it looping, and even with lightning you can tell where the strongest storm is. Right there, Real and into Uvalde County. So we got 15 minutes, guys, left on the watch. We got 15 minutes left on one of these warnings, and then we got 30 minutes left on the one that has more lightning with it, that more intense storm. And we'll see if that hail core holds on over these next 15 minutes, or if the National Weather Service decides, meh, it's starting to weaken. But as of right now, that's not the case. The hail core just grew.
The hail core does continue to grow, and right now it looks like it is the strongest storm in our viewing area. So we could possibly see quarter size, maybe a little bit larger than that. So I'm thinking ping pong ball, maybe golf ball size hail.
Yeah, we got the possibility of golf ball size hail in this storm, probably about a 5-mile swath that's going to be dipping down south. And guys, this is going to be close to Uvalde. It's got like 2 hours, I feel like, before it even makes it to Uvalde. Maybe an hour to 2 hours before.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, this storm is moving so slow. So it's got a long time before it even makes it to Uvalde. But we're going to have to watch this storm closely to see if we do end up getting large hail down towards central Uvalde County in the town itself. But this is going to be going just on the east side of Highway 55 and then getting closer towards Uvalde itself over the next hour to 2 hours. So give me 1 second, guys. Checking a few things here behind the scenes. Nothing really new to report other than that hail core growing again. It just grew again. Still about golf ball size hail in that storm in northern Uvalde County. It's one of 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state right now, and it's definitely got the largest of the hailstones. We also have that flash flood warning, western parts of Gillespie County.
Exactly. So we were talking about the Pedernales River and how it's expected to flood just a little bit. But again, Real County, this is mainly south of you, so it's likely that the National Weather Service will trim back on the warnings for Real County. It looks like the cores of these storms and the most active part of these thunderstorms are moving into Uvalde County. So right now, and it was the only county with a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's also the only county that hasn't been under a watch for quite some time, but it's now in that severe thunderstorm watch. It continues through 1 a.m. Looks like the main concerns with this storm that's severe warned moving from Real down into Uvalde County will be potentially golf ball size hail, since the hail core keeps growing in size.
Yeah, and guys, you know something, I don't think we're going to have any issues with the Edwards Plateau right now, maybe not even this summer with how much rain we're having. This has just been a ton of rainfall. And I'm checking some of the rivers here. I think the river that we're going to want to watch is the Nueces River. Because we have a lot of rainfall just to the along the Nueces River basin. It's also falling along the dry Frio, which goes into the Frio, of course. But we may see the Nueces River go up here, spike. We're just going to have to watch that really close.
How does velocity look? So there you go. They've trimmed the severe thunderstorm warning out of Riel County.
Yeah, so parts that one warning, the other warning that I think they're going to take a second look at it. I mean, if they're going to trim back that one out of Riel County, I think they're going to take a second look at the other one and say, I wonder if we still need to have this thing in the first place. Because, I mean, the other one just doesn't seem like anything's going on with it. It's been pretty much falling apart here for the last 15 to 30 minutes. So we'll see if the National Weather Service takes another look at that warning.
How does velocity look on this storm?
Yeah, we'll check that out. By the way, up to 2-inch size hail on the storm in northern Uvalde County near Montel. That's what they're saying with the storm that just passed south of Camp Wood.
Okay.
Looking at velocity, not too much of an issue, not seeing any rotation there.
Maybe some gusty winds possible up to 50 miles per hour. So now we've had an official local storm report of 2-inch size hail.
A not official report.
Okay.
They're looking at the possibility of 2-inch size hail in northern Uvalde County is what they were mentioning. So that was from the National Weather Service. Again, they're looking at the same stuff we're looking at. We all communicate with each other to get an idea about what each of us are seeing, and just trying to keep each other informed on everything that we're seeing. So still the severe thunderstorm warning in place for Uvalde County. That's until 1:15. We have a second warning that's in place closer on towards Sabinal. That's until 1 o'clock. And again, I'm willing to bet that second one that I just mentioned, it will expire here at 1, because I think the National Weather Service is actually going to hold on to it. Excuse me, guys. They just trimmed it back. You see the severe thunderstorm warning now continues, at least for the Sabinal area, until 1 a.m. So I'm kind of surprised that they held on to that warning. But they may be seeing something that we're not seeing. So let's check the hail tracker again. Still about pea-sized hail, maybe some strong winds. Maybe they're thinking those winds could still be up to about 60 miles per hour in that storm. But everything that I've seen from velocity kind of shows that it isn't as strong. Still gusty. I mean, if you're under that in Sabinal, you're going to notice how strong those winds are. But I think hail is the main threat with both of these storms, and especially that storm in northwest Uvalde County.
Right, so you're probably still seeing a lot of lightning in Camp Wood from the storm to your south now. So, you know, luckily when the hail core of this storm, it weakened a lot and very quickly once it approached Camp Wood, and then it increased again.
Yeah, and so we're going to have to see if it decreases again and manages to collapse completely by the time it reaches down to Uvalde, similar like the storm to its east-southeast did, and we'll just hope that that's the case. But again, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings left in the KENS 5 viewing area, one for the next 9 minutes, the other one for the next about 24 minutes, and we're going to stay on here with y'all guys through these. So I'm going to give you a wide look at the area, and I'm going to drink a little bit of water here real quick, and I'll keep the radar looping though here for you real quick.
And it looks like the only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings we have right now are in Uvalde County alone. These aren't expected to impact Hondo or even San Antonio, but they will continue to drift south, and they are going to stay well east of Eagle Pass. But, heads up to Cotulla, if these storms hold together, they could impact you, within the next several hours. These storms are very slow moving, and they could be producing some localized flooding at the same time since they are slow moving. I believe they're only moving south at about 20 miles an hour, and typically when, since we've had that storm kind of pulse up a little bit in northern Uvalde County, I wouldn't be surprised to have rainfall rates 2 to 3 inches per hour. So localized flooding will be possible. Of course, we'll be keeping track of this storm as it inches a little bit closer to downtown Uvalde.
Yeah, so if you're in downtown Uvalde, you're probably hearing some rumbles of thunder. You're probably seeing some lightning in the sky, and you're probably hearing, maybe even hearing some rainfall if you're off to the north side. But much of the rain hasn't even reached y'all yet. The heavy rain is on the way though, so just be ready for that. Make sure the windows aren't down in the truck, and make sure that you have your property in a safe place, because right now it's looking like the hail could get fairly close to Uvalde. However, maybe that hail core has shrunk again just a bit. No, it's still holding on. So about quarter size to maybe ping pong ball size hail located east of 55, moving down to the south. Let's go ahead and put a tracker on it. It's moving about 20 miles per hour, so pretty slow there, guys. It is a very slow moving storm. And if I put a tracker on this, if it does go to Uvalde, we're talking that this may say that it's going a little bit faster than what it actually is. I feel like it could be moving even slower, but maybe Uvalde by 1:12 a.m. So that would be within the next 25 minutes or so. But I almost want to say that the storm is even taking longer to get there. This storm just seems to be moving really slow. Maybe it's just because we've been up for a while now, but it seems like the storm is moving even slower than that.
I think so too. I think, within the next 30 minutes, I think that's going to be a safe bet. If this storm were to hold together, it could move into Uvalde within the next 30, maybe 40 minutes. It's moving very slow, but, we're still seeing a consistent size as far as the hail core goes, but potentially up to golf ball size and ping pong ball. That's the purples that we're looking at within that hail core, but looks like mostly nickel up to quarter size hail and a lot of pea size hail too.
Yeah, and Weather Chief Bill Taylor, he's still in house too. He's on right now. He's on KENS 5 CBS giving an update. We have crews outside getting damage reports. I actually, I'm not going to bring them up because, they may be working on a few things behind the scenes and speaking with different people. But they're getting reports of tree damage out in the community. I'm checking out some of the feed here that we have in the back at KENS 5. I can see Weather Chief Bill Taylor's on. I can see tree damage being reported. Henry Ramos, our very own Henry Ramos, out there gathering information in the field on some of the damage in the area. The roads outside looking a lot better. Still have some wet roadways in some spots, but not as serious as what we had earlier on, that's for sure. It was a lot more serious earlier on, but things are a lot quieter across South Texas compared to what we had a couple hours ago, especially in the San Antonio area where we had some really big hail producers move through the region.
Makes you wonder if this was a lightning strike or damaging wind gust with the tree damage that we're looking at behind the scenes.
Yeah, and we're going to have shots of this in the morning newscast, be sure. If you're waking up early, maybe you just woke up. Maybe you intend to be up throughout the night. KENS 5, CBS from 4:30 through 7. We're going to have updates and the latest look at some of the damage in the area. We got crews headed out to Kerrville this evening into early tomorrow morning. They're going to be gathering data and sharing it with everybody. We're going to be talking about the latest on CPS, what they're doing to get power back restored for everyone.
And behind the scenes too, I see tree limbs potentially broke on power lines. So that's something that we were afraid of a little earlier, and that's likely one of the culprits as to why we're having power outages across our area. Tree limbs could break and snap and fall on those power lines, which could cause some outages.
Yeah, very well. I mean, that's one of the big issues. Whenever you get those tree limbs that fall on power lines, you end up with power outages, and then it could take a while before you get power restored again. So lightning was also a big issue too. You know, we had a lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes. Weather Chief Bill Taylor right now checking out that storm, looking at the height of it on Kent's 5. We're going to go ahead and put it into a loop here right behind the scenes. And let's also turn on lightning. And it looks like, you know, earlier we had 200 plus lightning strikes in this storm. I'm willing to bet we got less than 150 now. Less than 100.
68, yep.
That storm is dying. That is a dying thunderstorm. The hail core may be pulsing. Still, but that is a dying thunderstorm, and that's good news for you, Uvalde. Now, still stay on watch on this storm because it still could hold together and repulse up and intensify. But that hail core is holding on, but the lightning is showing a different story, that the updraft is not as strong within the thunderstorm.
And the hail core for the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Sabinal, that one has completely weakened.
Yeah, and that hail core hasn't been impressive for really about 30 minutes now, to be honest. I mean, it's pretty much gone now, though, like what you were saying. It's really weakened, and it's still got about 2 minutes left on, about 3 minutes, really, left on that warning, and we'll see it disappear from the screen, and we'll be left with this one warning in northern Uvalde County along 55, but we'll see what the hail core does in that storm over the next 5 minutes, really over the next 15 minutes, because that severe thunderstorm warning is until 1:15. If that hail core falls apart, the National Weather Service may let that go, and we would sign off of here, but still watch everything behind the scenes, you know.
And also, they're going to let the watch expire in less than 3 minutes. So this watch, if we can pull that up, Andrew, only includes a few counties, not even Bexar County, but this watch is still set to expire at 1 a.m. And right now, we're approaching 12:58, so only a few minutes left on this watch. So our severe weather threat continues to diminish as we get closer to 1 a.m. But again, the only severe storm and really 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in our entire viewing area are in Uvalde County right now.
Yeah, so again, we did have a few counties added there to the severe thunderstorm watch from earlier. Then we had a bunch taken away, ones that were included in the initial severe thunderstorm watch. And then fairly soon, they're all going to disappear from the watch because the watch will be expired. It will be over. For right now, though, still 2 severe thunderstorm warnings within the Kent's 5 viewing area. Again, those storms that were up towards Williamson County, they look like they will miss us off towards the east. We do expect that. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in place for eastern portions of Uvalde County has now expired. So Sabinal, you're no longer under severe thunderstorm warning, just plain old rain and a few rumbles of thunder and maybe some very small hail. We're talking like pea size and smaller hail possible in the Sabinal area here over the next 10 minutes or so. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning in northern Uvalde County, and then the severe thunderstorm watch. Let's check this out again.
There it goes.
It's gone. The severe thunderstorm watch is gone. The National Weather Service, they say that likely very large hail is still occurring in parts of northern Uvalde County. So they're holding on to that severe thunderstorm warning too as it dips down towards the south.
But they've canceled the other one that includes Sabinal.
Correct. So, you know, this storm may still have some large hail associated with it, but I think it's all going to be falling. As in, we won't have it getting tossed back up into the storm and growing into larger hailstones, because the amount of lightning within the storm is telling me a story here. It's letting me know that the updraft has weakened. So the updraft not as strong in this storm in northern Uvalde County, and we're likely going to see it really kind of fall apart here over the next 15 minutes, I'm willing to bet. And we'll see if the National Weather Service decides to continue this severe thunderstorm warning. And right now, the severe thunderstorm warning looks like it should continue because we do have golf ball size hail associated, possibly associated, and what you see in the purple, dipping down further to the south, just east of Montel and west of Reagan Wells. This is going to be moving down along 55. That's all falling right along the Nueces River Basin, and then will continue its way south after crossing 55, down, cross 90, and then kind of hug the west side of 83 there. So we'll go ahead and zoom out, give everyone a big look across the viewing area, what we got going on. Pearsall about to see some rain. We have a little bit of rain further down towards B County that just passed through parts of Campbell. We also have the severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Uvalde County, and that's what we got right now, guys. A little bit of shower activity in northern Kendall County. You notice that?
Right, and we've had a few showers try to blossom over Atascosa County once again, and that's just brief shower activity that could move over Pleasanton eventually, but again, the only severe thunderstorm warning that we're tracking is north of Uvalde, taking a pretty slow track, and that storm is beginning to move out of the warning polygon. So, you know, at this point, it's just a waiting game to see if they extend that warning further south.
Yeah, and a waiting game to see if that hail core gets under control or if it grows again. So
Looks
right
like
now,
it grew a little bit.
It does. It does look like that we may have some larger hail now, maybe even up to baseball size hail, falling just east of 55 as it continues, as the storm continues to shift to the south. So still a pretty significant little storm, not impacting a very highly populated area, but definitely a storm that we're watching closely. Again, guys, I'm going to talk about a few other things too. We do have a marginal risk for severe weather tomorrow night. That's actually tonight, Thursday night into Friday morning. We're going to be watching that close again, but that's a much lower risk than what we had tonight. We don't expect as widespread of severe weather, so we're going to watch that closely. I think large hail and damaging wind will still be the main threats, but an isolated tornado could be possible. But honestly, the storms will be very isolated themselves. We're not expecting a ton of thunderstorm activity. Seeing if we got anything more coming in. Jenny says prayers for those that where the storm hit so close. Yep, Jenny, we hope everyone gets through this just fine. We hope that everyone got the most minimal part of damage that they could have gotten from these storms. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning.
And this includes downtown Uvalde.
Yeah, it does. So that's until 2 a.m. It does include Uvalde. So if you're in Uvalde, if you got friends and families down there, go ahead and give them a phone call. Say, hey, make sure that you know that you got a severe thunderstorm warning possibly heading in your direction. And guys, we're going to be on here giving an update on it. So severe thunderstorm warning now making its way just east of 55 and west of 83. This is going to be moving right through town and then crossing Highway 90, it looks like. And that hail core, it's the hail core that doesn't want to go away. Still about golf ball to tennis ball size hail associated with this storm as it continues to shift down south just near Highway 55.
And west of 83 too, so
Yeah.
in between 55 and 83 there. So for those in Uvalde, you know, maybe getting woken up by a few alerts on their phones. How does velocity look on this storm?
Yeah, let's go ahead and check that out too, because that'll be something important to know. Excuse me, guys. Velocity, not too much of a concern, so really just a hail producer. Let's see what the National Weather Service has to say about this. They say 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, and then 2.5-inch size hail is the big issue with this storm as it continues to shift further to the south, which is what we've been tracking. That's why we've kept the hail tracker on so much tonight, because these storms, the main issue with them has been large hail.
Yeah, and you know, you said 2 to 2.5 inches in diameter, so now we're expecting, you know, damaging hail. Can we put a tracker on the storm, and is it still moving south at about 20, 25 miles per hour?
Yeah, let me go ahead and check the speed on this storm. And it does look like that it's moving towards the south at 25 miles per hour.
So it's picked up a little bit of speed here.
So let me actually include the town of Uvalde. Give me 1 second, guys, as I redraw this. And I'll just draw it for the hail core here. So by the time it gets to Uvalde, it'll be about 1:26 a.m. So we're looking at about 20 minutes before this storm even arrives in Uvalde. Still a good amount of time. Get all your property to a safe spot. Want to make sure everyone's in a safe place themselves. Not a good night to be driving on the road, of course. It's 1 a.m. Your mom always told you nothing good happens after midnight. There you have it. Nothing good happens after midnight. We got a bad storm right now out there in the northwest corner of Uvalde. So go ahead and get wherever you need to be for the rest of the night and try to stay there, guys.
And this is the only warning in our viewing area, and it looks like it's only for Uvalde County. The National Weather Service, they should trim back on that initial warning. I know that was allowed to expire at 1:15, right now it being 1:07 in the morning. So they'll likely, expire that part of the warning soon.
Yeah, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Again, northern parts of Uvalde County, very northern parts right against the border. Looks like things are about to start to quiet down for you. Real County, man, y'all went through the ringer today. Y'all had plenty of rainfall. Y'all had plenty of storms pass through, lots of severe warnings. And finally, it's quiet. And you know what? I think it's done for you. I don't think you're going to have anything more strong or severe tonight. I think it's going to be a lot quieter the rest of the evening for our friends and family in Real County. Uvalde County, not just done quite yet, though. Sabinal getting some heavy rainfall, a little bit of rumbles of thunder. I want to check the latest lightning count on this storm.
So it looks like the lightning has really diminished over Sabinal right now. So that's a non-severe storm moving over that area.
Yeah, and the lightning continues to go down in this storm in northwest Uvalde County. Guys, this storm, it may be pulsing the hail right now, but this is a dying storm. And I just hope that continues to happen here over the next 15 minutes because I'd love to see this storm just kind of die out before it even makes it to Uvalde, as well as the people of Uvalde would love to hear that happen too. But this is a dying thunderstorm right here that's about to go across 55. Still holding on to the hail core, but hopefully that hail core continues to shrink before it even crosses 55 and before it gets anywhere near Uvalde.
Right, so it looks like we have strong enough updrafts to carry the hailstone into that cloud again, and then just continue to cycle, and then once it's big enough it's going to fall within the downdraft of that storm. So this is still a pretty strong storm considering the hail size.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean a lot of lightning still, not as much as what there was earlier, and a lot of rainfall, but definitely not as intense as what it was when it went over Camp Wood. When it went over Camp Wood, man, that was a really intense storm. So it's nice to know that the storm has weakened just a little bit, and we hope that that will continue again as it continues to shift down to the south. Again, if you're joining us on this late Facebook Live update at KENS 5, still have the severe thunderstorm warning in Uvalde County. And that's going to be until about 2 a.m.
So go ahead and pause radar here. Notice the storm in Pearsall, or north of Pearsall right now. Look at that lightning strike southeast of Hondo. So that's miles away, about 20 miles northeast of that storm. So this is kind of a trend of what we've seen the last several hours, including storms Wednesday afternoon. Lightning strikes were traveling miles away from where the storm core was located. So that's why lightning has been a big hazard, late afternoon on Wednesday into the overnight hours.
Yeah, we got a little bit of rain activity down towards Tilden. Nothing severe, no rumbles of thunder, but a little bit of rainfall activity down in McMullen County for our friends down that way. Hopefully we can get some more rain down your way soon, because I know that we still have a little bit of a drought concern down that direction. The lightning in the storm that is in northwest Uvalde County continues to go down, though. Sabinal, not even seeing any lightning, just plain old shower activity passing through, and maybe a little bit windy, maybe about 20 to 30 mile per hour winds at most, I would say. Not too bad on the wind there. The hail core is going down. Now, the storm may be pulsing. We'll have to see, but it does look like the hail core has continued to shrink more recently, and you'll see that right here, right through here. Now, we did have a bit of a pulse right there where it intensified, but now it looks like it's shrinking again, and we'll see if it just continues to shrink. And with the lightning the way it is, I'm willing to bet that the downdraft has just kind of taken over control, and we'll see if that just continues here over the next 15 minutes. We're down to just 30 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes.
That's a big difference compared to what we were looking at, 68 lightning strikes the last time you looked at that storm, the last few radar scans. But you know, that initial warning on the storm is going to expire in 4 minutes. Yeah,
it will. So we'll see that initial warning expire in just about 4 minutes. That's the one that's all the way up to the border of Real County.
Moving west of 83 and really in between 83 and starting to move over 55 as well.
Yeah, and then that's going to dip down. I mean, the storm has really kind of dipped out of that now, and it should be a lot easier going here in about 15 minutes. I think this storm is really collapsing, guys, and I think that even in the next 15 minutes, as the storm approaches Uvalde, we may see this both severe thunderstorm warnings expire, as long as that hail core shrinks. It's got to continue that trend of shrinking for us to feel more comfortable about it, but right now, things are looking better.
And it should be in Uvalde in about 15-20 minutes.
Right.
If it continues to move south at about 25 miles an hour, it should be in downtown Uvalde in about 15 to 20 minutes there. So some folks in Uvalde could potentially be waken up by this noisy thunderstorm. We're just hoping the hail core collapses just a little bit because, you know, we definitely don't want to see damaging hail moving over downtown Uvalde.
Right, because we've had so much damaging hail here across South Texas today. If I turn on local storm reports, I mean, just look at the amount of damage reports we've had. I mean, we've had so much hail reports. We've had a lot of wind damage. We've had even a flooding report up towards northwest portions of Gillespie County, which has led to a flash flood warning to be put into place for western parts of Gillespie County from Harper to Fredericksburg, all the way from the northern end to the southern tip of Gillespie County. And that's also going to cause some high water on the Pedernales River here these next few days, so we're going to watch that for our friends off to the north from northern Gillespie County through northern Blanco County, which then it eventually dumps into Lake Travis below Starkey Dam and Marble Falls in parts of Travis County.
And, you know, notice we haven't had any hail reports with the severe warning storm moving north of Uvalde right now.
Yeah.
You know, so not much populated areas there, but, you know, this is something we'll continue to monitor because once it moves into Uvalde, we could potentially see some hail reports.
Yeah. And right now, there's that hail core. There's the latest update on it.
Looks like it is weakening just a little bit more, too.
It does. It does look like it's kind of falling apart there.
And we like to see that.
Yeah, and the storm looks like it's falling apart as a whole, too. I mean, we continue to have a lot of lightning strikes outside. Uvalde, people waking up now probably. I mean, we got lightning strikes just outside of we got lightning strikes just outside this storm. And I see Robert saying, excellent job as usual. Thank you, Andrew and Megan.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, no problem, man. This is what we do. This is our thing. So still holding on. That, you know, a little bit more lightning than last check. With last check, we only had 30 lightning strikes in a 15-minute time frame. Now we got 36.
And for those that live north of downtown Uvalde, even west along 90 there, maybe being woken up by a loud clap of thunder because we've seen 2 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes recently.
Yeah.
So again, like we've seen, this has been a trend the last several hours, even Wednesday afternoon into early evening. A lot of these lightning strikes are traveling miles outside of the initial core of the storm. So that just gives you a perspective of how strong and how tall these clouds are.
So it looks like the hail core is kind of breaking up a bit, which is
yep.
good. That lets us know that the updraft isn't centralized in a certain part of the storm anymore. And if it's getting broken up like that, that lets us know, oh, the storm is having trouble. It's not as healthy as what it was before. And let's hope that trend continues. Let's hope we don't get any hail in Uvalde. But right now, it looks like we could have up to maybe ping pong ball size hail, dipping down closer towards 55 here over these next 10 minutes. So this severe thunderstorm warning, if you're staying with us late, still expected to be until 2 a.m. This does include the town of Uvalde.
And we're not looking at any rotation with this storm. I mean,
Yeah.
we could potentially have gusts, maybe 40 miles per hour, but, you know, the reason why we have this severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended now into downtown Uvalde through 2 a.m. is because of the hail threat.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. We've been keeping a close eye on this storm just because of that chance for hail. There's no more severe thunderstorm watch for South Texas, but we do have the severe thunderstorm warning that continues. And is expected to continue here for the next 45 minutes, but I'd be willing to bet this storm dies over the next really 15 minutes, and we're able to get a word from the National Weather Service about possibly it being expired.
And something interesting too is on our KENS 5 page on our website, we actually have a ton of hail photos that viewers have sent us. So if you want to check out some of the reports, and I've also posted a lot of photos on my professional Facebook and Twitter pages. So at Meagan Massey WX, that's my Twitter. Meteorologist Meagan Massey, that's my Facebook page. I've posted several hail reports that we have received in Bexar County.
Yeah. I mean, we had a ton of reports earlier on, so there's a lot to see, guys. I'm checking out some of the lightning strikes again associated with this storm. Again, we've had a few lightning strikes outside of the storm itself. We're down to about 29 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes, so the number has now gone down again, which is good. That lets us know that the storm has weakened. And let's hope that continues.
So we just had a new radar scan. I'm curious to know what the new hail core looks like with this. So now it's only quarter size, mostly quarter size, which could still do some damage, but you know, the storm isn't quite in Uvalde yet, so hopefully it continues to behave itself as it moves south toward Uvalde. I think it has about 15 to 20 more minutes once it reaches downtown Uvalde with the storm. So that's why we're staying on this Facebook Live. You know, we still have this warning in place. If you were woken up by the thunder, I know we have some cloud-to-ground lightning moving closer to Uvalde. You know, we're on this warning until it expires. So this warning is in place for much of Uvalde County. This actually includes Uvalde, well west of Sabinal, though.
And west of Nipa.
So this will continue through 2 a.m. And we just got a latest radar scan for this hail core.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe still possibly quarter to ping pong ball size hail right in the center. It's not the widest hail core, though. Let's take a look at how wide it is. Maybe about 3 miles wide on the damaging hail sector. Maybe even smaller than that. By the way, Weather Chief Bill Taylor, he is on TV right now giving an update on this storm. So on KENS 5 CBS, giving an update right now about the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be making its way, the severe thunderstorm itself, that's going to be making its way into the Uvalde area. So still expected to continue till 2 a.m. We've also had a ton of rainfall along the Nueces River, so the river will be a little swift these next couple of days possibly, so please be careful if you do go down onto the river. We want to make sure everyone stays safe. Flooding, not a big issue. I'll go ahead and check everything again with the river stages, but flooding doesn't seem to be much of an issue since the rivers were already pretty low.
So the river stages are pretty low in that area, which is good.
Yeah, still, you know, we got some rain building in now, Megan, northeast of Cotulla. We have a little bit of rain in north and central Frio County. So areas still seeing rain, even though it's nothing severe and no threat for severe weather in there closer towards Tilden. But still got some rain falling in Tilden, so heads up. Linda says thank you and love you and goodbye, Linda. No problem. We are always here to help y'all out. You know, we're staying on real late tonight. We don't even have many viewers left on our Facebook Live. We only have about 21 to 20. Now just 20. I think Linda just signed off. But we're staying on right here because I'm sure that at least one or two or maybe even three of those viewers, maybe even all of them, are watching from Uvalde. So we want to make sure everyone stays safe, guys, and informed. So we'll be hanging on here as long as this storm is continuing to head into Uvalde. And I'm sure a lot of people waking up saying, "Ooh, did you hear that clap of thunder?"
A lot more
Looking
cloud
over
to
their
ground
phone.
lightning, yeah.
Yep. And probably saying, "Whoa, did you hear that one outside?" 34 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes, so that lets us know that the updraft is still holding on just a bit. That may be why we saw that hail core pulse back up just slightly.
What's the latest hail core look like with the storm?
Let's check it out. Yeah, it has pulsed up again, just slightly. Golf ball size hail, again, about to cross over 55. That's where you're seeing the purple, kind of further to the middle. Let's zoom down into the storm. Now that we're getting close here. So it's about to cross 55. It's still right up against the Nueces River and 55. And honestly, this may just miss Uvalde to the west. Cross along Highway 90, and then Old Eagle Pass Road may end up getting a little bit of this storm too, but I think the core of this storm may miss Uvalde just off to the west, which is great news. I think we'll still get pea-sized hail in Uvalde, but not as serious in the way of golf ball size, which is good news.
Are there any more updates on chat here?
Let's see what the National Weather Service has to say. No, nothing new from the National Weather Service. But we'll, of course, continue to track with them to see if they're seeing something new that we may not be seeing, of course.
So it is producing some heavy rainfall. I mean, we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. The storm isn't moving all that quickly, and, you know, more extreme northern portions of this polygon will be trimmed out of here soon. So hopefully the hail core, you know, misses Uvalde too.
Yeah, I hope so too. I hope that the hail core misses Uvalde just off to the west. Still could be some pea-sized hail though that occurs in Uvalde. So we'll be watching that closely. And still, man, a lot of people probably getting woken up because we still got a good amount of lightning in this storm as it continues to shift down to the south. I'm giving a wider look just for anybody who may be joining late. Beeville's got a little thunderstorm over them. We've got some thunderstorms east of Austin that will miss our area wide. They're going to stay well on off towards the north and the east. Maybe just clip near the Hallettsville area at best, and that's about it.
And those really weakened as they moved east too.
Yeah, we got a little bit of shower activity even in Kendall County, but that's plain old shower stuff, guys. Nothing that's an issue there. We've got a viewer from Uvalde saying lots of lightning. This is why we stayed on. We mentioned a moment ago, we only had about 21 viewers left on our Facebook Live, but we mentioned we're staying on because we're sure we got at least 1 or 2 viewers in Uvalde. Heads up, we do have a little bit of hail in that storm too. Here's a look at the hail tracker. Possibly golf ball size hail falling on the northwest side there, up 55 of Uvalde, that is. And it's going to be moving south and east, just slightly, south-southeast.
So this will be a little bit bigger than a quarter, you know, potentially ping pong ball size hail like you were talking about. So I would say about 1.5 inches in diameter.
Yeah, so that's damaging hail. I mean, that's stuff you don't want hitting your cars, so get the cars under cover. And just get ready, because this storm, again, is moving pretty slow. Weather Chief Bill Taylor, by the way, is on TV giving an update on this at the moment. The hail core has shrunk significantly compared to what it was earlier, though. That's what we like to hear. There's what it looked like in northern Uvalde County. You see it getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I'm hoping that trend continues before it even makes it to Highway 90. I'm willing to bet these next few scans we'll see even more improvement. Still, though, a very heavy rainfall associated with it. That is definitely going to happen in Uvalde. We're definitely going to get heavy rain in town, but hopefully the hail core stays just west of town.
Yeah, so this is, well west of Sabinal is where we're looking at this severe thunderstorm warning in place. And again, it continues through 2 a.m., so the time being 1:25 right now, so we still have several minutes on this warning. And Andrew, you've been talking about the lightning count with this storm too.
Yeah, we got lightning, more than 30 lightning strikes within the last 15 minutes, which is not anywhere near what this storm was doing in Real County. Let's go ahead and run it back here to when the storm was in Real County. When it initially got warned, I mean, this storm was putting down a lot of lightning. Take a look at this count. 144 strikes in 15 minutes. Take a look at the hail size when the storm was that far back too. The hail, way bigger. I mean, we had hail that was up to a golf ball. We had one scan that looked like we had baseball right there. But the hail size has shrunk significantly since then. At least the size of the hail core has shrunk. And now we're looking at it down towards 55. By the way, the width of this hail core of damaging hail, about 2 miles. So not very wide.
But mainly pea-size and quarter-size hail. Again, this is radar indicated, so this is why they've put that severe thunderstorm warning in place through 2 a.m. for Uvalde, is because they could see kind of the edge of this hail core, and this is the main hazard here. We're not looking at any tornadic weather with this thunderstorm, or and damaging wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour possible.
Yeah. So that's something that we're watching close too, the possibility for damaging wind. And Megan, I'm going to let you take control real quick. I'm going to go snag a cup of coffee real quick. We've been live now for quite some time, and I'm going to need some coffee to wake up here, guys. So I'll be right back myself.
All right, again, and if you're just joining us, again, we've been live for hours on this Facebook Live. Still a little over 20 viewers on this, but again, we have this severe thunderstorm warning in place through 2 a.m. Let's see here. We're still getting a few reports funneled in of thunderstorm wind damage in Bexar County, and that was Wednesday at 8:35 p.m. So yesterday evening, we've been looking at some large tree down near the intersection of Cross Timber and Plum Brook in northern San Antonio. So, the next several hours here, we're also going to get some damage reports, unfortunately, from our viewing area. Let's go ahead and go back to radar just to give you an idea of this thunderstorm that we're looking at. Again, we have this warning in place through 2 a.m. This isn't going to impact Sabinal. This is going to stay well west of Sabinal, but crossing over 55 right now. At least the hail core is. A lot of cloud to ground lightning with this storm, so still electric, still a little noisy, and we still have cloud to ground lightning strikes, traveling miles outside of this storm. So that just gives you perspective on how strong this cloud is and how tall this cloud is. We're just seeing lightning strike for miles away from this storm. Let's go ahead and pause it. The storm is moving very slow too. So an update here. It's moving south at 25 miles per hour, tennis ball size hail and 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So I know we've kind of seen this hail core kind of pulse just a little bit. Hail size would get a little bigger, and then, the hail core would weaken just a little bit, but it has weakened as it has approached Uvalde as of right now. So we have Laura saying, I've been working when the storms have hit. Yeah, these storms, let's actually do the last 6 hours here. So I'm going to zoom out into our viewing area and show you the last 6 hours. So we've had, severe storms move through western and eastern parts of Bexar County. Then those storms kind of collided and continued to push through parts of Atascosa County and Wilson counties there. But now we're just left with this lonely severe thunderstorm in Uvalde County. So even Uvalde County, you guys didn't even start with a severe thunderstorm watch, but you know, that severe thunderstorm watch, it was allowed to expire at 1 a.m. You know, as we've gone through the evening hours, our severe weather threat continues to diminish. We're not looking at any, you know, tornado warnings right now, just a very noisy storm moving toward Uvalde. We'll zoom back in on this storm here in a little bit, but we still have some showers trying to develop over Tilden, northeast of Cotulla, near the Pearsall area, just east of Pearsall really, and also more brief showers. And these are non-severe thunderstorms, but you know, they're developing and they're lingering just a little bit. We'll put on lightning, and it doesn't look like, you know, lightning's a hazard with that. Just some much needed rain and very brief rain at that, moving through those areas. Let's see here. I'm just looking at National Weather Service chat, see if they've gotten any reports with this storm, but likely waking some folks up in Uvalde. So heavy rain, lightning, and also some hail will be the concern here. So let's put on the hail tracker again. So meteorologist Andrew Wilson, he's back, and you know, we've been looking at this hail core and watching the timeline of it, and it looks like it continues to shrink just a little bit. And Andrew, you were talking about how this hail core is moving west of Uvalde.
Yeah, it looks like it'll miss it just to the west. That's great news. You know, I still think that we're going to get some pea-sized hail in town. Don't be surprised if you hear that pitter-patter on the roof, because it's definitely possible. But I think that the main hail core, the larger hail, is going to be passing just off to the west. That's good news, because we don't want the larger hail to be impacting a lot of people, and hopefully it doesn't impact anybody. But, you know, we do have that possibility of quarter to golf ball size hail right through there. See, some people, Laura says, Robin, respond to her friend Robin, that she had been working when the storms hit.
Mm-hmm. So that's the latest comment that we've had.
Okay. And I'm seeing what the National Weather Service may have said. So it looks like they're trying to get some information on
Camp Wood area.
Camp Wood area, and a storm report in the Camp Wood area. So that's going to be about hail size more than likely. So let's check out some of the lightning strikes on this storm. I've been watching that closely because that can let us know the health of the updraft.
And it looks like Uvalde is beginning to see some of that heavy rain too right now.
Yeah, really heavy rain moving into downtown Uvalde at the moment. About 42 lightning strikes. So this is the storm that just doesn't want to go away. I mean, we still have lightning holding on pretty good there. That lets us know that the updraft is still fairly strong. You know, it's holding on just a little bit. And the storm is still going to hold on. It looks like as it passes through Uvalde, a pretty noisy thunderstorm. Next stop, by the way, south of Uvalde is going to be La Pryor. So we're going to be watching this for the La Pryor area. The storm's going to move down 83 and could impact La Pryor. So we're going to keep an eye out for you too. But right now, you are not included in a severe thunderstorm warning. If that changes, we will let you know. A severe thunderstorm warning right now in place for Uvalde until 2 a.m. So it still has a good amount of time left on this one severe thunderstorm warning itself. I'm taking a look at some of our cameras. It looks like some of our crews may have wrapped it up for the night for getting shots of some of the damage here around Bexar County. We do have crews heading towards Kerr County tomorrow morning to get information on some of the damage they've had up that way. There has been some damage reported in the Kerr County area due to some strong winds they had and also some larger hail that passed through. You know, we had a little bit of damage overnight here in Bexar County due to some large hail and also some strong winds. And lightning has been something big in a lot of these storms the past week. You know, this is not typical for us to get storms like this here in San Antonio for multiple days. This has been a really intense last few days, hasn't it?
Yeah, so typically we get our severe weather season March and May. But yeah, just day after day, we've had this upper level low just parked over Texas. And, before that, we've even had a few boundaries out in West Texas, like the dry line, bring in some showers and severe storms. I noticed the new hail core on this storm. We had some radar scans go through, and you're checking out velocity, potentially some 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts, but a hail core is going to move just west of Uvalde, but maybe some pea dime size hail in downtown there.
Yeah, definitely. And Old Eagle Pass Road down towards FM 481, I think that the larger hail is going to pass right down there. Here's the good news. I don't think there's a lot of people right up against the Nueces River. This hail core is going to go right down the Nueces. So hopefully a majority of the larger hail just falls on the river basin and doesn't impact people who are people's homes. It doesn't impact people's property. Hopefully it stays right over the river basin and then just continues to shift south and hopefully just stay right over the river.
Yeah, so a lot of lightning, very heavy rain moving over Uvalde right now. Of course, downtown Uvalde as a whole is really on the eastern edge of this polygon, this severe thunderstorm warning. And so right now it looks like it's about to cross over 90, at least the hail core.
So we're seeing that there's a hail about a mile west of Uvalde. So, yep. There you have it, maybe about a nickel size heading in your direction. So just a heads up, you're seeing some hail now, maybe about pea size. You could get up to maybe nickel size hail, which by the way is below severe criteria. Once it gets to be quarter size, that's when we're talking about damaging hail. And we do have some larger hail in there. You see it, golf ball size hail possible, about to cross Highway 90, pretty much just along the river, maybe just east of the Nueces River, and that's going to be some pretty large hail. Again, maybe up to golf ball size hail passing right through there. I also want to mention the heavy rainfall we have. That's still moving through too. Nothing in the way of rotations, probably some strong winds as well associated with the storm.
Looks like they trimmed back some of the warning too.
They did. They trimmed it back from the north. The amount of lightning with the storm, I think, has maybe even gone up a little bit. I mean, I don't know, it's still at 34. So it went down from the 40-something just a moment ago. That lets us know that maybe the storm's cycling or maybe it's weakening slightly. It's seeing a good amount of lightning, though, as it crosses Highway 90. And then continues its path down 83. So we'll see if this storm will hold together all the way towards the Pryor. Right now, though, moving through Uvalde, and then it will shift down to the south along 83. There's the latest scan from the radar. You notice the almost looked like a line went through the rain there on the screen. That's the latest scan from the radar, and it's showing still heavy rainfall right there at 90 and 83, right into downtown Uvalde. But the larger hail, again, thankfully, west of downtown. Still an issue, though. That's why the severe thunderstorm warning is in place. It's not so much wind. Now, wind is still going to be a thing with this storm, but the hail, that's going to be the big, impactful thing. And this may be the only severe thunderstorm warning in the entire Lone Star State. You know what? It sure is.
It is.
This is the Lone Star warning right now. I mean, the Lone Star warning at the moment. So, severe thunderstorm warning right now in Uvalde. And so our friends in Uvalde, if you know anybody who lives out there, you may want to give them a phone call. Say, hey, are you okay out there? I hear that there's a big severe thunderstorm. Make sure your friends and family in the Pryor know that this stronger storm may be heading down to their direction. Jenny says those poor folks, that Uvalde storm is barely moving. I know, man, it is quite a hail producer too. And what we're thankful for is that I think that the larger hail is kind of over the river basin, though, Jenny, and I'm hoping it stays over the river basin. Something else that we're watching, at least through 2 a.m. for the next 20 minutes, there's a flash flood warning in western Gillespie County. That was from heavy rainfall that fell earlier on.
And that's west of Fredericksburg, but includes Harper.
Right. And all that water is going into the Pedernales River, and it's expected to bring the Pedernales River up to the action stage, so not quite a flood stage, but bring it into the action stage, which just lets us know the river will get out of its banks, but isn't expected to impact any communities around it.
So we have about 20 more minutes on this warning, and it looks like, the strongest part of the storm is passing west of Uvalde, at least downtown Uvalde. So folks in Uvalde may be waking up to large claps of thunder right now and heavy rainfall over their areas. Just a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this storm, so that's what makes it so noisy. It is taking a southerly track, moving south at about 20 to 25 miles an hour, and hail is a primary concern with this storm too, and that's why, it is warned.
Yeah, and it's something interesting. There's a lot more lightning on the west side of this storm, and that's right along the river basin, the Nueces River Basin. So that's where we're seeing a majority of the lightning right now, is just kind of hugging right along the basin, and that's just going straight south. Now, I see some farmland down here near La Pryor. All right, we've got crops that are already getting pretty healthy right now, so hopefully this hail does not damage cropland. It is going to be getting pretty close to it, so if you're in La Pryor, heads up. We've got this hail coming down in your direction, and I hope it doesn't damage any of those crops, though. So, got the report of quarter to golf ball size hail west of Uvalde. So yeah, we see that on radar. Thank you so much for your report. I'm hoping that your property isn't damaged too much, and I hope y'all are staying safe. Thank you so much for the report.
So it looks like we're getting the hail reports west of downtown, which is exactly what radar is indicating here.
So radar's doing pretty good. Sometimes radar doesn't do as well, but right now it is doing pretty good. Let's see how wide that hail swath is. So let's get just from the light blue to the light blue, where we could be having the larger hail, maybe about 5 miles wide, which in terms of hail swaths or hail cores, that's not that big.
And it's been staying pretty consistent with that size too, about 5-8 miles wide there.
Yeah, it has. It has been fairly consistent as it continues to kind of drift to the south. Trying to see some more areas, seeing if we have any more pea-sized hail anywhere else, and I'm not seeing any other issues. Still some rain down towards Cotulla.
And these are non-severe thunderstorms, just really brief pockets of heavy rain that will impact Cotulla, parts of Tilden looking at some light rain, and also, Hondo within the last couple of hours. Those storms really collapsed over you, too.
Yeah, I mean,
around midnight or so.
Yeah, really collapsed. That was good to see, because we want to see these storms all die out. We don't want these things holding on all night. But we got this one storm left, and we should see it die out, I'm willing to bet, within the next 30 minutes.
And you were talking about the shower activity over Kendall County.
Yeah. We have a little bit of shower activity that popped up real quick and then kind of withered away. Impacted areas just north and northeast of Bernie, and then kind of fell apart as they got closer towards Fair Oaks Ranch.
Right. So, the heart of this storm, I guess the worst of this storm, the hail core is still moving west of Uvalde, and we've seen rainfall. As far as the estimates here, almost 3 inches in some communities.
Check it out. This is like the last 3 hours. Let's see how much rain we had from this one storm. I think it's more than 2 inches there. More than 1.5 though. 1.6 and more than an inch. I mean, that just fell. So that's a lot of rain that just fell right there along this by this one storm in the last hour to 2 hours.
And that's why we've been talking about, why rainfall rates and storm movement and storm speed are so important. Seeing these areas that have picked up, pretty hefty and decent rainfall amounts over the last couple of days. Our soil is pretty saturated in a lot of areas.
Yeah,
we went on a hike on Wednesday, and there were still some muddy spots on that hike. So, the soil is very saturated in some areas.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, the soil is still pretty spongy. If you go outside, you can feel it. I want to look at some of these storm reports too, because we have a new storm report in, Megan. We actually have two that I want to show. First of all, we have one because of this storm in Camp Wood. Golf ball size hail reported, 1.8 inches. That was near Camp Wood. And then we also have a new report out towards Gonzales. So we had a severe thunderstorm that occurred a while back for Gonzales. This is the same storm that went all the way down towards B County. And you see that it caused a roof to be ripped off a horse barn near alternate Highway 90 and CR 345. So that's pretty significant.
Remember when we were talking about the high wind gust in Gonzales? So we were walking people through that very high wind gust. I mean, it was shown on velocity there. I don't know if we can pull it back for maybe about 5-6 hours. There's that storm that produced the wind gust, though.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a strong storm, and man, it was kind of right in the notch right there wherever we had the stronger winds pass through. But yeah, really intense storm that passed through Gonzales earlier. So we don't want to leave the storm in Uvalde alone for too long. We just want to let everyone know about other things that we did deal with earlier on this evening. So back to Uvalde, heavy rain still a deal. Still have a little bit of lightning associated with the storm, probably about 20 lightning strikes, I'm willing to bet, about 30 actually, 31 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Let's check that latest hail core. Still holding on. We had a report from a viewer right here on the Facebook Live. Thank you so much for it. And that is of about quarter to golf ball size hail west of Uvalde. It still looks like that's the case.
And it's crossing over 90. We just had a latest radar scan, and it looks like it's still collapsing as far as the hail core here. And luckily, it just missed Uvalde downtown, so now it should be south.
Yeah, man, it just missed downtown.
And we're talking about the strongest part of the storm. Still heavy rain, still a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, possibly some minor flooding in some flood-prone areas. But yeah, I mean, the severe part of that storm, we dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, we really did. Down Highway 83 south of Uvalde, that's where the storm's headed. So anywhere along Highway 83 between Uvalde and La Pryor could have a severe storm impact them. We're talking about large hail being the main threat, anywhere from about quarter to golf ball size hail, and maybe even some really strong winds associated with this storm as well.
So that's where we're looking at the brighter pink. So that's showing potentially that golf ball size hail, but most of the blue is showing quarter to nickel, even pea size hail.
Yeah, and the latest scan shows even more the quarter size rather than the golf ball.
Right, and that's going to pass southwest of Uvalde, so heads up to our county south of Uvalde.
Yeah, that's where La Pryor is located. Crystal City, this is well north of you, so you don't have to worry about this as much. That's Crystal City. This is probably going to fall apart well before this even makes it to you. So, yeah, I mean, northern parts of Zavala County, I would watch this real close. But once you get down to the middle and southern portions of it, that's when it's not going to be as much of a big deal. Batesville, this is going to miss you off to the west.
It'll ride along 83 too.
Yep, we're expecting it to kind of hold on right there along Highway 83.
So just heavy rain over Uvalde right now. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service does with this warning. For now, it will continue for about 10-11 minutes. So we'll see what they do here in the next couple of minutes. They should have a plan in place at this point, I'm thinking.
Yeah, they're going to decide if they want to continue the warning or if they want to let it slide. And I'm willing to bet right now they're going to want to continue it just because they do still have quarter-size hail associated with this storm that's about to move down along 83.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to pass now south of Uvalde toward the La Pryor area in Zavala County.
Yes. So west of Batesville, again, excuse me, I think it's going to go right down towards the Pryor itself. If you're hanging out with us tonight, thank you so much. I see, thank you for staying on. We always watch the live feed when we have bad weather. No problem. You know, I hope that y'all didn't have any damage there just west of Uvalde. I hope that all your property is just fine. You know, every time there's something severe, remember, we're going to be on. Every single one of the people here in South Texas, every single person matters to us, and we want to make sure that you know that. So, again, the main hail south of Uvalde now, still a lot of lightning. Don't want to be outside of that.
A lot of lightning.
I mentioned it earlier, you know, nothing good happens after midnight. We're almost at 2 a.m. Best to stay inside the rest of the night. So, unless you got to be out, of course, we do have emergency personnel and some of our, you know, people who work in the service industry are out this evening, as well as doctors, nurses. You may be out late because of work. But it's looking like, you know, the main hail core is now south of Highway 90. Still a lot of heavy rain, still a lot of frequent lightning.
So, yeah, I was going to say, let's see if we could put radar back on. So heads up to La Pryor, you know, it's possible that since the hail core is holding steady with at least quarter-size hail, which is, you know, severe thunderstorm criteria, it is possible that the National Weather Service were to extend this warning a little bit more south, and that would include La Pryor. So that's about 2:15 a.m. if this continues on a southerly track at about 25 miles per hour. So just a heads up, it looks like the hail core is more on the western side of this storm again.
Right, and that would hit La Pryor.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we'll stay on top of it.
We got local storm reports coming in. The National Weather Service just received a report of hail penny size in Uvalde. So that's good news. Maybe the hail has shrunk a little bit since the report that we got here on the Facebook Live. Let's hope that continues.
Radar's doing a really good job on, you know, estimating where the, you know, severe hail is located too.
Yeah, it really is. And man, we got really heavy rain on 83 at the moment. Based off the latest report, we'll have to see what the National Weather Service wants to do, because if they got a report of the smaller hail, they may decide maybe we'll let the warning go, but we'll just have to see.
So just a heads up to La Pryor, this is moving in your direction. And again, this storm is about to cross over 83 here, but it looks like for the most part with its track, it's expected to ride along 83. And here's the good news, Andrew's looping it through time here, and the hail core continues to decrease in intensity. So nickel up to quarter-size hail, and again, 1 inch in diameter, that's equal to quarter-size hail. So that's the severe thunderstorm criteria. That's what makes this, you know, storm become severe thunderstorm warned. So we'll see what they do here within the next, you know, 7-8 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll get another scan here, and they'll probably wait 5 minutes to make a call on this storm.
Yeah, we probably got 1 or 2 more scans left on this before the severe thunderstorm warning is expired, and we'll see what happens. They may even let the severe thunderstorm warning expire and wait for the next scan and to create another severe thunderstorm warning. But if they if they see that hail core spike again, like what we're watching too, we'll see if they need to continue it.
Notice outside, is that pea-size hail that it's showing?
Yeah, just outside of the the 83, east of 83.
Yeah.
Yeah, about pea-size hail it looks like. Pea to nickel size, of course.
So that's well north of Batesville, but I would still watch this if I were in Batesville too.
I want to take a look at how many storm reports we've had. I'll turn on the looping. I'll actually stop the radar real quick. Storm reports. And I want to see, oh, excuse me, I clicked the wrong thing. Local storm reports, there we go. I don't want to include those. Let's see how many we had through this area. Getting an idea. Give me 1 second, guys. I've actually used the wrong thing there. And it's actually not doing the counter for me correctly. So we've had a lot of reports across our area. Tons of hail reports. That's been the main thing, right? Yeah, just tons of hail reports. Sometimes up to lime-sized hail, even in the Alamo Heights area. That's been the largest, some of the larger hail, rather, that we've seen. A lot of quarter-size hail, and a lot of hail that, was really damaging hail. Right? We had windows broken in some places. So it's been pretty serious.
What's up, guys?
We have Weather Chief Bill Taylor in the house now.
Yeah, Weather Chief Bill Taylor.
I can't believe there's one storm hanging on.
It's just not wanting to let go.
This is,
yeah.
This is the storm that doesn't want to die.
Just won't quit.
Still about 34 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes, so that lets us know it's barely holding on to that intensity.
And you can click on that recent report there that they've had. I know the hail core has gone down in size, but we had a pea-sized hail report in Uvalde. Yeah.
But that was it, right? I mean, as far I mean, the best hail is still not hitting.
Right.
Yeah, we did have a comment that just west of Uvalde, someone said they had quarter to
I think it was golf ball
size hail outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's headed down 83. I think we're going to get one more scan in, guys, before the severe thunderstorm warning expires. We'll see if it shrinks down to like nickel size, and if that hail core looks like it's about nickel size, the National Weather Service may opt to let this warning expire. But if it holds on to that quarter size criteria, we may see the severe thunderstorm warning issued down towards Zavala County, including La Pryor. So we'll see if this continues. I think it'll stay west of Batesville, though.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it'll stay well west of Batesville. But yeah, for those in La Pryor, this noisy thunderstorm could move right over you, I would say, within the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, so if you're up late with us, we still got a few people up late with us. We had a lot of strong storms earlier. Finally quieted down a little bit. We still got one severe thunderstorm warning. No more severe thunderstorm watch, though. The severe thunderstorm watch expired at 2 a.m. 1 a.m. Much of the region had expired at midnight, but some people had that expire a little bit later. They extended that watch a little bit longer until 1 a.m. for some communities. So a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This is going to be including the La Pryor area. It's the same storm we've been watching. This severe thunderstorm warning is until 3 a.m. For all the way down towards La Pryor, traveling along Highway 83.
So heads up to Batesville. This is going to pass just west of you, but you'll still see heavy rain on the eastern edge of this storm, and definitely some cloud to ground lightning. In fact, if we put lightning back on, likely seeing some lightning here in Batesville, I guess just right outside of it. I know a lot of these lightning strikes have been traveling for miles outside of these storms.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a ton of lightning traveling even well outside. And let's go ahead and get the counter on here. Still about 33 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. And guys, this is going to be hitting the La Pryor area. And I think it's going to be the hail core that hits you.
And so they just expired the previous severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Uvalde.
Yeah, so it's about to really quiet down in Uvalde, especially over the next 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You're going to start to hear less thunder. You're going to see less lightning. You're going to have a lot lighter rainfall in about 15 minutes.
So we have that hail core still riding along 83, though. Looks like it's going from Uvalde County into Zavala now. At least pea-size hail.
Yeah, and they're saying maybe up to 1 1/4 inch of hail, so just a little bit bigger than a quarter size hail. That's going to be what's associated with this storm as it continues to move south. But honestly, it's looking just about quarter size hail as possible, showing up at least on our system here. It looks like the hail core has really shrunk, so you can see that happen. Mm-hmm.
Let's hope it continues this trend, too, before it reaches La Pryor.
Yeah, the National Weather Service may end up letting this severe thunderstorm warning expire. And honestly, guys, if we continue to see this trend through 2:15, we we may actually hop off early. We'll see what happens here, though. But right now, over the next 15 minutes, we'll continue to monitor this hail core as it continues to track its way down Highway 83 towards La Pryor. Again, Batesville, this is going to be off to your west. And man, I'm checking the Nueces River to see the levels. It's not that much of an issue right now. Of course, the Nueces River has a pretty wide basin. You know, we've been down to it ourselves.
Yeah.
But not too much of a problem right now there along the river.
We've also been through Uvalde, and we love the area.
Yeah, we love Uvalde. Beautiful town.
Uvalde is beautiful. So I'm glad that the hail missed Uvalde. They don't need that. So.
Yeah, they don't. We love the squares and throughout Texas as a whole. And South Texas, they're beautiful too. So notice that you're not seeing as much reds and dark reds. So we saw up towards Uvalde. Notice the intensity kind of looks a little bit lighter on radar.
It is weakening. Yep.
Yep, it's a weakening storm. And I think that's going to continue here as we hit throughout the next about, say, 15 minutes or so. I mean, let's see the latest hail core. It continues to shrink. That's what we want to see. You see it was bigger towards Uvalde. And I wonder how wide that hail core is now. About 2 miles wide, where we have the dark blues. The dark blues is where it could be nickel to quarter size.
So it is smaller in size.
Yeah, so it's shrinking in size. That just continues to be a trend. That's what we like to see. We want to see smaller and smaller hail cores, and that's the trend, guys. Again, this hail core is just holding on barely, and that's the only reason, really, why this storm is a severe one. Now, they could have some strong winds, too, maybe up to 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds, but the hail is the real threat here.
And we're not looking at any rotation with this storm, but, yeah, the only reason why they extended that severe thunderstorm warning down toward La Pryor is the quarter-size hail, you know. What did you say, 1.25 inches in diameter, so a little bit larger?
Half dollar size.
Half dollar size. So, yeah, that's the main hazard with this one right here. Still on a southerly track, moving, you know, south at about 25 miles per hour. So it's a slow mover, but so far tracks have been pretty on point with the timing. It arrived in Uvalde about, let's say, 1:30, and then moved south of the town in about 30 minutes. So. Heads up in La Pryor, this storm could be in your area in about 30 minutes or so.
Yep, I've got a question about San Antonio. It was hailing bad earlier, but now this is it. You know, it's a lot quieter in San Antonio. It's expected to stay quieter in San Antonio. We have one severe thunderstorm warning, not just for our viewing area, but it's the only severe thunderstorm warning in the entire state of Texas. That's for Uvalde and into Zavala County. I'm sure it's going to get trimmed back here pretty soon for just Zavala County. We have the possibility of half dollar size hail associated with this storm as it drifts into Zavala County. The storm's been kind of dying here more recently, which is good to see. We want to see the storm kind of die out. The latest lightning counter on the storm.
It's gone way down.
It really does look like it has gone down. We'll see. 22 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. So down by 10 compared to what we saw earlier, and you see it just tick down a little bit more. So a weakening storm, man, down again, weakening rapidly.
It is.
I hope that's the continuous trend of this storm. Just like everybody else out there towards Zavala County and into Uvalde County, we want to see this storm die out as well.
I mean, the number of strikes just continue to go down. Yeah, for those asking about San Antonio, we've received a lot of hail and damage reports. So it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service, if they'll send crews to go survey some of this damage and take note of it, especially up in Kerr County. I could see that. We've had a number of thunderstorm wind damage reports coming out of Kerr County, up in Kerrville.
Right, in Kerrville, because there was a tornado warning earlier on. We had some really strong winds pass through, and we'll have to see if there was any issue from that. So, really good news there. Our hail core is now really weak.
So they could definitely expire this warning if it stays this week through 3 a.m.
Yeah, so we're going to stay on here, guys, for about the next 10 minutes to make sure that this hail core isn't just cycling. Don't worry, we're going to be watching this real close. But we have now been live for, let's see here, since 6:45 about? For about 7 hours, a little more than 7 hours. And we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Of course, La Pryor, if you're watching, don't worry. We're keeping a close eye on this. But in about 10 minutes, we're going to take a little bit of a break and try to gather up some things behind the scenes just to see if anything new is going to happen with this storm. Again, this is the lone storm. We're not seeing anything else. We have had a lot of hail reports across South Texas as a whole this evening. We've had Weather Chief Bill Taylor. He's been in-house too. He's been handling things not behind the scenes, but actually on air. He's on TV right now giving an update on this storm, talking about what he's seeing. He's been coming back here every once in a while, talking to us a bit, and we just have been all keeping in contact about it.
Yeah, and for those in Batesville, even though you're outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, you could potentially see some pea-sized hail. So it looks like we have another hail core trying to grow there on the eastern edge of this storm.
Yeah, and that's severe hail. Like, that's not going to cause any damage to anything. You know, it's going to wake you up maybe hear a little bit of pea-sized hail hitting your window outside, or maybe pitter-pattering on the roof. But that's about it, you know, nothing too serious about the storm right now. It does look like it has weakened pretty significantly. Let me see if the National Weather Service has said anything on that themselves. Nothing new from the National Weather Service. But yeah, man, this storm does look a lot weaker. Let's see the latest on lightning associated with this storm. So a little more lightning on that stretch that's closer on towards Batesville. I'm not surprised by that. A little bit more of an updraft. 15 strikes in 15 minutes, about a strike a minute. That's not too bad. You know, that lets us know that the storm has definitely weakened. So there's the latest radar scan.
So now we have heavy rain in Batesville now.
Yeah, heavy rain in Batesville and likely a little bit of hail associated with it as well.
So a little noisy in those communities for Batesville, and you know, quarter-size hail remains the biggest concern with this. You know, I know they have put on half-dollar size, but looking at, you know, the hail tracker here, I definitely say quarter size at this point.
Yeah,
if that.
The hail's gone down a ton, and if I run this back towards Uvalde, there you see where it's bigger. And when we had golf ball size hail when it crossed Highway 90, and now really small hail. So that's what we like to see. We want to see that continue, and let's all cross our fingers and hope that continues here over the next even 5 minutes. We want to see these hail cores continue to shrink so our communities of La Pryor and Batesville and all that farmland. Guys, hail is a pain for our farmers. Our farmers are working hard right now, trying to make sure that we can all keep a normal lives, as normal of a lives that we can. And we need that farmland to stay hail-free, because hail is a crop destroyer. And, you know, yeah, you may have crop insurance, but you'd rather have good yields and a lot of supply and, you know, just money coming in the door if you're a farmer. So hoping the best for our friends who are north of La Pryor, all the farmers. I hope that we can keep that hail off your land and you can stay in good shape there. Looks like pea-sized hail, which isn't too bad. Still not best for the crops, but I hope that hail core continues to shrink like it already has as it gets closer and closer, and maybe you won't get any hail at all.
And that'll ride along 83, it looks like, and you know, potentially pass east of 83. Also, Batesville, a little noisy for you. Not only really heavy rain, but maybe even some pea-sized hail. So we're not looking at a severe storm for you. You guys are just outside this warning polygon, but you know, an interesting track this storm is beginning to take. It looks like it's breaking apart.
Yeah, it's falling apart. That's it. I mean, we're getting less and less lightning strikes every single time I do the counter on it, and you know, that's a signifier that we have a weakening storm, that we don't have a strong updraft. So, you know, guys, we are going to continue to track this, of course, behind the scenes. We've been on now live for about 7 hours, more than 7 hours.
A little over that, yeah.
Keeping everyone updated on this storm. Again, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Zavala County. I'm going to check with the National Weather Service to see if they have any updates on the storm. Still nothing. And we're going to hold on for just a few more minutes, but I'm willing to bet the National Weather Service is going to change their mind on this storm and say, not really any more issues, because even that little bit of hail down towards Batesville has weakened. The severe portion of this storm has now moved out of Uvalde County as a whole. So our friends in Uvalde County, good news. The storm is now well south of you. By the way, you know, we've heard about some fun stuff that goes on in Uvalde County. They do Foursquare Fridays or something like that. Someone mentioned that in our Facebook post the other day. Megan and I, you know, we're big on squares and having a good time, and we're excited to go check out Uvalde whenever things start calming down, maybe with the coronavirus itself. So, guys, we hope you have a wonderful evening. You know, we hope you can stay informed tomorrow, too. Remember, we do have a level 1 risk out of 5 for severe weather.
You said tomorrow, but it's technically today,
yeah.
Thursday, yes.
Technically today, Thursday night, we have another risk for strong to severe storms. It's a much lower risk than tonight, than what we're dealing with now.
Not as widespread.
Not as widespread, but still there's going to be a risk, so stay weather aware. We're going to, of course, be keeping you informed right here at Ken's 5 so everyone knows what's going on. Still looks like maybe some pea-sized hail in parts of northern Zavala County. The intensity of this storm, though, way down compared to earlier. Let's go ahead and see the lightning counter again. I'm willing to bet it's even further down. We're now down to 13 lightning strikes in 15 minutes. So still continued improvement. I'm checking with the National Weather Service to see if there's any more updates. And it doesn't look like we're seeing anything new from the National Weather Service on the storm either. Still Batesville could be seeing that little bit of pea-sized hail. And I'm going to keep it on the hail tracker here because I want y'all to see the reason why. We're going to head off early here. Even though the severe thunderstorm warning is in place till 3 a.m., as long as this storm doesn't seem like it's causing any damage to property or lives, as long as we don't see that, you know, we feel a little bit more comfortable going ahead and signing off here. Now, of course, if something were to happen and it were to intensify again, we're always going to hop right back on because that's why we're here late. You know, today's actually my day off. But I decided to come in and help out. Meteorologist Meagan Massey has pulled extra hours this week. I have myself, Weather Chief Bill Taylor has. In fact, most of us here at Ken's 5 have pulled extra hours this week.
Right. Because
we want to keep everybody informed and safe on these storms. Now, happening at 4:30 this morning, of course, we're going to have the latest update on the news on all the damage reports and video and photos. By the way,
we've seen a lot of them.
Amazing video coming in about some of the hail that we've had pass through parts of Bexar County and really across South Texas as a whole.
Just blanketing yards.
Yeah.
You know, it's just crazy. It kind of looks like snow in a way.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about some of the damage reports that have come in over the last few days. And then we're going to, Paul Morales, meteorologist Paul Morales, is going to be in. He's going to be talking about our threat for storms tonight, Thursday night, and into Friday. So he'll have the latest on that. He'll also have the latest on any shower activity that could be lingering around the area. I'm going to throw up the lightning counter again on this storm because I'm just curious. I wonder if we're under 10 now, or we're right at 10. So the National Weather Service, they've got to be making a decision on this storm pretty soon.
And it looks like the storm's moving a little bit east out of the polygon here.
Yeah. And the hail core has really just completely collapsed. So guys, with all of that being said, we're going to prepare to go ahead and sign off of here. So thank you everyone who hung out with us tonight. This is why we do what we do. We want to keep everybody informed and safe. Right now, we don't see any risk for damage to property in La Pryor. We held on to the storm, even though it looked like the hail core was falling apart there for a second in Uvalde because it could have been cycling. But, guys, this storm is so unhealthy now that I don't think that this is a cycling storm. I expect La Pryor to end up doing just fine, and we're, of course, going to watch the storm closely in case something different happens. But for now, we're going to go ahead and sign off. We'll take one more look at that hail core.
Okay.
And let's see what the National Weather Service has to say.
I know they trimmed Uvalde County out of the warning, so that's the latest on that.
Yeah,
So it looks like 50-mile-an-hour wind gust and also quarter-size hail.
So we don't see the quarter-size hail. We don't even see close to that. And 50-mile-per-hour wind gust is actually not considered severe level winds. With all that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and sign off. So thank you for hanging out with us. If we think that there's going to be another risk, we're going to hop back on. You'll get another alert on your phone. Don't forget, when we do these, we're live on Facebook, YouTube, and we're also live on our app and on the website. Download the KENS 5 app. It also gives you a look at the radar.
Yeah, free radar available on the go, and we also write, weather blogs ourselves. So you'll have the most recent up-to-date, forecast updates there, and you'll have Weather Chief Bill Taylor, his entire forecast on our KENS 5 app. So he'll even include the 7-day in that. But yeah, with that being said, we hope you guys have a safe Thursday. Stay weather aware since majority of South Texas we're under that level 1 marginal risk again. We're still stuck under this unsettled weather pattern. So we'll be watching another wave of showers and storms that are possible Thursday evening into the early morning hours on Friday.
Yeah, so we'll keep you updated, guys. Again, the hail core has really fallen apart. If you want continued coverage, Weather Chief Bill Taylor is on CBS right now giving an update. Anybody with power outages, I'm sure CBS is going to be working hard throughout the night. Don't forget, KENS 5 starts at 4:30. Have a great one.